Okay, how about now? Is that better? Probably crazy, too loud now. Okay, this. How about this? I think this is it. Is this it, right? I'm not in a room that's different than the microphone, no. I just have a completely new setup, so I had to build it from scratch, and I don't have any of my mic settings. So I was trying to quickly do them. Guys, I have to show you something. I have to show you something. Okay, it's the right volume, cool. I have to show you something. It's a new setup. I haven't had time to build all of my overlays, but in the process, oh, I know we're at the start. I know we're at the just starting streaming screen. We haven't switched yet because we have a new screen and I'm hesitant to show it. But I'll show it. Boom! What do we think? New layout. Well, it doesn't help that my webcam is a little bit fuzzy. Let's try to fix that. There we go. Hey, how's it going, everybody? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Okay, so here's the sitch. Let me lay it down for you. Let me lower the music a little bit. Along the bottom of the screen, I have bits goals that is charted. I have super chat goals that are charted. And then I have member and subs, which are now a team, and they're charted down here. So that's how the goals work, and they're like little power bars. Okay. Now I also have it set up where if you do bits or tips, I don't think it works for super chats. It makes little things fall down the Plinketto board. So here, I'll show you. I'll do one. I'll show you what I mean. I can't share my own channel? Really? That's stupid. Well, in theory, there's a little thing happens. How does super chat work? Oh, Bob is gonna try it. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Boop! There it goes! Down the Plinketto board! Oh, better luck next time, buddy. Better luck next time. How super chats work are, I don't know. I usually just read them out loud and answer what questions you ask. I don't know if I set up the Plinketto board properly with this, but Buttspot, what are you doing? What happens if you get in the cup? Crazy stuff. Who knows, man? I don't know if it worked. I don't think it worked with super chats here. Nobody do anything. Don't waste your money. Let me try it first. Super chat, $2. Is it gonna work? Oh my god, this is taking so long. Is this what you guys have to do every time you want to like support me? Okay, that's ridiculous. No. Stop it. Yeah, I know there was a problem. Stop it! It's not letting me do it. Alright, no one ever give me any money then. This is a waste of your time. Thought I had PayPal set up on this account. Maybe I don't. Alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. Skim Milk, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Guys, tonight we have member review tonight. The way that works is if you are a member of my channel, then you are invited to send in some homebrew and we're going to read it together. We're going to give it a read.
Hooray!
Hooray. I don't even... Oh! Echo? I don't even... Oh! Echo? Oh! Stop it!
Give you my money if I don't,
my computer's
please.
breaking! Jesus Christ. That was scary. Thank you for the bits, Skim. Thank you for the gifted sub, Artist. How's the weather? Weather's good. What's up, Great Worm? Guys, how's everybody doing today? I haven't even said hi to everyone. Hi. Say hi. Dice Admiral, how's it going? Vlorin, how's it going? Wolf Flame, how's it going? Derek, I'm glad you're here, buddy. Yeah, people, yeah.
Hold on, I missed. Let me try again.
Yeah, try again. Oh, damn, that was a bad one, dude. Oh, better luck next time. Yeah, if you get spun on the wheel today, you can come on the stream and discuss your homebrew. We do it live, baby. You just had dinner? Nice. I had a very short... I'll be honest. I don't eat that much before stream. Because I like to... I don't like feeling super full.
This is the one right here.
Yes! Let's fucking go, Skim! Boom! 1 point for Skim, baby. Ah! Redmer, there's going to be a day that you are not on my stream. And nobody says... And nobody said, Bombay Bergamot, thank you for the resub for the membership, 6 months. Oh, it does. Did you see? Memberships on it's working. Yes, guys, I spent all fucking weekend smashing my face against things trying to make my new computer work and making the YouTube and the Twitch work together, and they're working together. This brings me joy. Have those guns gotten bigger? No, I just don't wear... I wear very baggy clothes most of the time. I used to be a power lifter back in the day. Now I'm more of a marshmallow lifter. Okay. Sorry. We're getting distracted. We haven't even gotten started yet. Anyway, Bombay Bergamot, I appreciate you being here for 6 months. That's fucking crazy, dude. Okay. Today, we are looking at homebrew. We have a wheel. Let me just see what the wheel looks like so far. Remember, if you're a member on the channel, if you're a sub, you can post some homebrew. You can find the wheel by joining the Discord and finding the member section of the Discord. Or you can also find it in the YouTube community tab. You could also find it on Patreon. Oh shit, speaking of which, I have to tell everyone we're live on Discord. I forgot to do that. In the meantime here, let me show you the wheel while I do that. Behold, the wheel. That's not the wheel. The wheel! How do we feel? Guys, I'll be honest. I like the new setup. So here's what I did here. I did a couple things. Yeah. So on the screen, it's just Twitch, because that's following TOS. But you guys can communicate in chat now. So YouTubers can see what Twitch streamers are saying, etc. Or YouTubers are seeing what Twitch is saying, etc. So everybody can mush together. Also, I gave more real estate to the homebrew on the main screen. I think it's pretty dang good. I'm pumped about it. I like it too. Sometimes sometimes weird stuff has to happen. Also, wait, I don't know if you noticed this, but I made it so when I'm on here, it's like, hey, here's the flesh vessel, and there's me up in the corner, and then I go in the corner here. It's stupid, but I don't know why I like that so much, but I do. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, god damn it. I was sending a message to the Discord. Okay. We are live on Twitch and YouTube. Member review night. Oh man. I forgot how much setup goes into like a thing. I was trying to do it all and there was so much to do. Okay, we're here. Members, find the form. in the member submission channel. Okay, boom. Message sent. Okay. Boogie. Boogie woogie. So, folks, how's everybody doing today? Is everybody feeling good? I'm feeling good. Today was the first genuinely, like, sunny day where I live. Where it was, like, warm. So I took as much walks as I could. What's jungle mush colored? Oh, the wheel? Yeah. It's Earth Day. It's Earth Day colored because it's Earth Day on April 22nd. Yesterday was nice too, but today was like warm. Like today I took a walk in the graveyard in like a t-shirt and short shorts and it was divine. It was, honestly, I wanted to take Smolder with me because it was so hot I needed sunglasses, but he would have just been yelling at babies and kicking gravestones and it would have been a mess. Shalakor, welcome back, buddy. Akeem, how are you? Welcome back. Night Owl Gaming. How's it going, buddy? You're working on your own homebrew. Cool. Okay, well, we're going to give members about 2 more seconds. Actually, we don't even need to give members 2 more seconds. Let's just check right now to see if there's anybody new on the wheel. And then I think we'll give it its first spin. No one's new on the wheel. Oh, no one's new. Okay, we need to calm the music down a little bit, I think. Or we could just keep this vibe going all night. No. If we want to read homebrew, I actually need to, like, be able to think with my thinking brain and not just my... Oh, shit! There's another cool thing I forgot to tell you guys about that I'm really excited for. Get this. First of all, Lua.exe, welcome back, you glorious fiend. You hound. But guys, what I wanted to tell you that I was very excited by was that we have ending credits again. I figured out how to get credits for the show. So we're going to try them. But at the end of the show, we're going to have I used to do ending credits at the end of my show, and I just couldn't get it working again. And I found a new thing that I think is going to work nicely. We're going to try it tonight. We'll see how it goes. What's up, Luadot, you fiend? Oh, you Luadot. Look, you landed in the cup. Should we spin the wheel? Probably. Dude, delicious in dungeon. Stop, artists. You can't distract me with trying to talk about delicious in dungeons when I'm trying to get started on stream. Delicious in dungeons is so good. There's things in it I don't like, but I don't care. I like the thing overall so much. And I get the impression that the things I don't like feel like it's almost intentional based on the way people have responded to the things I don't like. Like, whenever I complain about the stuff I don't like, people are like, just wait. It makes sense. Like, you'll see. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I'll check the wheel again, buddy. All right, Fluff, you're on it. All right, and then we'll give her a spin. Hello. Sunshine is the goat. All things are the goat. Except for goats. Oh, wait. Fuck you. Boo! Oh my god. Okay, I need to fix that immediately. All right, I'm gonna need to remember. Chat, you guys have to remind me to fix that, because that I can't abide. I can't abide that. All right, Spag is going first. So, guys, this is a member stream. So, if you're a subscriber on the channel, a member, you can submit. And also, if you want to join me and come on the phone, come on a voice call, talk about it, you can. No pressure if you don't want to. This is a barbarian that bolsters their mind while raging, both to practice against mental attacks and make precise critical strikes. All right, let's take a look. Everything is so new on my computer. I keep getting sent all these things that I don't even need these things anymore. Spag, why not sell? Oh, God. That was terrible, and I appreciate it. That's so funny. The only thing that is not fun about the restream chat is it doesn't do the... It's not good at the... It's not good at, like, the moving emojis. It's a bummer. It's okay. All right, this is Path of the Extreme Focus. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cancel. I'm not trying to save it. I'm going to copy it. All right, there it is in the chat. Path of the Extreme Focus is very blunt, and I like how extremely to the point that sounds. Yeah. I like the choice of art, too. Thinkin' Lincoln over here. You don't need saving. I think the art is this guy. Daniel Chinecki. I said that name wrong. Yeah, it's this guy. Look, he does like, it almost kind of, it's like, it's very Conan the Barbarian, like 80s movie shenanigans. 80s movie poster, you know? I put the link in chat. I can put it again. Barbarians of the Path of Extreme Focus are often raised in environments under threat of psionic monsters, such as mind flayers and aboliths. Cool. So these are like out... So if normal barbarians you sort of associate with like the woods and like living out in the woods and punching bears, these are like barbarians that live near like the cosmic star space and punch aboliths. They train in a mental discipline which allows them to fortify their mind to protect against threats. It would be a good subclass for like a Githyanki or Githzerai. When they rage, instead of channeling emotion, these barbarians channel determination and focus, sharpening their senses and permitting greater control of their movements. Gosh darn it, Spag. Okay, I want to say two things. One, this really solid flavor text. Really solid flavor text. I'm trying to think what I would even ask you. I'd even like push that to change. Honestly, I don't think there's a lot you need to worry about here. The only thing that I would say, and this is genuinely not a big deal, but it's something to think about if you want to push your writing a little bit harder, is you don't have any beat drops. Everything flows well into itself. Like, I talk a lot about sentence length. This is a long sentence. This is a medium sentence. This is a long sentence. But honestly, they all work fine together. Akeem, welcome to the membership club. Appreciate you joining the Enclave. And I usually give people a really hard time about having so many long sentences in a row, because most of the time it makes it hard to read. It like makes it tedious. These are three pretty decently length sentences that aren't tedious to read in a row, and it's a good example of how the flow is more important most of the time. And the reason usually why I'm telling you to shorten your sentences is because it helps you get better at learning flow. That being said, you don't have any like beat drop moments. Like if you could squeeze in a thing that's like a 3 or 4 sentence word, you know, I don't even know what it would be, but like if you could figure out like what the point of these things are, or like a intense vibe or something they might say, and have that be like the last 3 words, or at least last 4 word sentence. But other than that, man, good flavor text, really good flavor text. Okay, let's look at the actual features. We have battle awareness and we have focused rage. Thanks, man. I don't have anything to submit. Just want to support. I watch you a couple times a week. Oh, buddy, I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. And I did learn your name properly. Yeah, determination made me laugh at Undertale too. Okay, let's see what these things we get. We get battle awareness. As a bonus action or as part of the bonus action, you rage. I think part of the bonus action you take when you rage. You can sharpen your mind and shore up your defenses. Creatures cannot benefit from advantage on attacks against you until the start of your next turn, or until you become incapacitated. If you use this feature on the same turn you use Reckless Attack, you can't use it again until you expend a bonus action to refocus your mind. Isn't it a bonus action to use regardless? I'm a little confused. It seems like it's a bonus action regardless. It's like a bonus action and it lasts a turn. So this doesn't feel different. I don't know how I feel about it. I like the idea. I want to say two things. One, this feels like a feature that maybe should only be on while you're raging. But two, I'm trying to, I'll tell you where I struggle with this. I struggle with this because being able to turn off your bonus action, being able to turn off the disadvantage on attacks against Reckless makes you stupidly strong. And I don't think you're negating it in any way. Like, it sort of feels like this subclass feature is you can ignore part of the core base class. And sometimes I think there's room for that, but I don't know if that makes sense here. I don't know. It feels a little OP, doesn't it? It feels a little OP, and I also don't know if it feels like it's selling the fiction. Like, if I was going to do something like this, where I wanted to be like, you know what? Reckless Attack doesn't make sense for this barbarian. I might just make it so you can do something different with Reckless Attack. Wild Shift Hunter does the exact same thing. Wild Hunt Shifter. But that's not a barbarian. That's a race. It's a little different, I think, when you're tying it into the core class. But I do want to see what they get, because now I'm curious. Where are they? What book are they in? What are they called? Shifters? There they are. Which one is it? The Wild Hunt? While shifted, you have advantage on wisdom checks, and no creature within 30 feet of you can make an attack roll with you with advantage unless you're incapacitated. Okay, so I think, yeah, this does that also, but here's the thing. It's a bonus action to activate it, and it lasts for a minute, and it's limited in use, and it's not... And the shifter doesn't get another feature that is directly tied to doing advantage-disadvantage. This is infinite in use. I just don't think it works. You submit Homebrew by going to the member tab in the YouTube community tab, the YouTube member community tab. I might... Oh, he wants to submit tomorrow? Basically, there's two ways you submit Homebrew. One, if you go to my Discord, you can submit I don't have the links up yet, but I'm going to post them tonight. But they'll be in my Discord, and then they'll be in the YouTube video for the stream tomorrow. I usually, if I'm doing an open forum Homebrew review, where there isn't a specific theme or a specific goal, like anyone can send anything, I usually post it on the day of. But you can also always find everything in my Discord. Hardcore, you're awesome and cool. Okay, what I was going to say is I might do something where, as opposed to doing the advantage-disadvantage thing, if you want to do something and have it be like a thing that could affect Reckless potentially or tie with Reckless, I would make it so you can use Reckless Attack in an alternative way. Using Reckless should turn this off. Otherwise, I think it's fine. I think it's probably fine without Reckless also. But if you wanted to lean into something like that, like if you wanted to lean into like, I want Reckless to be different with this guy, maybe you could do something like whenever you Reckless Attack, you gain some bonus to mental saving throws. Or something like that. Like, if you recklessly attack while you are suffering from a condition, you can remake that save against a mental condition. I don't know, something like that. But I don't think I would tie it. I don't think I would mess with the advantage-disadvantage thing. Path of the Juggernaut gets a disadvantage-advantage mechanic. Yeah, but that's also homebrew. I don't know if it. I don't think that that's fair to compare. It's not. It's not a. It's a critical role subclass. Unless I'm mistaken. Reckless to give advantage on saving throws, maybe to give advantage on specific saving throws, like wisdom, charisma, intelligence saving throws, or something like that. Mindless Rage is similar to what I'm talking about, yes. But Mindless Rage is only active when you're raging. I probably wouldn't make it advantage on saving throws. I might make it like, I don't know. It would be kind of be cool where it's like when you reckless attack, you advantage on those saving throws until the start of your next turn. But you could also do something where if you are under the effects of one of those conditions, if you recklessly attack, you can remake that saving throw. That might lead to some weird shenanigans of like, do I know I'm being mind controlled or whatever? But it also does kind of do some interesting things where like if you are mind controlled, if the thing mind controlling you makes you recklessly attack, you could potentially get out. I don't know. Just something to think about. Okay, let's look at Focused Rage. Yeah, new layout, Rex. I have a new computer. My new computer came, and I couldn't get my OBS overlays to go through. So instead, I just made a new one. And it came with it has the Plinketto board. So if anybody does stuff with memberships or subs or donations, little things fall. It's very fun. I should stream where I rate people's homebrew campaigns. I wouldn't want to do that. Maybe Smolder will do one of those campaigns. Focused Rage gives a brief bonus to mental saves already. Oh, okay, then you'd probably want to do something different. Regardless, though, I don't think this is it. I don't think battle awareness is missing the mark. Let's look at Focused Rage. When you rage, you enter an extremely attentive and focused state. While raging, you gain... I wouldn't have one sentence say when you rage and then have the other one start while you're raging. That feels silly. You gain the following benefits. Attentive. You gain a bonus to wisdom perception checks equal to half your barbarian level. Mental protection. You can add your rage damage to saving throws. That's cool. Critical focus. Your critical hit range on a weapon damage increases with a D20. Your critical hit range increases from a 19 to a 20. Okay. I think if you completely remove battle awareness and this is the only thing you get, that could work. I'm a little bit nervous about the critical hit range, but I acknowledge that it's more of a pet peeve of mine than it is a true mechanic, so it's probably fine. But these are all pretty powerful, and I don't think that you need battle awareness on top of that. I would give them something much, much, much calmer. Like, maybe something where they... Like, I might just give them proficiency in perception. Or something to just indicate that they have, like... Or proficiency in insight. Or maybe they, something shockingly mellow. Or nothing at all. Because I feel like all of the barbarians that get really, really powerful rage features... Or rage features that do a bunch of things... They don't do other things other than that rage feature at the level they get it for the most part. And this is a lot. This is a lot. It might even be too much as it is, but I think it's much more reasonable if you completely drop battle awareness. I think it's fair if you let them pick one of those three when they rage. That's a cool idea, Fluffcopter. I like that idea a lot. Oh, I like that idea so much. Yes. Yes is the answer to that question, I think. That's so much fun. Yeah, it is basically an alternative rage worth of benefits. I agree. And I think that the way to fix that is to make it so you can pick one of the three. That's a cool idea. All right, let's take a look at the 6th level feature. I like the vibe, though. Reactive. Your heightened attentiveness allows you to take advantage of momentary lapses in your enemy's defenses. When you are hit by an attack, you can use your reaction to add 1d6 to your AC until the end of the current turn, including the triggering attack, potentially causing it to miss. If this causes the triggered attack to miss, you can make a melee weapon attack against the attacker as part of the same reaction if they are within reach. You can use this reaction a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier and regain them when you finish a long rest. I think it's a pretty solid 6th level feature. Pretty solid. I could see people pushing back against... Here's what I would say. I think you have to pick something here. I think you either get to add plus a d6 to your AC against potentially multiple attacks and get this reaction attack, or you can add 1d6 to your AC against one attack and potentially... Oh, let me rephrase that. I think you can either do this where it's like shield and it lasts a while, but you're not getting any reaction attacks, or I think you do it where it's a reaction to one attack and it only gives that AC boost to one attack. That's what I think. I think you got to pick one of those two. I don't think you can do both. This is not strong enough to be once per long rest. That's not enough. Yeah, it's either like a dodge or a riposte. Exactly. And I think that basing it off your con modifier is fine. Honestly, you could also go off your wisdom modifier if you wanted to really be leaning into like the mental and the thinking barbarian. Let's take a look at 10th. Focused strikes. You can direct your intense focus into your weapon's strikes. I would not say the word intense here. I don't think you need to. Allowing you to target enemies' most vulnerable areas. While raging, the first creature you hit with a weapon attack on a turn is subjected to a focused strike. You don't need to say focused strike so much. Just say, while raging, the first creature you hit with a weapon attack on a turn has one of the following effects. It's not even, wait, are these all affecting you? If they're affecting you, then they're not affecting the creature. So this is, the first time you hit a creature with a weapon attack on your turn, you can gain one of the following benefits. Your crit score increases further. You can double the damage dice of your roll for the weapon. For example, if you're attacked with a great sword, you can... this is just an automatic crit. I don't understand what we're getting here. I know that we're getting both benefits, but we shouldn't be getting both benefits at the same time. But, so it's just, you can crit more likely, and now your crits are doubled? Am I reading this right? Chat, am I reading this right? While you're raging, all of your damage dice are just doubled? Am I reading that wrong, or am I reading that right? I can't tell if I'm... yeah, Derek, I agree. It's way too much. It's just auto crit. This is just you automatically crit on every attack. A lot of people in chat have pointed something out also, which is 10th level is almost always, except for maybe the... There's a couple of barbarians that don't follow this. Like the beast barbarian doesn't follow this. But most barbarians get something that's very utility at level 10, not super combat focused. The main reason why the beast barbarian gets something that's very combat focused is because their 6th level feature is entirely utility, and it's not defensive at all. Which is very different than other barbarians who usually get something more defensive. So they're getting like extra offense as opposed to lack of defense. So yeah, this is just way too much, dude. I genuinely don't think any of this works. I don't think it's reasonable for you to have a crit range between 18 and 20, like 6 or 7 or 8 levels before the champion fighter gets it. I don't think it's reasonable for you to get automatic double damage dice, which is just automatic critting. I don't think it's reasonable for them to combine together to create quadruple critting. I think you are really overestimating. I think maybe a spag. I can't remember if there are a couple people in our community who really aggressively feel like martial characters are underpowered, and they consistently make their subclasses way too powerful to try to balance out for that ideological belief. I don't remember if you're one of those people, but even if you are one of those people, this is overcompensating. This just doesn't work. I would come up with something new here. You think they mean to imply that when you crit, they quadruple the dice instead of double them? That also doesn't really work with barbarians because they already get that. Barbarians already have a core class feature called Brutal Critical, where they get to add extra dice to crits. So I just think you need something new here. I think if you want to do this crit range to 18 to 20, that has to be the capstone feature, and it has to be like a once a day version of it. It can't be every time you rage. Yeah, it's ridiculously overpowered. All right, let's look at perfect control. You have perfected your ability to focus your mind and can focus the minds of your allies as well. You no longer need to refocus your mind after using battle awareness to use it again. We're going to ignore this because you're just going to completely remove the battle awareness feature, so we're just going to pretend that paragraph's not there. If you start your turn while charmed or frightened or stunned, you can immediately end it by emptying your mind. Alternatively, as a bonus action, you can touch a creature with one of those conditions and end it on them as your... Okay. You're going to completely... Okay, here's what you're going to do. You're going to take this whole thing, you're going to erase it. You're going to make it the 10th level feature, and you're going to make it essentially this. When you start your turn, if you are charmed or frightened, I would not say stunned, just charmed or frightened, you can end that condition. Alternatively, as maybe an action or a bonus action, I don't know which, you could touch a creature to end that condition on them, and you make that whole process limited in use. I would make it, if you're going to make this Constitution modifier times per day, I would make this proficiency modifier times per day. The extra crit range doesn't really sell the fiction for me, but I'm trying to be more open to things that I don't like. And I don't like extra crit range. It's a neat idea, but I think that you really overshot the power here. And I think that you could probably lean into other aspects of what a, like, thoughtful, intelligent, focused, meditative barbarian is, outside of just more damage, which is 90% of what we're getting out of this. Or not all of this, but a lot of the features. There's a bunch of monsters with tail attacks. Bonus action to force a save on another ally if they failed. Yeah, that could work. Honestly, that could be, if the 10th level feature was as a bonus action, you can touch an ally to allow them to make a resave against a wisdom, like against the frightened or the charmed condition. That would be really cool, and I might even just make that something you could always do. If that was the only thing you got at 10th level, I think that would be a reasonable thing to just infinitely be able to do that. Touch a creature and let them remake the save. That could be cool. Yeah, it also does make sense for the class. I agree. Okay, cool. Those are my thoughts. I like the idea. I think the execution definitely needs some work, but honestly, the skeleton feels fun. I have a new keyboard also, and I'm not used to it, so I keep accidentally hitting the caps lock and start typing things in caps lock. All right, let's give a round of applause to Spag. Thank you for sharing. Stunned should remain, and Charmed and Frightened should be removed. You could go in that direction too if you wanted to. I think I would lean into the Charmed and Frightened being what it affects, just because there's way more times that that's going to come up. You know? Spaghetti! Thank you for sharing. Very cool piece. Really solid flavor text, really fun idea. Little overpowered. But we ended up brainstorming some ideas. Maybe you'll like them, or maybe you'll think we're all full of garbage. One of the two. Maybe both.
Clap.
Clap. Oh, you didn't quite make it in, Baba. That's okay. Next time. Next time. All right, let's see. Did we get any new people on the wheel? No. All right. I don't listen. If this Plinketto board down here gets used once a stream, I'm a happy man. I didn't hide spaghetti from the wheel. Oh, I didn't. You're right. Boop. Thank you. What's up, Butt Poncho? Dude, it has been a while. What's up, Gray Shard? Buggita. But how you been, buddy? Buggita. I have a full class you've worked on and off for the last couple years. Oh, Derek's up next. I don't review full classes usually. What I usually do is I'll review the first and second level features. And I give feedback based on them as the foundational beginning of your thing. Because sort of the way I see it is if the class doesn't feel like a class by level 2, it probably doesn't need to be a whole class. Which is a little bit harsh, but that's the way I feel. Is there a slug druid? You could probably reflavor the spore druid as a slug druid. You want to join? All right, cool. Let me grab you. I made this today for use in a wizard's study. Based on a stat block of somewhat of a living cloud kill, I intend for it to be primarily a social encounter based around bargaining. I'm more interested in feedback on making the lore features more interesting. All right, let's take a look. You got so burnt out on thinking about D&D Homebrew, turns out making your hobby your job has its negatives. Oh, speaking of which, Butt Poncho, I need to talk to you about making a video for you. I wanted to ask you some stuff. Will you shoot me a DM on Discord? And I remember to respond to you? Because I might forget after stream. Just got fit. But yes, if I get burnt out on D&D. I don't play D&D nearly as much as I used to. All right. This is a living contact other plane. That's a cool idea. Let me get Derek in the call. He wanted to hop in. Let me share this with you lovely creatures first. Where are you, Derek? Hello. Oh, I should set up my stuff, too. You're not going to be able to hear me. Beep, boop, bop. Pop. Testing. Yeah. All right. Hey, Derek. How's it going, buddy?
Hello. It's going great. Have some dessert.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's been a while.
It has been a while. What are we looking at today?
This is a living contact of the plane. I got the idea while I was talking to somebody about this dungeon that I'm making. Also, Name might want to hop out. I doubt he's gonna show up in the game while this does, but he's technically one of the people in my group.
All right, Name, if you're watching, maybe cover your ears for a little bit. He'll mute. There you go. Also, Bio, if you want to submit a class, you're more than welcome to. I'm just not going to review the whole thing. Okay, so contact other plane. What's your goal here?
So the goal is to be kind of like the idea in the same area as this spell is going to be an Alep, which is a very cool monster I discovered recently.
Yeah, they're fun.
It's designed around like a cursed secret. And so this is kind of like a different version of that same idea, where it's this weird knowledge that is being shared and accessed, I guess, through this contact other plane.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the lore in there for it, but it was an idea. I built it out. I liked it. I shared it, basically.
Cool. Do you want me to look at the flavor text first? Or do you want me to dive into the stats?
Either way works.
All right, let's start with the stats and we'll look at the flavor. Okay, so we're not going to worry too much about the numbers. You said you based it on living cloud kill, right?
Yeah.
So so there's lots of, just to reiterate to the folks at home, living spells is almost like a sub species of construct in D&D. There's a handful of them, and they all follow very similar structures in terms of like damage resistances, immunities, etc. In that it's not, they don't all get the same thing, but they are all very much based off of literally what their spell does. So living burning hands gets a bunch of stuff to do with fire, living lightning bolt, and they don't exactly cast themselves as spells, but they have abilities that sort of embody what they do. So like living burning hands can spray a big umbrella of fire. Living lightning bolt does like a zip thing. So let's take a look at what this one does. I'm not going to worry too much about the conditions here. I see you gave it a bunch of arcana, history, and insight. That makes a lot of sense to me if it's going to be a thing that's like looking into and talking to other planes. Why did you go with abyssal for the language? Derek, did I lose you? Derek, I lost you. I can't hear you anymore. Derek. Derek. All right, go to bed, Butt Poncho. I'm going to hit you up on Discord tonight after stream. Derek, what? Is it me? Did I mess up? No, it's not me. All right, well, Derek, I'm going to hang up on you, or should I leave you in the call and see if you can figure your mic out? All right, I'm going to leave you in the call and see if you can figure your mic out. But say something in the Discord to make sure you didn't melt into space or something. Okay. Dying inside. Yeah, we've lost Derek. He's still in the voice call. He's just not going green. Oh, and he's lost. Maybe lost internet. All right, whatever. We'll survive. I'll keep an eye on the waiting room to see if he pops back in. Dying insight. When the living spell is reduced to 0 HP, it uses its reaction to automatically recharge and use its spell mimicry action. In addition, any creature that rolls a 1 on the saving throw and is reduced to 0 hit points by this ability dies and rises again the next night as an alip if not resurrected before then. Dang. It has a spell mimicry action. So I notice you don't actually call either of these actions spell mimicry. If I were you, I would call this whatever these things are called. Like, what is its spell mim? I'm assuming that impart knowledge is its spell mimicry action, but that is a guess at best. That was copy pasted. It was supposed to be impart knowledge. Okay, that makes sense. This is cool. This is really fun. These sorts of mechanics are really good for world building, especially like there's a really good show called Scavenger's Reign, which is about people that crash land on an alien planet and they have to sort of survive against this really genuinely alien ecosystem. And it's so well done. And the environments are so good, but part of what makes it so cool, part of what makes the show so cool is you're seeing how all of these different animals and things interact, and you're learning sort of the biome, but you're learning it after like engaging with it. And that's kind of what this would be. Like, learning about this mechanic as where alips come from would be very cool as a player. And then we have Otherworldly Patron. The living spell can communicate at will with an extraplanar entity determined at its creation, and can share any information that being knows if convinced to do so. Ooh, it can just do that all the time. Huh. It has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects, and then it has some attacks. It has 3 Eldritch Thought attacks. And not that kind of thought. Get your head out of the gutter. Does psychic damage, and the target has to subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes until the end of the living spell's next turn. That's cool. I might limit this to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws, only because I'm not sure what the flavor is of why this is applying to things other than mental saving throws. But for balance purposes, I think it's fine. I might just change the vibe so it was less thought related and more like reality bending, so you'd feel like it was more logical for it to be for also like strength saving throws, for example. You think that's right for Mind Sliver? Oh, maybe. That's true. Derek, you're back? All right, let me grab you. Hey, man, you okay?
Yeah. My internet just died.
Oh, buddy. Well, we finished talking about your piece and we move on to the... No, I'm just kidding. So a couple quick things. Dying Insight, I think, is cool. I think it does good world building. And somebody in chat told me you're going to change spell mimicry to say impart knowledge. And and that's cool.
Change the name afterwards.
Yeah. I like it. Otherworldly Patron, I like the vibe of. I'm wondering, I don't know how I feel about it being able to talk to the extraplanar entity all the time. Like, maybe that's okay. I think I like that. I think I like that.
Okay. But it's questionable.
It's not really questionable. What it comes down to is I think it's questionable in relationship to my players. And because that's how it's questionable, I don't actually think it's questionable. Does that make sense?
Gotcha.
Like, I could see not making my player... I could see with certain groups not making this an all-the-time on thing because it would get annoying.
Yeah. I do intend for it to be not sticking around.
Yeah. I would imagine, like, if I was going to run this monster, I would make it so inhuman in the way it communicated that they wouldn't think about it as like we could make friends with it so we could always ask questions, or we could like kidnap and torture it so we could always ask questions. Those are the two directions that I don't want to deal with those two. But that's more of a player issue than a mechanics issue. So I actually think it's fine. I just have to work through that in my head.
That's fair. A little bit of that will be gotten into down in the flavor text lore part.
Yeah. And then this is like a heavy hitting version of Mind Sliver.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, cool. I like it. It's good. I'm gonna look at Impart Knowledge. I haven't looked at that yet. The living spell blasts out a fraction of its otherworldly knowledge. Each creature within 30 feet must make a DC 16 intelligence saving throw or take 21 psychic damage and be stunned until the end of the living spell's next turn. On a successful save, a creature takes half damage and isn't stunned. Also, on a successful save, a creature learns one piece of information relevant to its most recent research that the living spell or its patron knows. My favorite part of this ability is the last paragraph. I'll tell you what I feel about the first part. It's too similar to a very iconic monster power. It's too similar to the Mind Flayer Psychic Cone.
That makes sense. I did not think of that.
That's just that's very, like, I'll tell you why I thought that. The reason why I thought that is because if I were you, I feel like you're doing some really cool stuff with this thing so far. And I really like Eldritch Thought will just make it work like a good combat encounter monster, but I really like the vibes of Otherworldly Patron and Dying Insight, and I feel like you should try to lean more into making something that ties into knowledge as dangerous, and that's kind of maybe what you're going for here because it's called Impart Knowledge, but I don't know if I would make it mechanically express itself the same way as the Mind Flayers thing. Do you know what I might do?
So, if I could explain where that comes from.
Yeah.
So the spell Contact Other Plane has a saving throw, and if you fail, you take that exact damage, and you're insane until your next long rest.
Why not do that, but make it target one creature? Maybe not insane until their next long rest, but
I wanted to do
something
the
like
AoE
that
for that one.
Okay.
But I figured the reason that I did the stun was because it felt like a short-term version of the actual insanity of the spell.
Can I offer an alternative?
Sure.
What if it's short-term feeble mind?
That could work.
What if it's AoE and everybody that fails, it could be their intelligence charisma go to 1. It could be whatever, but they get some serious mental stat penalty, and they can remake the save every round, and it lasts a minute.
I like that.
I might go in that direction.
and then possibly take away the recharge and make it short rest.
Yeah, if you did that, you could really make it crazy powerful. You could make it very powerful and be fun, because it would basically go off once a fight.
Yeah, the idea, the way it would act in combat is to Eldritch Thought first round, Impart Knowledge second round, so they have the D4 against that saving throw.
Yeah. And then the other side of that that's fun is it's sort of like, it kind of, I feel like it helps tie the second paragraph in, which, by the way, I said I really like it because I think it's cool. I can't think of anything in D&D where succeeding on the saving throw gives you a benefit outside of not getting the negative, and I really like that in a monster. I think that's such a good idea. I think more people should do that. It's a very innovative idea. I just want to highlight it because it's sort of hidden at the bottom, but you're doing a lot with this.
That's my favorite thing.
You're doing a lot. Yeah, you're doing a lot with this paragraph right here. Yeah, it's actually making me like, okay, I can't think about it too much because I'm gonna start trying to homebrew right now. But what was I gonna say? I don't even remember what I was gonna say because I just want to talk about that for a second. I lost my train of thought. God dang it! I got too caught up on the coolness of that feature. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
We were last talking about the other half of Impart Knowledge and like feeble mind effects.
Oh, right. It ties in nicely with that because it's like when you fail the saving throw, you're losing knowledge because you're getting feeble-minded, and when you succeed the saving throw, you're gaining knowledge. So it kind of makes a little bit of a circle there. No,
that also,
if you decide you want to stick with the stunned thing, you totally can. It will work well in combat. It will be scary when it happens. I just want to push you to make it weirder.
I appreciate that, and I think I might go with that, and you'll see why in the lore text I push a lot into like this is a thing that is very learning focused and like going for information actively. And so if I could probably hint in there if I drop like intelligence and stuff as it's like sucking away the knowledge from your head. Yeah,
that could work well. All right, let's see. This living spell, the living contact of their plane appears as a glass sphere filled with a swirling bluish mist. Just say swirling bluish mist. You don't need the word a here. It hovers above the ground on a faintly visible shimmer of air. Anyone who approaches it can hear it constantly mumbling in a mystical language. I would probably drop constantly also. I think mumbling is a really good word, and I think you want that to be the thing that hits as opposed to constantly. And mumbling in a mystical language, like that's a nice phrase. Just say it to yourself. Mumbling in a mystical sounds better than constantly mumbling in a mystical. I don't know why it does, but it does to me. As it speaks with a being of otherworldly power. When it speaks, its voice is a deep rumble that seems to cut down into the very bones of those who listen. This is another thing that I think that this is an essay. This is a sign that you have been in school within the last 5 years. You didn't. You said it seems to. This is one of those things that people say because they don't want to say something wrong. Like this is like a subconscious thing where we're making an argument, but we need to come off gently. This doesn't seem to cut down to the bones of those who listen. This cuts down to the bones who listen. When it speaks, its voice is a deep rumble that cuts down into the very bones of those who listen. You know? So whenever you do this, and a lot of people do this, this isn't a you thing, this is an everybody thing, and I really do tie it to like public education, learning how to write essays for college and for like SATs and stupid shit like that. That's not an anti-public education thing. I'm public education. I like that, but it's the fucking game systems of school that are bullshit. But everybody does this. Everybody's everybody. But everybody does this. Everybody does this. But it's one of those things where it's a good habit to get out of because it ends up making your writing almost on a subconscious level sound a lot stronger. Like you sound like you know what you're talking about when you just assert it. Also, you want to keep in mind the context of this flavor text. You're not writing in your journal. You're not writing for a teacher. In theory, somebody is going to open this document and they're going to read this, and that's what they're going to read to use your monster. So when you speak with more certainty there, that makes the monster sound cooler and more intense, you know?
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Divination incarnate. A living contact other plane is an act of knowledge seeking made sentient. Okay. This is really good. I don't like that a name is so long here. Because I almost want to be like, I think like if you could get away with saying like this creature is or something like that, I might try to do that. And its personality reflects that. Okay.
I did think about abbreviating living contact other plane as LCOP, and then I went, no, that makes it less serious, and it's currently at like a fairly serious writing style.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I'm just it's a thing.
I might change a bunch of that to living spell.
Oh, that would be a good that would do it. The living contact other The living contact other planes value information above all else, incessantly hungering to learn more about their particular field of study, as they are incapable of interacting with physical objects in any meaningful way. They have to work with one or more other scholars, trading in information from their patron for their help in studying. Okay, a little long in the tooth with this one, but I think it's pretty solid. I like the flavor a lot. There's something that I think you need to... I want to ask about this monster, and it's because I'm getting different vibes here. Why does this thing want to get knowledge? Does this thing want to get knowledge for its patron? Does this thing want to get knowledge because it is like... It's like, I like knowledge. Or does it want to get knowledge because it like... Knowledge is like its energy source, like an animal?
Somewhere in the middle of all three. The idea is that, like, as a living divination spell, where the purpose of the original spell is to gather knowledge, the purpose of the being created from that spell is to gather knowledge.
I would try to change the language of this thing, and I would pull out personality and choice, and lean into like drive and compulsion and need.
This is what it is.
Yeah, or like this is what it does. You know, I'm trying to think of it. Like the Tarrasque doesn't have personality; it destroys. You know, this thing seeks knowledge. That's what it does. It's its instinct. It's like its primal programming. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because the way that it's reading right now, it sounds like it's a dude, and I don't think it's a dude.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, make it more just a force of nature kind of thing.
Well, that's also kind of what all the living spells are. Like, they're an embodiment of what their spell does. So it makes sense that this one is way more intelligent because it's like an intelligence-based spell, basically. But I still think it should have that sort of uncanny valley. Like, I don't think, like, if you're talking to it, it shouldn't feel like you're talking to a guy. It should feel like you're talking to, like, your pit boy in Fallout or one of the robots or something, you know?
That makes sense.
All right, let's see planar connection. A living contact other plane is created when a mage attempts the spell without the proper preparations and dies to the psychic feedback. Their divine focus captures the energy and magical intent of the spell and turns into a living contact other plane. The newly sentient creature permanently retains its connection to the extraplanar being. Oh, that's how it gets its patron. That's fucking cool. Okay, so okay, I like this a lot. Open with this. This is your opener.
That should come earlier, yeah.
This should be how we introduce the monster.
Okay. Before even the physical description?
Maybe after the physical description, but this is so cool. Like, this is good, but this is what I need.
That makes sense. I thought I actually wrote planar connection first and divination incarnate afterwards. But then I switched them around when I put them into the digital doc.
Yeah, I mean, no, listen, they're all good. It is though, when you think about order of operation, it's like, what do they look like? Where do they come from? What they're doing now? That makes sense, you know?
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's fun though, man. I think it's a fun monster. I like it. You keep doing this thing. So for folks that don't know, Derek's been a follower and a friend of the show, a homebrewer for the show, person who submits things for about 1 billion years now. And you used to do this thing where you were like, I'm going to reflavor common spells or common magic items as higher level magic items and like rebuild them. And that's a fun practice. Trying to make living spells out of things that wouldn't normally make sense as living spells in the way that other living spells work. That's also very cool. I like that idea a lot. And I want to say, like, that's a fun game to play. Like, you got me thinking, like, man, I want to do that. I want to go through, maybe we'll do that on stream at some point or something. Like, that's a fun idea. Go through a bunch of spells and try to turn them into living spells. Or maybe that would be maybe we'll do that for like a stream night. That'll be like the challenge. I don't know. Yeah. That's a really good idea. I like it a lot. Do you have any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations? Things you want to share?
Is there any features on the stat block that are missing?
For a living spell, not really. It seems, I mean, I don't think you want too much on a living spell. Like, you want it, you don't want it to be more complicated than this spell is, basically, you know?
That makes sense. And it's a complicated spell, so it can be a more complicated monster.
And you have a lot. Like, you have 1, 2, 3, you have 3, like, pretty distinct, unique features, and 1, 2 other features that are a little bit more on the par with normal. Like, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. This thing is probably gonna die. Well, no, you said it's okay. It's okay. I was gonna say it's really slow, but that's probably fine. I don't think it should be fast.
It'd be using its fly speed most of the time, anyways.
No, that's what I mean. But its fly speed is kind of slow too. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Slightly slower than average.
Yeah, no. I think it's fine. I don't think there's much to change, honestly. I think other than all the whatever I said. I wanted to ask you, why is Abyssal the language?
Okay, so Abyssal...
Is it something for your home games, or is it something...
It's really more for my home games, because I feel like Abyssal is one of the languages that really captures the idea of, like, otherworldly, because it's one of the most common languages outside of the material plane, as I understand it. And also, in the place where it's showing up is a cult dedicated to an archdevil / god of chaos demigod thing. So it fits archfiend, whatever. So it fits the location that it's actually showing up in the game.
That makes sense.
If I was another game,
If you were gonna take this and put it online, I might change this to it knows common and whatever language its patron speaks.
That makes sense.
So, like, if it was for like a angel, it'd be celestial, definitely. But like that, I think it's fine for your own game. But yeah, man. Any final thoughts, questions, etc.?
I think not. All right, greatly appreciate it.
Cool, man. Really fun monster. Really fun monster.
Yeah.
All right. Bye. Clunk. All right. That was Derek with the Living Contact Other Plane. Let's give him a round of applause. Very cool monster. Let's hear some claps. Clap it up. All right. Oh, it looks like we got some new submissions. Nice. Oh, Lua got on. Lovely. Oh, people are throwing bits in. You got one in. Nice. Yeah, I made it set so 1 bit goes down because I kind of wanted people to just be able to play it. So if you want to do 1 bit, you can just do 1 bit. Okay, cool. You did it. You got in, buddy. First try. I knew you had it in you. I knew you had it in you. Buttbot, you were quick with that one. You were very quick with that one, Buttbot. Very quick. Yeah, it's called Plinko. Or Plinketto. Maybe it's just called Plinketto on Red Letter Media. But I've just started calling it Plinketto because that's what they call it. It's very possible. It's the shot that made LeBron cry. You're having a reoccurring problem player in your game. A recovering problem player in your game. If they're recovering, that's good. That's a good thing to have. You did not miss anyone besides Derek. You did not. Don't worry. We just finished. Killy the Bid. How's it going, buddy? Bugget a 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 boo. I did my taxes like a month and a half ago. Artist is up next. I was scared of doing my taxes this year. Artist, if you want to hop into stream, you're more than welcome to. No pressure. First subclass attempt. Ooh. Juggernaut Warforged. Plan on playing it in my next game and want to make sure it's balanced. Okay, let's see. Are you using AI art, man? Artists! Ugh. What are you doing? Why using AI art? Artists, you got... Artists, man, you know how I feel about AI art. I don't review Homebrew if you put AI art on it. I can't support that. If you can't tell, then you shouldn't use it, man. All right, artists, I'm giving you a break this time. This is the one time I'm letting it slide. I'm not letting it slide again. And I'm not letting it slide for the rest of stream. So if I see any other AI art for the rest of stream, I'm skipping it. And if I see any AI art from you, even though I love and appreciate you, I'm skipping it. I can't support it. I can't. And if you don't know if it's AI art, look for credits. All right, let's take a look. You are an imposing, towering figure built for close quarter combat and raw physical power. You can only be a Warforged. At 3rd level, we get... Oh, who's raiding me? Diana of the Rose! Diana. How's it going, buddy? Diana, look, I have a new stream layout. Isn't that cool? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How's it going, guys? We are looking at Homebrew today. We're looking at Homebrew. Yeah, I have a new layout. I have a little Plinketto board. Isn't that fun? Your computer's on fire? Oh my god, I'm sorry. Well, hi, kids. My name is CinderBlocksally. Diana and I are good friends that we hang out on the internet, and sometimes we punch each other, but we don't really punch each other because that would not be nice. And welcome to my show. My name is CinderBlocksally. I know about D&D, and today we're reviewing Homebrew that people send in. Ooh, look at this big old wheel of Homebrew. Ooh, and we're looking at the Warforged Juggernaut. Music feels too loud. Diana, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that I don't think that would go well. I feel like if you wanted to fist fight me, I would just be sad. And that would be the fight. It'd be like you being like, I'm gonna fist fight you, and me getting sad. It would be like very boring for anyone watching it and very emotionally unsatisfying for both of us, I think. You know what I mean? All right. I am so excited to hang out at Gen Con, though, dude. I'm so excited. Are we still doing like a... Are we doing like a... is there still like a house dinner thing? Because I want to come to that. It's going to be so much fun. You'll be emotionally satisfied. Fine. Well, you're a monster scary person. And I'm a gnome that has been stretched to the size of a human. Where are you getting your homebrew that you're reviewing? People submit it. So the way my channel works is I run different types of homebrew review shows most nights of the week, and I have submission forums in my Discord, and they're also usually up on YouTube, and people can submit homebrew and then it gets put on the wheel, and then I spin the wheel and I review it. And there are nights where I review it like this, where I'm being CinderBlocksally. There's nights where I review it and there's a theme. So we might do like a cursed magic items night, or cold-related subclass night, or you can't use the letter E night. And then, starting this week, I have a new show that's going to be Wednesday, where my evil cousin Smolder is going to be here. And Smolder is going to do Rage reviews. And that's going to be Wednesday night, where it's basically going to be like this. But Smolder is going to belittle you and yell at you and degrade you the whole time. And probably offer feedback too, but mostly do it in a way that's... let's be fair. He's going to try to be hurtful. So you only submit Homebrew to the Wednesday stream if you really are into that kind of thing. But yeah, this is just a regular one. What's up, Hakase? I know you like that gem jar. The amount of people in my Discord that have been pestering me about when is Smolder going to be back, it's insane. You guys like... You're gluttons for pain. His show is going to end up being more popular than mine. All right, let's look at this subclass. Third level barbarian feature. Iron Fist and Intimidating Presence. The Juggernaut gains an Iron Fist unarmed attack, which deals 2d6 plus your strength modifier bludgeoning damage. This damage increases by 1d6 at level 10. Artists, this should not increase at level 10 here. If you want to have it increase at level 10, make it a thing that increases at level 10 here. Also, this is basically just giving you a greatsword as a fist attack. And I don't know if that makes sense to me. I feel like I have a hard time buying that. Let's see what else we get. We also get Intimidating Presence. Juggernaut gains proficiency in Intimidation. If it already has it, it gains Expertise instead. In addition, it can add its strength modifier instead of its charisma to all intimidation checks. You don't need to give them expertise and the strength thing. Here's what I would do. Give them proficiency in intimidation and allow them to add their strength modifier on top of their intimidation checks. So it's not strength instead of charisma, it's strength as a bonus on top of charisma. Sort of like how the Fey Wanderer Ranger can add their wisdom modifier to charisma checks. You could do that here. You can add your strength modifier to intimidation checks. Now, this feature could work if you limited it to when you're raging, I think. And maybe... yeah, that's what I think you need to do for Iron Fist. I think Iron Fist, if it was limited to while you were raging, it would probably be okay. But yeah, people are talking about how it just like, you could just do a 3-level dip into this as a monk and then you have a stupidly good unarmed strike. Yeah, I think you gotta make this not an unarmed strike. It has to be like a special attack that doesn't count as an unarmed strike even though you're just making it with your hand. And I think that it needs to be only on while you're raging. Oh, this is a fighter, not a barbarian? Oh, yeah, then this just doesn't work. Sorry, I thought this was a barbarian. This just doesn't work at all then. Because this is going to scale too much with all of your fighting. There's too many ways to take advantage of this, friendo. Yeah. I misunderstood. Yeah, this just doesn't work. Here's the thing. Fighters... Chat, actually here. Somebody in chat, tell me why this doesn't work. First person to guess right wins. And it's not a balance issue. If it's not a balance issue, why doesn't this work? It's a balance issue too. But if it's not a balance issue, what's the problem? Because there's an initial problem that's bigger than this problem. It's not it's not a numbers question. It's not a numbers question. I'm going to count to 7. I'm going to see if anybody can guess it. 1. Artist. No. Artist, you said half the issue, but you didn't say the issue. I'm not counting to 7. I'm just going to show you because no one's guessing it. Yeah, you have unarmed fighting style. It's a core part of the fighter. Unarmed fighting style. At first level, you get unarmed fighting style. I don't think this is a logical progression. I don't think it makes sense. Like, You're picking a fighting style at first level. I don't think it makes it immediately makes sense at third level to essentially be upping that fighting style or picking a new fighting style. I just don't think it makes sense. I just don't think it makes sense. So I think you got to come up with something different here. And what I would suggest you do is, instead of it just being you do a lot more damage all the time, ask yourself this question. What is special about the way this Juggernaut Warforged fighter hits people? It can't be that they hit people with their hands, because that's just a fighting style. So what else is special about it? What's special about it beyond that? And then that is what you give them as a feature here. You know? Because this just don't work as a feature. Let's look at 7th level. The Juggernaut's maximum hit points increased by 5, an additional 5 at 10th, 15th, and 18th level. Artists, I'm going to say the same thing that I said before. Artists, the reason why I thought this was a barbarian is because you should just play a barbarian. You're just making a barbarian. Look at these features. You get more hit points, you get natural armor. That's just a barbarian. This doesn't feel like a real... I strongly encourage you not to build a fighter subclass to just make it into a barbarian, which is kind of what this is doing. Like, big and tough is not a feature. Big and tough is you get more hit points and you get unarmored defense. I think if you're going to give us an unarmored defense feature, we need to get that at 3rd level also. I don't think it makes sense to get it at 7th level. Every single person, every single class in D&D, every single subclass in D&D that gets a unique way to represent its AC, they get that feature immediately. Third level should be the defining thing for any subclass, or whatever your first features are. So here's what I would say. Like, what else makes this Juggernaut fighter unique? I should forget about the rest of it? I mean, I could still look at it. We get it, but that's the question you should be asking yourself. Like, this is sort of the thing that I talk about a lot when I say, do you need to make this? Does this homebrew need to exist? Because this sort of feels like you're just trying to be a barbarian. So, what is unique about this type of Warforged fighter? What special things can this Warforged fighter do that no other Warforged fighter can do? And why do they have to be a Warforged to be this subclass? What are they getting in this subclass that ties into the fact that they are a mechanical creature, that they're sort of a construct? And this is just, you get an area of effect attack, and then you just get, basically, yeah, man, honestly, you should look at the Rune Knight. You should just be a Rune Knight, dude. Just look at the Rune Knight, look at the Giant Barbarian. You could do stuff like integrated weapon type fighting. If I was going to make something Warforged specific, that's what I would lean into. It has, like, upgrades. It plugs into its face and arms and stuff. Yeah, none of these... I think we're going to stop reading this here, because you being large size all the time doesn't really work. There's plenty of classes. There's already 2 subclasses in D&D that get large. None of them get it permanently. And then you just get the Barbarian 20th level feature early. Yeah, so I think you got to rethink a lot of this, dude. And if you ever send me AI art again, I'm going to not look at it, because I don't abide that shit. All right. Let's give artists a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Remember, friends, when you are designing your D&D character, you don't always need homebrew. Sometimes you just need to find the right classes and subclasses to put together to make the thing that you want to make.
Clap.
That could very easily be a barbarian fighter subclass, multi-class, for example. So that's why I want to encourage you to be like, what is the flavor of your subclass? And use that to build mechanics out that are distinct and unique. Oh, you missed, Bob. That's too bad. What's up, Patrick? How's it going, buddy? Patrick, how do you like my new layout? What do you think? Thoughts? Do you like all the here? Do you like all this down here for the bits and the super chats and stuff? All my little loading bars? Yeah, and there's a Plinketto game for when people want to do bits and stuff. Am I still planning on turning my desk at some point, maybe? I'm going to be honest. My new computer is a lot bigger than I thought it was. So I have less flexibility with where I can put it than I thought I could. But I might move my room around at some point or another. I'm doing different stuff with my lighting. Do you see it's brighter? I'm not living in the dark. I'm not sitting in darkness. All right. Not enough subs? That's fine. It's a perfect amount of subs. You need the bone bag? The bone bag's here. Bone bag's on the floor over there. We're not getting the bone bag right now. I'll tell you what, if we get to 200 subs today on stream, I'll show you guys, I'll take out the bone bag. Alrighty. Gray Shard, thank you for the 2. There we go. I knew it was going to happen. Thank you, thank you. Oh, it did work! Look! Yes! Okay, super chats work with the Plinketto board too. Yes! Okay, that's what I was worried about. I was worried they weren't going to. Shiba Dog raises and lowers his index finger to get noticed. Yes, yes, yes. All right, cool. I'm glad everything works. I'm glad everything works. Let's spin. Bug it. You guys don't know how much I was banging my head against the wall to make all this work. Also, that YouTube and Twitch chat are integrated, but not integrated on screen. That was harder to do than I thought it was going to be. All right, Oak, you're up next. What you got for us today? Hakase, you did not get spun already. I don't think you're on the wheel. You didn't submit your homebrew. Or you didn't put your name. One of those two. Somebody didn't put their name here, so this might be you. A player of mine wants to play as a creature which was turned into a dragon-like monster. He wanted something different, so I tried to make a subclass based on a ferocious dragon. I feel like it's a cheap version of Draconic Sorcerer and not monstrous enough. Any tips? You're gonna get so... I mean... Yeah, I have a bunch of ideas immediately. I'll tell you honestly what my first idea is. My first idea is they should be the Ascendant Dragon Monk. Ascendant Dra. My first thought is you should just be an Ascendant Dragon Monk. That's my first thought. My second thought is you should be a Beast Barbarian. Beast Barbarian can be reflavored as a dragon, stupidly easy. The Ascendant Dragon Monk literally gets dragon powers and is pretty good. But with that in mind, let's take a look at your subclass. Here is in the chat. Some were cursed, some were mutated, and some were mere lab rats to alchemists. This is not a way you should start a sentence. You're not saying what the thing is. Some what? What are the things that were cursed? What are the things that were mutilated? What are the things that were lab rats to a crazy alchemist? This is the first sentence to your piece. You need to open your piece with specifics. So we don't know what we're talking about in this sentence, and that makes this sentence feel unfocused. Draconic monstrosity sorcerers lack a magical birthright, but obtain power via external variable. These monsters tend to have scars and other marks of surgery. all throughout their body and attempt to make them a dragon of some sorts. Okay, cool. Weird. Alrighty. Let's see. You added your name? Was it you? Still don't see you on the list. You sure you submitted to the right thing? Because I'm not seeing you. All right. Let's see. You are now a monstrosity. I don't know if I would have you classified as a monstrosity immediately. I guess it's probably okay. As a part, your skin is covered with dragon-like scales. When you aren't wearing armor, your AC equals 10 plus your con modifier. At 9th level, increases to 12 plus your con modifier. So is this just an alternative Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer? Because that's what the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer gets at first level, but different. Like, they get a special AC bonus, and their hit points go up. So this is just a different AC bonus, but better. So this is just a better AC bonus. And an intimidation... Okay, what does unknown people mean? That's very vague. I don't know what that means. So I think you need to clarify what that means, and that will have an impact on how powerful this feature is. Creatures you're not familiar with? Creatures you haven't spoken to before? Yeah, there's the dragon... they're called the Dragon Abomination or Dragon Aberration or something like that. They're called, like, dragon grafters, skin grafting dragon people. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like it should just be fucking... Wait, and now we're using Constitution for our spell casting? Oh, wait, there's a lot here, dude. There's too much. No. You can't... This is too strong. Okay, if your AC... and your spellcasting is based off of your armor. If the same stat is your armor and your spellcasting, that's just ridiculously too strong for a sorcerer. It just genuinely doesn't work. Dragon Flesh Abomination, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, you need whole new first level features here. Also, I'm assuming these are first level features, but you don't actually say what level we get these. The mutations done among your body, depending on your conditions, you have been altered to resemble type of dagger. The following, depending on your condition, you have been altered to resemble one of the following dragons. The types of dragons, your appearance. Okay, so this is just the way you look. Okay, that's fine. And then at 6th level, at the cost of 1 sorcery point per minute, you become able to sense non-precious metals within 1 mile of you. What does that mean? Non-precious metals. Like iron? What do you sense about them? Does that mean every time someone uses this feature, I, as the Dungeon Master, have to tell you where all non-precious metals are within a mile of this character? I don't think that makes sense. What is the fiction that this is trying to sell? I don't understand. I think it's a little bit too much. If you wanted to do something like treasure sense, but that's not treasure sense. This is non-precious metals. So I don't even know what this is trying to do. What is the point of this feature? What is the goal of it? Like, what feeling are we trying to evoke here? I'm really not sure. It's locate object, but vague. It's locate mundane. It's locate millions of mundane objects. All at the same time. So it's a little unclear what the goal is, so I'm not sure if the feature really works right now. Let's look at forced mutations. At 6th level, don't say may, say can. Attempt an action, just say as an attempt an action to enforce mutation. Don't use the phrase action if it's not literally an action in combat. Or just say, starting at 6th level, as an action, you can bop, 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 bop. You stay in this form for 1d10 rounds and gain temporary hit points equal to your sorcerer level. You gain a claw attack. Well, that is strength plus proficiency bonus to hit. Why are we getting a strength-based attack? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Let me play the plonk.
I'll let you play the plonk. Oh my god! Well, I appreciate the support, Tradosio, but the plonk works for super chats too, Tradosio. It works for both. We just checked. We just tested it. I'm sorry that you didn't win. You roll a d6 and gain the effects of the following. You could have fly, haste, blur, slow. So slow would be bad, and reduce would be bad, but everything else would be, like, really fucking good. And it looks like you can just do this infinitely. And then you can re-roll it. Man, I'm gonna be honest here. I would not want to run this subclass in my game. I don't think this makes sense. This doesn't feel like it's building a sorcerer subclass. You genuinely feel like you're trying to fit something into a sorcerer subclass that's not intended to be a sorcerer. Oh, your super chat's not working? Reduce can be good, that's true. It's not even that it's a joke, it's just overpowered. It's just really overpowered. I mean, here's another example. We're getting a free 7th level spell at 14th. I guess that's maybe okay. But we get, like, way stronger for stuff. I think I'm going to stop reading it here. I'm going to be honest, man. I'm going to be honest. I don't think this works. I don't think this works. I feel like this is haphazard and overpowered. I think the level 1 feature is shockingly overpowered. I think the 6th level feature feels like you're trying to build it into something else. Like, are we transforming into a dragon, or are we always a little bit of dragon? I don't think we should be both. And I feel like why are we getting stuff based on strength here? Like, it's just missing the mark, man. It's just missing the mark. If I were you, I would look to the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, the Ascendant Dragon Monk, the Drake Warden Ranger, for ideas of ways you could do dragon-esque things. But you can't do all of them. This is just doing way too much. This is just doing way too much. It's doing way too much, and it feels like it doesn't build on itself either. So those are my thoughts. My thoughts are, I think this, if I were you, I would not play this. I would have your player run another thing and reflavor that thing as them getting Draconic powers. And it could be a Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, or a Beast Barbarian, or honestly, you know what would also work really well? The Path of the Giant Barbarian, because they get elemental damage types, and you could just reflavor them becoming a regular giant into them growing, like, long, scaly, spiky arms and stuff. That would work really well, too. Yeah. So those are my thoughts. I think the question to ask yourself is, like, whenever you're building a subclass, the question you ask yourself is, why am I doing this? What is the goal here? And can I say that goal very specifically? And the goal, if the goal is my character wants to be a dragon skin grafter, then they should be a Draconic Bloodline Warrior. They should be one of the other dragon things that already exist. You don't need to build a new subclass for that. Or if you do, don't make it a spellcaster, or don't copy, because there's already Draconic spellcasters. I don't know. There's just a lot, I think there's a lot of stuff I would go in a different direction with there. All right, let's give Oak a round of applause. What's up, Zeke? You going to Twitch? A dragon druid where you can wild shape into a drake. Bombay Bergamot. I ran one of those in a campaign I ran once. I didn't write it. It was homebrew that I found. I had a player who was a druid, and she was obsessed with dragons. She still is obsessed with dragons. And she made friends with a dragon in the game, and it became her, like, mentor-type character. And I told her that if she wanted to, I could change her subclass into, like, a Draconic subclass that I found. It could be, like, a moment that we had in the game. She was super into it. So I sent her the subclass, and then we had, like, a moment where she was, like, reskinned from being a moon druid to being a dragon druid. And she lost the moon druid powers, but she gained little dragon powers. I don't remember. It was one that I found on Reddit. It was a good one. It was a good subclass. It was a nice moment. It was one of those moments in the game where it felt really cool. It was like, oh, I'm doing a good job being a dungeon master, you know? Every now and then you have times where you're like, I'm doing a good job. And you, like, know you're doing a good job. It was one of those. Ooh, Izzy. What you got for us today, Izzy? Made this item because I have an NPC that needs to get something to the party, but couldn't find anything to do that short of a teleport spell. Some things I'm not sure are the correct rarity and how much it should send. Thanks for your feedback. Isn't there a spell that can send an item? Wait, isn't there a spell that does this already? Courier? Galder's Speedy Courier. Alright, this is a spell that you cast it, it summons an air elemental, you can put an object in a box, and they basically teleport that item to that person. So, just so you know, that spell exists, if you don't want to have to write a new spell. But let's take a look at your spell. Clothes delivering. Yeah, it's a fun spell. It's a spell that has a lot of wording to it because it's designed in such a way that you really can't use it to, like, as a trap. You really have to sort of use it as intended. Clothes of delivering. This 3-foot by 3-foot square of plain black cloth can be used to transport items across long distances. While holding the cloth, you may speak a command word as an action to teleport the cloth and all objects completely wrapped within it to a creature with which you are familiar. The cloth appears in the nearest unoccupied space to the creature. If the creature is on another plane of existence, this teleportation fails. The cloth cannot transport creatures. Whenever the cloth is used, it has a cumulative 5% chance to become a non-magical cloth upon arriving at its destination. Honestly, I really like the vibe of this. Even though that's a spell that exists, I think it's a really fun magic item. Yeah, it doesn't come back unless they choose to send it back, which I actually think is a really cool mechanic. I like this a lot. I think this is an awesome idea for a spell. The only thing that I think that I would push on here is right now you could use it to hurt people. So, like, I could put a bomb on this and I could send it to the BBEG. And then it would explode when it got to them. You know? Or I could put, like, an incubating demon egg or something. So I might try to put in language for not being able to do that, or for the person who has the thing sent. Like, the way that the courier spell works is if the person doesn't want to receive the package, they don't have to. That's how that spell works. So I think that you need to have some element of that, or this becomes a lot more powerful on the rarity side of things. It feels rare, but even with it feeling rare, I do think it needs more of a caveat to what sort of objects you can put on it, and or maybe that's not the way to do it. Maybe it is the creature has to be willing to accept it or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. There needs to be something in there. Or you can decide you want it to be something that people can use as a trap item and then make it very rare. And then it's probably fine too. Maybe there should be a caveat that the creature has to be on the same plane of existence. That already is there. Maybe if you want to keep it kind of open-ended, the farther away they are, or if you could also make it like is it like scrying or teleportation, where the amount that you're familiar with the creature has an impact on the likelihood of it arriving at the right place. You could do something like that too. That could also work. Delivering corpses immediately to the local priest is an amazing idea. Anyway, I think it's a really solid idea for a magic item. I think it needs a little bit of softening around the edges, but I think it's solid. The only headache I can see with this is you'll have to sum up with surface area for everything that you send. Yeah, but I think that's probably okay. I mean, is that different than like a portable hole? Can I fart in the cloth and then send the fart? If it's pungent enough to leave enough residue that the cloth determines it to be an object and not just a vapor, then I think, yeah, for sure. Yeah, oh, both of them do? Okay, yeah, so use the familiarity clause of scrying, and that could also work. Also, maybe the anti-clauses of scrying. Like, maybe creatures that are anti-divination can't be sent stuff if they don't want to. You know what you could also do? You can make it a saving throw, where the creature has to make a saving throw, and if they succeed, the item is not teleported to them, but they can always choose to fail that saving throw. You could also make it that way. That's another way that it could work. Okay, anyway, cool item. A lot of ways to do stuff with it. Very fun. Thank you, Izzy, for sharing. Very nice. Ka-dunk. Oh my god, have you guys watched Fallout? Have we talked about this? Oh, it's so good. Vlorin, saying thank you for the biddies. It's so good. It's almost frustrating how good it is, knowing that that is how good things can be. And how bad some other things have been, you know? It's really good. If you like the vibe, I don't actually know if it would, how people will feel about it if they're not familiar with Fallout at all, and because I think it does a good job of introducing the universe, but it is a very specific vibe that is the vibe of the game, which is like kind of wacky, but also like horrible and dark at the same time. Like it's playful and brutal at the same time. And the show does that really well. Yeah, I finished a lot. I watched the whole thing over like 3 days. It's only 8 episodes. But oh my god, it's fucking good. You haven't liked their adaptation so far? You didn't like The Boys? I thought The Boys was better than the comic book. Oh shit! Tradosio's doing 50 bits! Oh, let it rain! Oh! Points on 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 Dude, I love that Plinketto's working. That's so funny. I'm gonna... it's... That's so funny. The bucket is full, I know. Should I empty it out? I don't feel like I should. I think we should just let it be full. Here, can I dump it out? No. If I could have done that and it all dumped out, that would have been really cool. Stream goes well. I was annoyed it didn't land too, Tradosio. I was also annoyed. It fell on the fucking side. It didn't even have a chance. Yeah, the comic book The Boys is not great. It's a really cool idea, and it has a lot of really cool ideas in it, but it is incredibly cringy and offensive in ways where it's like trying to be offensive, and it just doesn't land. And I feel like the show toned it back quite a bit. Oh, it's handling a hundo.
Wonder if it handles a hundo.
It handled a hundo. Oh no, a hundo just became 1, but it handled 67. That's so silly. That's funny. Oh yeah, that's so funny. All right. We're getting distracted with new toys. Also, guys, guess what? I can finally play Helldiver on stream. I know that I have a schedule up this week and it's pretty much all D&D stuff, but we're gonna do some Helldivers too. I don't know when we're going to. I think we might do like I'll like maybe tonight after stream if I'm still feeling like I want to be online, I'll Helldivers on stream. But I think we'll be just doing it, playing games and stuff. Working on a major project right now, just looking for artists. Hope it's something you'll be excited about. Dude, if you're excited about it, I'm excited by your excitement. There's a cool Helldiver paladin I found a while back. Somebody in my Discord made one. Tradosio, I think, made one. You submit to the wheel. Today's wheel is for people that are channel subs or members on YouTube. And you would find the submission form in the YouTube member channel or in my Discord. But tomorrow's wheel is open to the public for anybody, so you don't have to be a member or anything. And then on Wednesday, the Homebrew Wheel is a Rage Wheel, where I am not going to be the host. It is going to be my co-host, CinderBlocksally, and his goal is to sort of be like the Simon Cowell, the Gordon Ramsay, and he's going to yell at you and belittle you. So if you want to watch that or submit to that, that's Wednesday. But Tuesday, tomorrow, is sort of just open forum. And the way that it usually works is you submit live during the show. I haven't watched The Rings of Power or Wheel of Time, so that might be why I really like Amazon's shows, because I haven't watched those ones. Oh my god. Tradosio, thank you for the 69 bits. Artist, thank you for the 50 bits. Oh yeah, you guys are so funny. Rings of Power sucks butts. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak to it. I didn't watch the new I didn't watch the prequel Lord of the Rings, not Lord of the Rings, the prequel Game of Thrones show either. Yeah, the Rage stream is going to be Wednesday. So if you like when I yell and curse and belittle people, CinderBlocksally will be here to fill that void for you. Bucket a 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 boo. Beyonder is up next. The Beyonder. What is that? I wanted to make a spellcasting barbarian in the same vein as the arcane trickster. You and everybody else, buddy. I made class abilities, making them barbarian versions of the arcane trickster Eldritch Knight, since those classes and subclasses feature synergize well. I didn't like the 1/3 intelligence caster for the barbarian, so I made them wisdom pact slot caster. I made sure to limit the barbarian casting to prevent multiclassing. I would not make them a third. I wouldn't go with pact slot casting. That's I think that right there is a pretty big mistake. I think pact slot casting on a thing like this is a lot stronger than it is on so let me give you an example. You should probably never get more than 2 spell slots, and you probably should get your second spell slot at level 11 or 12, and then you should just stay that for the rest of the game. Immediately, that's a thing that needs to be addressed, because you got to remember that pact slot. Look at how warlocks work. You're getting almost as many spell slots as warlocks, and you are a third caster, and they are a full caster. So I think immediately this doesn't work. Let's see, what spell schools are we doing? You have a spell list? A shaman spell list? Oh, I'm not going to read the whole spell list. I'm assuming it's nature-y spells. I'm going to be honest, man. I don't think you should make a new... You can make a new spell list if you want to, but it's a tedious thing to do. I don't think you need to. What is the goal here? What is the vibe? They're just nature spells? Dude, just say spells from the Druid spell list. Just say evocation and abjuration spells from the Druid spell list. I honestly think that makes so much more sense than this. This is such a tedious way to do this. All right. And we're a ritual caster. Holy shit. All right, yeah, man. You got to adjust this. You're making us way too powerful as a spellcaster for a third caster, even beyond the dealing with it as a barbarian. Frank the Tank says, why not go quartercaster like Eldritch Knight and limit it to evocation and abjuration spells, I think that could work really fucking well too. I think that would also work much better. I know I'm not Gordon Ramsay, Simon Cowell, but I'm also honest. I'm not going to pretend something feels like it's working when it feels like it's not working. I don't think that's going to be helpful to anybody. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. When you enter your rage, you can also cast a shaman spell with the casting of a bonus action. Once this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. I don't think you need this at all. You're getting spell casting. I would just drop that. This feels like overkill immediately. It sort of feels like this is like this. We shouldn't be getting something like this at 3rd level. We should be getting our core subclass features. Like, think about what the Eldritch Knight gets at 3rd level. At 3rd level, the Eldritch Knight gets spellcasting, and they get their special bonded weapon. Think about what the Arcane Trickster gets at 3rd level. They get spellcasting, and they get that unique casting of Mage Hand that allows them to basically pick locks and stuff at range. Both of those are very core, fundamental aspects of those classes. One is I am like my magic sword that guides my magic, and one is my invisible hand that does my trixies. And they both feel like they tie into the types of magic that those subclasses do. This isn't doing any of that. So I just don't think it works. You can cast any Shaman cantrip while in a rage. At the start of at level 6, you can cast Shaman leveled spells while raging. At level 10, you can maintain concentration on Shaman spells while raging. I don't think I'm gonna be a broken record here, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think any of this stuff really works. I don't think any of this stuff is really working so far. I'll tell you what. If your 14th level feature, and your only 14th level feature, was that you could concentrate on spells while raging, that would be okay. I think this would be in a good place if it were similar to what Wizard is to Eldritch Knight, but Druid to Barbarian. Yeah, I think that would also... I agree. I think that would work better. I remember you saying the exact opposite about a spell list versus 2 schools in a previous video. That's why I made the list. Well, if I said the exact opposite, I'm telling you that I don't think it's helping here. I generally do not encourage people to write brand new spell lists. So I'm not exactly sure what you're referencing. I might have been in Crazy Brain, but I wouldn't make a whole spell list here. Especially because this is so similar to something that already exists that doesn't use a spell list. That's the main... Honestly, that's the main reason. Like, what I might have said to you before is... Okay, I think I remember what's happening. Somebody else sent a Barbarian subclass that was a spellcasting subclass, and they wanted it to do all this fucking shit. And honestly, it had the same problems that yours has, where it's completely underestimating the power of spellcasting on a barbarian. That being said, what I suggested to them was instead of making their barbarian a spellcasting barbarian, was to make their barbarian get access to very specific spells and to have those spells be the only spells they got access to. But I wasn't saying that in reference to them turning that barbarian into a 3rd level cast, or into a quarter caster. I was saying that in reference to them turning those spells into class features and subclass features that you got access to, which is very different than building it out a full spell list like a quarter caster. So you may have misinterpreted what I said, but I never would have told somebody to make a full fucking spell list for a quarter caster. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, we don't really have a 3rd level feature that... None of these 3rd level features really feel like they evoke anything. Like, the Eldritch Knight Bonded Weapon is a very unique feature. The Arcane Trickster's weird Mage Hand is a very unique feature. We don't have it. We're not getting a unique feature here. So, honestly, man, I would say all of these, I would drop the whole 3rd level, and I would figure out what that unique feature is. And I don't think we need to be getting proficiency in medicine or religion. Maybe that, but we don't need this. Like, honestly, you should think about it like this. Your main 3rd level feature is spellcasting. Your other 3rd level feature should be the flavorful ribbon feature that is good. We don't need a 3rd ribbon feature that is also decent. I would just cut this out. We get reckless spellcasting at 6th level. You can throw aside all concern for defense to cast spells with fierce desperation. When you cast your first spell on your turn, When you cast your first spell on your turn, can you cast more than one spell a turn? What? When would you ever be casting a second spell on your turn? You can decide to cast recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on spell attack rolls during this turn. And you just literally took reckless attack. Does it work with saving throws? Okay, I don't love it working with saving throws. I don't love it working with saving throws. To me, that might be a little too much. The other thing is that if you are getting advantage on your attack rolls and giving disadvantage on your spell saving throws, the enemies should be getting advantage on their spell attack rolls, and you should have disadvantage on spell saving throws if you truly want it to be like reckless. Bonus action spell plus cantrip. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, man. I think this feels weird. I think that the reckless is okay. I think if you're going to do the reckless, you have to be honest about switching it back on you, and not giving them a lesser return on what you're getting back. Ritual Adept. Your mastery of ritual spells is exemplary. When you cast one of your known shaman spells as a ritual, you only add 1 minute to the casting time instead of 10 minutes. Additionally, you can modify your ritual spell casting in one of the following ways. You can cast any spell on the shaman spell list that has a ritual tag, even if it is not one of your known spells. Okay. You can perform your shaman ritual spells in fevered pitch. I'm going to be honest, man. I got the same feedback for this whole thing. None of this has any flavor to it. All of this is, you are a barbarian with spellcasting. The spellcasting is implemented in a kind of overpowered way. And now we're just expanding on how it's overpowered. Like, this isn't selling a fiction. Look at the Arcane Trickster. Look at the Eldritch Knight. They're getting unique abilities. Some of their abilities tie into spellcasting, but certainly not all of them. I think that you need to sell a fiction here. I think you need to, like, what is this shaman barbarian about other than casting this specific spell list? You know? And to be able to always cast your ritual spells in a minute feels too strong on just about anybody. Yeah, man, I'm gonna look at 14th level, but I genuinely think that most of these features feel like they are expanding on a core idea, which fundamentally doesn't work. And you got to make that core idea work. And part of why that core idea isn't working is there's not a gimmick to this other than it's a barbarian that does spellcasting in a druidy way. Your shamanistic magic, let's look at the 14th level. Your shamanistic magic envelops you in wrath and spiritual energy. Once per turn, if a creature within 30 feet of you hits you with an attack while you're raging, that creature takes force damage equal to your rage damage. The damage is doubled if the attack is a spell. This is kind of an interesting idea. It's similar to the Ancestral Guardian, but it's also maybe the first unique feature. I would say this is a good feature. That's an interesting feature. Almost everything else, I think I would scrap, honestly. And scrap, but keep the core concept of and be like, what is the fiction of this subclass? And build that fiction in the mechanics. Because right now the mechanics aren't really selling any fiction other than I want to be a druid plus a barbarian. And even the Eldritch Knight is not a wizard plus a fighter. And the Arcane Trickster is not a rogue plus a wizard. They all get very special things that are unique to them that aren't just you do regular spellcasting but better. So those are my thoughts. I want to know more about what this thing is supposed to be other than... Like, if you took out the spell casting, what would its features be? That's what I want to know. I don't really have more thoughts. Those are kind of it. I think that you are underestimating the power of spellcasting on a barbarian, but I also think that if you figure out pretty concretely what else this thing is other than spellcasting and start building mechanics for that, that will help you balance down the spellcasting, because you won't be needing to fill the whole thing with spellcasting, because there'll be whole other stuff taking up space. So spellcasting just literally won't have as much room. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Beyonder. Let's give them a round of applause. I have seen at this point in my short career as a streamer, I think I have probably seen 7 or 8 spellcasting barbarians. And of the 7 or 8 that I've seen, there is only one I can remember that I thought worked. They're hard to make work. They're hard to make work. Alrighty. I'm starting a campaign soon. Any advice on making a fun campaign? Make sure your players feel like their actions have impact and that their choices matter. And make sure that the world isn't entirely out to get them. And make sure that they feel like you are there to have fun with them, and you're not like the antagonist. You are not the bad guy. You're just controlling the bad guys. So you're on the same team as your players. Let them take big swings. Let them have big impacts. Yeah, that's it. Those are my thoughts. If you remember those things, you'll be pretty much fine. What is that on my wall? A mysterious thing. Strange. Unusual. What are you? Creature? Oh, now you're a dead creature. I killed something, but it wasn't a spider, so I don't care. It's bad to kill spiders. And roll to investigate your wall. I don't need to. It's pretty simple. Just the flesh vessel approaches. Ooh, gem. Alrighty. Oh. What happened? Oh shit! The bit cup refreshed! Why'd it do that? Alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. I gotta learn how to use these things that I'm using. Okay. Where are you, Gem Jar? There you are. First from my series of abstract elementals. Gem, did you want to come on stream? No worries if not. Here it is on Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. What's up, Shades? Welcome to the show. This is a music elemental. Cool. Music elemental. Music elementals are born from the emotions called up by virtuosic music performances. Oh my god. Both their appearance and their temperament are determined by the manner of the performance. A mournful requiem might create a dark creature filled with resent, but a cheerful shanty may call forth a curious, mirthful spirit. Oh god, Tredosio's getting weird with it.
It's too hot here in Texas. Help.
I'm sorry, buddy. Today was the first hot day in Philly, too. But it was nice hot. It wasn't too hot. Oh, did you see how the big one knocked all the little ones around? That was really funny. It is said that the melodies and harmonies created by these creatures are perilous elegance, and bards will travel far and wide for the chance to hear a mere handful. All right, let me grab you. I see you. I see you're in the chat. Oh, nope. Fuck. Stop that. Hello, how's it going?
I'm muted. Hello.
Welcome to the show, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. So music element.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, very, very poetic text, very flavorful. And there is a little thing that you did, and I don't know if you did it on purpose, but I am going to point it out because it is one of those subconscious brain things that I think people should know about their writing. So you wrote this flavor text in italics, and I don't know if there was much intention behind that, but whenever somebody sees something written in italics, it sort of makes the brain be like, that's a quote, or like that's from something, or like that's an exclamation. And it kind of gives a little bit more leniency for having more flowery, poetic, flavorful language. Little thing, but I just wanted to point it out. But overall, I think the flavor text works pretty well. It's a CR9 monster. Nice art, by the way.
I know,
So what's the vibe of this thing? Tell me about it.
So basically, in my campaign world, elementals are all created by kind of like commingling of a bunch of different kind of fundamental small spirits.
Mm-hmm.
So they come together and they form kind of. There are lots of different forms, but a bunch of them are kind of like abstract concepts shaped by human thought.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one for music.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Very cool. The music elemental. Armor, 18, 90 hit points, 15 movement, 50 fly. You might even want to go with 0 movement, depending on how physical it is.
I think I might. Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Like, I feel like it's like I feel like it's like a puff of wind, you know? It's a foof. Okay. Let's see here. Bunch of damage resistances, immunities. You should give it resistance or immunity to thunder damage.
Oh, good point. Yes.
Unbridled song. The music elemental cannot be silenced by magic and can disengage as a bonus action. Okay, so that's very cool. You might even be able to. I think silence by magic is fine. Bonus action disengage is also fine. It's interesting putting them together. I guess that's a clever way of saving space on the stat block.
That was the idea. Yeah.
Yeah. I might say it's immune to a magical silence instead of it can't be silenced by magic, but that's so pedantic. I don't know if it matters. Repeat sign.
I had it.
You think you had it?
I think I had it that way first, and I changed it because I didn't like the way it read. But yeah.
Ash Winters brings up a really good point. This thing should be proficient in performance.
How did I not?
It's a really good point.
It's scary sometimes.
Listen, all of our stupidity is scary. We are a world of stupids.
Mine is terrifying.
We're stupidity dupids. Let's see. We have repeat sign. The music elemental takes an additional action on its turn. Any attack rolls it makes using that attack action are made with advantage. That's quite strong. Is it a full action where it's doing like a full multi-attack?
Yes, that's the idea.
Oh wow. I might make that once a day. Maybe.
Okay.
Because that's essentially action surge, which is really strong.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
It makes attacks 3 times with its recitative cannon.
Recitative
cannon.
It's a type of form in cantata. It's a type of classical music.
Gotcha. Okay.
Note that canon is misspelled with one N, as in also the musical form.
Oh no, I understood that. I was an orchestra kid. I just don't remember all the words, but I know at least a little. I remember some of it. I haven't played classical music in a long time though. Let's see what it does. Okay, +9 to hit, decent, fine range. What's its speed? 50. It's quick. Little damage, but thunder damage, and the thunder damage increases for each consecutive hit against the same target on a round. Did you mean on a round, or did you mean on a turn?
It probably on a turn. That makes more sense.
Change that to on a turn.
Yep.
That's cool. That's also a really elegant way of describing that mechanic.
Yeah, took a little while to get it like nailed down, but I'm pleased with it.
I think you should be. I think that works well. There's other ways that it's a quicker way of writing it than I think I would have come up with, but I think it is very clear. I think it works quite well. Okay, so it can do this 3 times, or it can do this, and then it has oratorio, or how do I say it in fancy?
Oratorio. Yeah.
Oh, I did say it in fancy. Nice.
You said it right.
The music elemental starts to sing a melody with varying effects depending on its form. Dirge, once per turn. How long does this thing last?
I think it lasts. It doesn't have a time limit.
But does it last? How does it not have a time limit? What does that mean?
The effects last until the beginning of the musical elemental's next turn for the most part. But the actual song I think just lasts because it's a music elemental. I think it will be singing all the time.
Yeah, but you have to think about how that represents itself in mechanics.
Fair. In that case, I'll probably make it last a minute.
So it activates this, and then this is on for a minute?
I think so.
Or does it have to sing every turn to activate it?
Oh, no. It just lasts a minute when it sings.
Can it have more than one song on at a time?
No. It can change it as a bonus action, though.
Okay. Once per turn. Yeah. This needs a. You need to essentially treat this like a activated state and put all of the mechanics in that would be associated for that.
Cool.
Once per turn, while this is active, when the elemental hits a creature with an attack, you don't need to say attack roll, you can just say attack. That creature must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or take psychic damage and be frightened until the beginning of its next turn. I don't know if we need to do extra damage. We're already doing a bunch of damage. Feels like a little pat on a hat. Aria. At the beginning of each of its turns, and it and each friendly creature within earshot gain temporary hit points. I might put a range on that.
Okay.
And I might say creatures of its choice.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Antiphony. When a creature within 30 feet of the elemental takes an action, bonus action, or reaction, the elemental can force them to... Is this a reaction?
This is a free action.
It needs to be... That's not how... You need to be
it
very clear with how this thing activates. It doesn't work that way.
I was planning on it being able to do it like multiple times around, which means it can't really be a reaction.
Then what you do is you make it an aura.
I think it kind of does read as an aura.
Well, it doesn't make... It literally makes no sense here, as in the action economy here.
I think there is some precedent for it in certain monster abilities, but I could not name them offhand. I did kind of do some research beforehand. I can't remember.
Precedent for what?
For having kind of like a reaction-like ability which doesn't actually use a reaction.
Yeah, but you would never put it in the actions like this regardless. Like, when creatures have those abilities, they are listed like aura effects up here.
Right.
So the way that you should put this is you take it out here, you make it a passive feature, and then you just basically write it the same way. Whenever a creature within 30 feet of it takes an action, bonus action, or reaction, it can force them to make a saving throw and be pushed back 10 feet and fall prone. You just say that.
Right, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, you just say that. I don't even... maybe would make it happen once per turn as opposed to needing to do the 3 times per turn or 3 times per round thing, because there's also like you don't want to have to keep track of all of this stuff. Honestly.
That's fair. Yeah.
And then it has a bonus action where it can change its melody. Yeah, that makes more sense. If you take this out and you just make it just these 2, or figure out how to make them all auras and take the whole thing out of the action economy, because everything you're describing about what these things do, it really doesn't make sense for me at all for this to be in the action space.
Honestly, I don't even know I made it kind of an activation as an action anyway. I don't think that really makes that much sense.
What you could do is you could make it an action to activate it, but you could still have it listed up here. And you could have the bonus action be switching between the forms, but have it all be up here.
Right, okay, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Overall, I think it's a very interesting monster, and I do love the way that not only did you incorporate so many musical words, but like appropriately too.
Yeah,
like
I
dirge is tied to like the scared and the sad, and aria is like the we together, and yeah, it's good. It's very good.
I'm really pleased with the canon, because like a canonic form is like repetitive and overlapping, and I thought that like kind of ties in really well with the mechanics. I was really pleased with that.
Yeah, I think overall, man, I think okay, I'm getting into the weeds with you about where these things sit in the action economy, because honestly, mostly because I think changing that will make it feel so much better as a monster.
Oh, I get that.
And I also think that all of those issues that I felt about them, I felt these looking at them from the perspective of this being an action you take. But if you translate it into more of like a passive aura, and the action is just shifting aura forms, I think it all just works. I think it just works.
Yeah, that was the idea. I just put it into the actions because it kind of, because I'm an idiot, basically.
Well, we're all idiots. I think we learn that. I learn that every day. Yeah, man. I think it's a fun monster. I don't know. What's the range? The range is not that far. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I think it's fun. Do you have any thoughts, questions, anything in particular you want to point out or ask?
I don't think so. Other than I liked Repeat Sign kind of being a very strong ability, but does having advantage when like consecutive hits do like kind of significantly more damage, does that make it too strong? Do you think that would be like too much of a Nova round?
There is a monster in D&D called the Starspawn. What is it? It's the Starspawn Ravager, Mangler, the Starspawn Mangler. It has an ability where, and it's a once a day ability, where it can move its full movement speed and then make 6 attacks. And if any of those attacks are made with advantage, it has extra psychic damage on top of it. It's essentially a once a day ability that allows you to slay creatures, slay players. Beyonder, the fact that you went and looked it up, I appreciate that you put that much energy in, but regardless of what I'm saying, what I said before, I'm telling you that all the criticism that I said about your piece still stands. And it's a little bit crazy that you decided to go back and find something from March 4th, you psychopath. Okay, but that creature can do that once a day, and it's really fucking strong, but it's intended for the Starspawn Mangler because that's a big part of that monster's vibe, is that it is like an assassin monster. It's kind of built around, it gets this thing where when it does it, it's terrifying, and it will drop players. So this feature is sort of similar to that. So I think the question you have to ask yourself is, do you want this thing to have that vibe where it is devastating in a moment and it will drop players? Like, that's not a bad vibe for a monster to have, especially on a limited feature. It just has to be there with intention.
I think when you describe, I kind of do like it. Like, it's dramatic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like it. I think I'm going to keep it. I'll probably make it once a day, though. I think that makes more sense.
I mean, it could be twice a day. It doesn't. This is a CR9 monster. You know?
That's true. Maybe I'll bump up the CR1. We'll see.
No. This is not a CR10 monster.
Okay, I won't bump up the CR1.
No, this barely does enough damage to be a CR9 monster. It does enough damage to be a CR9 monster if they're hitting with all these attacks. But as soon as they miss one, they're in trouble.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate you sharing.
All right. I think Smolder's going to be getting my Whimsy Elemental. So,
all right. Well, I'll have to ask him how it goes. I'm going to miss that stream, but should be a good one. All right, buddy. See ya.
Fare thee well.
Bloop. That was Gem Jar with the Music Elemental. Very interesting monster. Isn't it crazy? Let's give him a round of applause. Isn't it crazy how when you look at some features, they just don't work? But then if you just allow them to sit in another space, they just work. You know? Sometimes it's like the box that you put the thing in that has a bigger impact on the thing that needs to change than the actual thing that needs to change. It's weird. The world's a weird place. Anyway, thank you, Gem. I did have the same criticism of just don't make a barbarian that can cast spells and balance the spell list, but I hear your criticism now. Cool. Listen, one thing that you have to understand if you're watching my show. Also, Cole, you've been a member for a month. Let's fucking go. Hey, Cinder, just wondering if I head out and my name gets picked, would you still check out my item? Yeah. You don't have to be at stream for me to review your item, which is part of why the VODs all go up on YouTube. People can go back and watch it. One of the things that you have to accept about me as a content creator and as a homebrew reviewer and somebody that gives feedback and gives a lot of feedback is that I will contradict myself sometimes. If you aren't comfortable with that, I mean, that's not a conversation that's worth having. Because feedback doesn't exist in isolation. It is always given within the context of the piece. And sometimes I will say something because one piece makes me feel a very specific way. And then sometimes I will say the opposite because another piece will make me feel completely differently about its version of that thing. You can take what I say and sort of lean into the things you do with it, but don't use that as a defense mechanism for your piece. Just because I tell you to do something, just because I tell somebody else to do something a month ago, that doesn't mean you have to listen. That doesn't even mean you should listen. Your thing is probably completely different. In fact, your piece specifically, Beyonder, was completely different. So, I don't know. I think it's a waste of time. Oh, we have a couple more pieces. Boom. Bucket a 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 Hakase, you still have not shown up on the wheel, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. How should I build an electric eel playable race? I might look at like the Triton or the sea elf, whatever the aquatic elf, whatever the aquatic guy is that gets some ocean spells, and replace those ocean spells with like electric-y ocean spells or ocean spells or electric spells. Maybe something like that. If I was going to build it from scratch, I might sort of build it like a shifter, where it had a special form it could enter for a minute, and that form like gave it little lightning vibes. This is from Squatch. If it pops up Akase, I'll put it on the wheel. Sounds like someone brought receipts to a contradiction and someone didn't like it. What I'm saying, Reyes, is that it doesn't matter. It's like it's not helpful. Like the feedback that I gave to Beyonder was very applicable to his homebrew, regardless of what I gave feedback to another barbarian spellcaster. So it's sort of like, it's like when you get defensive about the choices that you make, even if you think you're doing it from a perspective of like, you told me to do this, I didn't tell you to do that. I told somebody else to do that. And I told somebody to do that for their very specific thing. You know? Anyway. That's what I mean. Like, it's genuinely not worth your time to care. I mean, it's worth your time to care if you want to. But it's not going to change that the feedback that I gave you is still applicable to your homebrew, regardless of what I said about someone else's homebrew. I'll check Akase after this one. These rings are loot I came up with for a necromancer. The idea is that he has been draining the life of his brides to prolong his own. Cool. Wondering if the healing amount is too much. I feel like it's offset by the cost, and the mechanics are clear. So is this intended for a character or for a monster? Like, is the bad guy gonna use this item or a player? Let's check. Let's see this thing. It's row 21. All right, I'll add it. I'm assuming we're looking at black and white bands. Okay. Black and white bands. Each of these stark black and white metal rings must be attuned to by willing sentient beings at the same time. I think you should say by 2 willing sentient beings, or by however many there need to be. There needs to be some amount of number here. As a bonus action, if the wearer of the black ring has a line of sight with the wearer of the white ring, they can regain an amount of HP equal to their level. Who's the there? The person in the white ring or the person in the black ring? Look how many times you say they in this sentence. You have the wearer, they, their. So I don't know who we're talking about here. So that's a little unclear. The wearer of the white ring, like whose level? The wearer of the white ring loses HP of the same amount. This bonus action is used while the wearer of the white ring has no HP. The wearer of the white ring... I hate that phrase. This phrase sucks. Dies and unattunes from the ring. They die? They don't just start making death saving throws. They straight up die? I think that's too much. I think they probably should start making death saving throws. See ya, Ash. As a bonus action, if the wearer of the white ring has line of sight with the wearer of the black ring, they can sacrifice HP equal to their level. Again, whose fucking level are we talking about here? The wearer of the black ring regains HP. The wearer of the black ring does not age. The wearer of the right ring ages twice as fast. I don't think this item would be great on players. I think it's a little too much for being for players using it. It needs more limits of use. I don't think it should be able to use infinitely. I think it probably could be able to be used maybe like it would have charges. And I probably would not base the HP gain off of the level of the wielder. I would probably do something like this ring has 3 charges, and you can expend a charge to have the person with the 1 ring gain, 2d8 hit points or 2d8 temporary hit points, or 2d8 hit points, and have the person in the other ring lose 2d8 hit points, something like that. But I think that the system here feels like it's a little off to me. It'd be cool if they didn't know how it worked and they were killing each other. That would be really fun if it was like a cursed item and half of it was sort of lost. But if you do that, I think it's fine. I think if you make it so it's on charges, and that the healing is done based on a dice roll as opposed to based on character level, I think you'd be in a good spot. I feel like this is a great story element for a pair of NPCs. As a player, this has several problems. For one, HP is not equal from character to character. Yeah, it could very easily be taken advantage. This would be a pretty easily exploitable magic item. Like, there are spells and other class abilities that essentially allow you to do versions of this, where you can sort of split a health pool with another character. There's Warding Bond, and I think there's a cleric subclass that gets a feature that basically does that. But those are spells. They require spell slots. They require concentration, and they're limited in use because when you can share a health pool across 2 characters, that's a big bonus. So this is essentially sharing a health pool across 2 characters all the time, which is a little bit much. Also, yes, if you well, I don't think summoned creatures can attune to items, but that could potentially be a problem. Yeah, life transference is also a spell that exists in D&D and does things very similar to this. Yeah, it's part of why Warding Bond is so strong. Exactly. All right, I don't really have more thoughts. I think that looking to something like life transference for how to get the mechanics a little tightened in would be good. Again, I think make it limited use. I might also not make it line of sight. I might make it like within 60 feet. Something a little bit more reasonable. Like infinite line of sight feels like a lot. It's basically infinite range at that point. It's not infinite range, but it's close to it. But overall, it's a cool item. I think the vibe will be good. I think that it could be a really... I agree that I think it could be a really fun story beat item. I just think you have to navigate balancing it for the player side if and when they get access to it. Yeah, the vibe's awesome. All right, let's give Let's give Squatch a round of applause. Thank you, Squatch. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty. Oh, Dick turned into Dick Hardly.
Clap.
There you go. You're on the wheel now, Hokase. One, two, buckle my shoe. Buggada 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 buggada. Boo. Ivy. This is a little monster inspired by the Pokemon Dashboon. I don't know what that is. A dog made out of bread. All right, I know what that is. That gets more defensive when hit by fire. It's an ooze, so it's not a one-for-one copy, but I tried to give it some unique features. I mean, if it's something that's not from D&D, it's never going to be a one-for-one copy because you're turning something from Pokemon into D&D. Like if you sent me Pikachu, it would still be a new thing because you made it for D&D, you know? You get what you get and you don't get upset, GM Workshop. How are you doing, buddy? Are you having a good night? Alright, let's take a look. Sentient Dough. When a lazy wizard decides to use magic to do their baking, when a hag helps a mother struggling to provide for children, or perhaps when... Oh, this sentence is too long. Oh, my God. Okay, I love the idea of tying in these little moments, but it's too long. It's too many of them, and it's taking too long to say them. If you can cut the wording of each of these down to like 6 words, 7 words max, and you only do 3, that could work. But right now it's too much. These oozes have a single goal: hunt for flour, water, eggs to expand their form. Amazing. When they reach a certain size, the dough will split into 2 entities, and both will continue to ransack the cabinets and the bakers and grandmothers. The rest of your flavor text is great. I think you shot yourself in the foot here with trying to write like kind of a cheeky intro, and you just made it too much. You're speeding some Baldur's Gate 3 and you need a break? Are you streaming right now? Were you streaming? Mr. What are you partnered? Mr. Partnered Twitch streamer? Oh, partnered Twitch stream. I Twitch the partner. I partner dance with partner Twitch. I'm just kidding. You're lovely. You weren't? No. Wait, were you speed running for like videos? Were you making like an off-screen thing or just for fun? All right, this is a CR1 monster. It has a feature called Bread Crust. 37 hit points, 8 armor. It's got very oozy features. It has actually kind of good charisma for an ooze, which I think is very funny. Con, resistant to fire. Bread Crust. When the sentient dough takes fire damage for the first time, its outer body gains a golden brown crust and hardens. The dough's AC increases to 15 and its speed is reduced by half. How long does this last for? I would write that down. Is it just permanently like that? Or does it last a round? Does it last a minute? Does it turn back if they take cold damage? Edible. The entirety of the sentient dough's body is edible once baked. Able to become... I would get rid of this second half. If you want to put flavor text in, put it in at the beginning of the feature, and this is grammatically incorrect as well. Like, it just feels off. It might be grammatically correct. I'm going to be honest. Half the time when I say something is grammatically incorrect, I'm not sure if it is. I just know it doesn't sound good. And that it doesn't sound good here. If the dough is consumed raw, the creature needs to make a DC 10 con saving throw or become poisoned for days. I would make this hours. Days is rough. A human doesn't get sick for 10 days. Like a regular person doesn't get sick for 10 days from food poisoning. They get sick for like 2 or 3. So a D&D character should probably get sick for hours. A creature can remake the saving throw after taking a long rest. Even still, poisoned for days is too much. Risen dough. After the sentient dough dies, that's a good phrase, dough dies, if it is not fully baked into bread, eaten raw, or otherwise completely destroyed, it reanimates after 1 day. Whoa. Okay. I might have it reanimate in a smaller way. Like, I might have it come back with half HP. And it go about its business. You can't untoast bread? This isn't bread. This is dough. And I can untoast bread. I've done it like 7 times. And it has 2 attacks, and the attacks are terrible. Yeah, okay. Really good monster. Really fun. This is not a CR1 monster. And that, it entirely comes from the pseudopods. This thing has to punch a little bit harder. A little bit harder. Most CR1 monster, like, this thing is doing about as much damage as, like, a CR1 quarter monster. A CR1 monster is hitting a little harder than this. If you made these D8s, that would probably be enough. Maybe. But what I would do if I were you is I would maybe keep the D4 and then add another elemental thing on top of it. What kind of extra damage does dough do? And if it's just bludgeoning damage, then make the damage higher. Make the numbers higher. 3d4 could also work, for sure. That might be kind of fun. You know what you would do? Here's what you do. You make it 3d4 plus 2, and then you change the name of the attack from pseudopod to, like, little pummels. Because it's, like, doing little punches. Like, imagine, like, little Kirby fists, you know? Because it's a cutie. That's what I would do. Reversed bread crust if the creature gets wet. I was thinking that would, yeah, that would be kind of fun. Cold damage could also be that, but cold doesn't really make sense there. It's a cool monster. It's very cute, very funny. This totally would fit in like a wacky, playful campaign. It's got to hit a little bit harder, but everything else feels good. I think you could maybe even up the charisma a little bit higher. Call the attack kneading. Yes. 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 Very cool. Sentient butter. All right. Yeah, I don't have much more to say about it. Solid little monster. I like it a lot. Sentient do. Let's give Ivy a round of applause. Sylvan, the way that you submit homebrew for the non-specialized streams will be, I usually will have the command wheel in Twitch. Like if you do exclamation point wheel, it'll like pop up and be like, here's the link. But I don't have that today because today's a member stream. But you can also always find the links to submit homebrew in my Discord or in the YouTube community tab or the YouTube video description if you're watching live on YouTube. Those are the ways. Those are the ways. All right, thank you, Ivy. Kadoosh. Bucket a 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 bush. I'm a moron. You're not a moron. If you remember the anomaly primordial monster, living black hole, this is a player species option directly tied to it. The species is campaign specific, but I want to see if the lore text can be enough to give enough about the story of primordial kin. I want to know what you can garner of this campaign and their lore from their lore alone, and if it's something that could pique people's interest. I know Empyrean is a monster. Is it called the Empyrean? Let's see. Here it is on YouTube. Here it is on Twitch. Nice art. Lovely. primordial kin are stained with an ancient entropic force field left by the primordials, cosmic entities sprung from the darkness of nothing and the creators of all magic. They bear raw potential that Matos views as both an asset and a threat. And what the fuck is Matos? Okay, I'll tell you what. This part of the flavor text works really well. Here's where you lose us. Right here. This flavor text works well for anything. This does not make me curious about the setting. This makes me feel like, what the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know what's the BBEG. Matos means literally nothing to me. So that's why that, if you're asking about where is it working or not working for the public, that's where it's not working for the public. In the world of Empyrean, a powerful empire known as Matos hunts... Yeah, don't introduce Matos here before you introduce him here. That's silly. In the world of Empyrean, a powerful empire known as Matos hunts primordial kin to harvest raw essence called Sorrow Surge. This essence is magical black fluid that is a catalyst of all magic and can be created from negative motion of primordial kin. There should be a paragraph break here, and this should be when you end this flavor text. Sorrow Surge can be refined to create an elixir that can be enhanced to magical prowess of spellcasters because this rival can live fear of Matos. Yeah, genuinely, we don't need all this world build. Like, this world building is not helping me. I'll tell you what. This is what you do. If you want this to work outside of your world building, remove everything to do with Matos and Empyrean and just talk about what these guys are. These got the primordial kin. Their blood flows with black raw magic energy that can be refined into elixirs, so they are often sought after by powerful spellcasters. Like, just turn it into flavor text that's applicable. You're spending a lot of time talking about stuff that I genuinely will never care about because it's just for a campaign setting that I'm not playing in. So anything that has to do with you saying it from a narrative perspective, get rid of that and just say it as a matter-of-fact perspective as if you would for any other background in the game. Yeah, like, we don't need any of this. Get rid of all of the Matos stuff and just talk about how primordial kin, you know, they live in fear or outside of society or whatever. Although primordial kin have a deep connection to magic, not all of them are spellcasters, most like the ability to fully understand or wield their innate magic, but those who dare are potent mages. Okay, I'm going to be honest, I don't want to read any more flavor text. I will, but I'll tell you, if I was looking at this at alone, this is where I would skip, because this took too long to get through. I feel like I know enough. I would just read it. So if you wanted somebody like me to want to read this paragraph, you got to earn it more in this opening. I'm gonna read it now, but if I was reading this in my home, I wouldn't read it. Primordial kin are the result of the entropic forces produced by their primordial creators. You're repeating yourself. We don't need to say that. You literally said it earlier. Some kin might be born from pure random chance. Other chance, such as two human parents who have not once had a primordial influence. Like, you're just also using so many words, dude. Holy shit. Like, look how long this sentence is. And you know what you're saying? You're saying there's so many words to say primordial kin can be born from any people. You don't need this many words. It's really making it hard to read the flavor text. How long it's taking you to get to the idea. The influence can manifest in unnaturally colored hair, mutations such as skin scare flare. Okay, so it's just like random. The mutations feel kind of random. They don't feel like they tie into a specific vibe. That's my biggest feedback so far, is like, what's the... the vibe here feels a little all over the place. Like, why are they getting animalistic stuff? I don't understand. And supernatural follows... Yeah, there's too much here. You gotta focus it in a little bit. It kind of feels just like a bunch of random stuff thrown together. And I don't want it to feel like that. All right, let's see what we actually get. So, from your flavor text, here's what I will say. It seems like primordial in your game world means something different than primordial in D&D. So I'm trying to translate to what I think it means. And I think what you think it means is in your game world, it's like ancient magic. So these guys are like born of ancient magic. And it's like they've got their blood in them. And people use their blood for cool stuff. If any of what I just said is not correct, that is the interpretation I got from your flavor text. Okay. They get dark vision. They get otherworldly tail. I don't understand why the tail is part of this at all. It's a prehensile tail. You can use it to pick stuff up. Additionally, if you have pact magic or spellcasting, you use your tail as your spellcasting focus. That's cool. I like that. Shadow Veil. Primordial kin can cloak themselves in shadow veils. When you're in dim light or darkness, you can hide as a bonus action. Additionally, you can attempt to hide even if you're only lightly obscured by dim light or darkness. I would not do both of these things. I don't think both of these things make sense. Also, where literally anywhere in the flavor text, other than that last sentence where you said shadows follow them, are they getting shadow stuff from? Yeah, this is a warlock feature. I believe it's called Veil of Shadows. Isn't it a warlock invocation? Not sure. But I don't think this feature makes sense on this at all, based on the way it's been described so far. I would just drop this whole feature. I don't think it's selling any fiction of this thing in the way that this thing's been presented to me. Sorrow Surge. Yeah, Cloak of Shadows. This is just a warlock invocation. Just drop it. Cloak of Shadows is invisibility? Is it not? Is Cloak of Shadows not a thing? Or Cloak of Shadows is not a thing. I mean, I'll check. It is very, I mean, it's reminiscent to other things that exist. I don't think it's a warlock. Maybe it's like one of their optional. Where are their invocations? There should just be a thing that says invocations. I shouldn't have to hunt for them. I don't think this is a warlock thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is the invisibility one. That's one with shadows, is the invisibility one. Yeah, I don't think warlocks have one of these things. Or if they do, I'm not seeing it. But, again, I almost don't think it matters. Oops. Because it doesn't feel like it ties into the subclass feature. Sorrow Surge. Or it doesn't feel like it ties into the thing. I skipped Shroud of Shadow. Where did I skip Shroud of Shadow? Oh, it's invisibility at will. That's another thing that's not what we're talking about. I skipped it because it's not relevant. You can turn your negative emotion into turbulent and chaotic energy. You can channel your Sorrow Surge in one of the following ways and gain more options and you reach higher levels. If you're going to be doing one of these things where we're getting expanded features and stuff, I don't think we should... I definitely don't think we should be getting Shadow Veil. When a creature that you can see... Wait, so are you picking one of these or are you getting all of these? You can gain... You channel sorrow in following ways and gain more options. Okay, so you get all of these. When a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll... or ability check with disadvantage, you can use your action to turn it into advantage instead. As a bonus action, you regain a number of hit points equal to your proficiency bonus. When you see a creature within 60 feet of you take damage or receive healing from a spell, you can use your reaction to empower that spell's potency. The creature takes extra damage or receives extra healing equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay, I am going to be very blunt here. This doesn't feel like an idea. This feels like a bunch of random features shoved together. And I don't know if that issue comes from the flavor text or it comes from the presentation of the issues, the presentation of the features. But genuinely, this doesn't feel like a D&D race. This feels like 5 random features put together. I think Primordial Power is cool, and I would keep that. Because I feel like, to me, that represents you affecting magic, which ties dramatically into all of the flavor text that you are of magic, your blood affects magic. So this makes sense to me. I would probably drop the entirety of Sorrow Surge and keep Primordial Power, lower the range to 30 feet, and I would let you do this feature proficiency bonus times per day. And I would probably have the extra healing or damage equal to an extra roll of the dice of that healing or damage. So if it was Healing Word, it would add a d4 of healing. If it was Fireball, it would add a d6 of damage. But I would get rid of everything else about that, and I honestly would get rid of Shadow Veil, and then I would be like, okay, what should I add next? This doesn't make sense to me. I disagree with it. It's another one of those things where it's like, it doesn't feel like it's selling any fiction. It feels random. Like, why? First of all, you don't suffer a critical hit. You do critical hits. But like, why is this reactivated when you crit or when you gain the frightened condition? It just doesn't mean anything. Like, it genuinely feels random. So, I think it could work if it didn't feel random, but it feels random right now. So that's sort of my thought about it. It sort of feels like a character that would exist in like a book or a TV show. And I'm wondering, you said this is for your specific home campaign, but that's what it feels like to me. It feels like a bunch of very specific ideas trying to make them all work in a thing, but they're not building off of each other. Gina, hi, how's it going, buddy? There's nothing in here that has anything to do with negative emotion other than that you writing the word, you can turn negative emotion into turbulent, chaotic energy. And even that, none of these features feel like turbulent, chaotic energy. And none of them feel like they should be tied to negative emotion. Like, if anything, they're all positive. Aside from this one, and this one feels like it's tied to magic. You're giving someone advantage that would have disadvantage. You're healing people. Why are these negative? Like, that's what I mean. Like, none of this feels like it's tied to negative emotion. So I don't think you've earned this at the end here. Those are my thoughts. If you want this thing to be a spirit creature, for a person that's empowered by ancient magic and that feeds off of negative emotion, that we need to feel that more, and you need to get rid of most of your flavor text that isn't focusing on that. Those are my thoughts. Well, it needs to be precise to feel like it's anything, because it doesn't feel like it. Like, it's not even about getting people hooked. Like, it's game design, you know? Like, I could take 7 random features and put them together and be like, you can be this. And somebody would be like, that's cool. I like all of those features. But that's not going to help them build a character. That's just giving them a bunch of special moves, you know? It's sort of like your D&D race shouldn't feel like you're getting 3 random feats. It should feel like you are getting a D&D race. Or 1 feat that you picked very intentionally. This kind of feels like you're getting 3 random feats. Alrighty. Thank you very much, I'm a Moron. Let's give you a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Necrotic damage could also work for negative emotion. I mean, honestly, there was literally nothing in there about the fear effect other than that one thing. Like, you know, why not give you a random... I don't understand why we're healing. We should be doing fear or something. Or giving people disadvantage on persuasion checks, or giving people advantage on intimidate, you know, leaning into the negative. If we're going to be negative, let's be negative. Smolder's coming back on Wednesday. We're doing a Smolder stream on Wednesday. So if anybody wants to see me doing a stream where I'm just raging because Smolder will be here and not me, that'll be great. And for anybody that says or thinks that I am mean or harsh, you should go to the Wednesday show. Bucket a 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 push. Baba. Well, well, well. Made this one for the Goofy Brew stream. Aiming for a weird but effective spell. I love a weird but effective spell. Bring back the lore and the hater? Yeah, I know. I know you like it. No, Smolder is open to everybody. Smolder is, Smolder wants to make as many people feel bad as he can. Yeah. You know what I should do? Okay, I'll do that later. I'll remind myself. Centipede Scream. Conjuration. Casting time, 1 action. Range, 60 feet. You create a portal to the centipede dimension inside the mouth of a creature you can see in range. Okay, we're going very silly here. The target must make a charisma saving throw. On a failure, the portal forms inside of their mouth. Interesting. So charisma saving throws are usually used for forcing creatures to teleport against their will, and for like literally for forced teleportation. So it being a charisma saving throw kind of works here. Is Smolder a Satanist? No, neither Smolder nor I are Satanists. We do not worship. Like, do you worship your neighbor? It was weird. It's kind of, it would be very creepy if you worshipped your neighbor, you know? I don't worship my neighbors. And Smolder doesn't either. Okay. When a creature with a centipede portal opens their mouth to speak or perform verbal components of a spell on their turn, I would say in general, I don't think it needs to be on their turn. A centipede crawls out of their mouth and appears in the nearest unoccupied space. The giant centipede, call it a giant, oh, you did. A giant centipede acts in initiative after the target of the spell and is hostile to all creatures. I would say the giant centipede acts immediately on the next initiative. I don't, just make it that. Except other giant centipedes. Only one giant centipede can crawl out of a target's mouth per round. Any giant centipedes summoned by this spell disappear after 10 minutes or after 10 minutes after they appear. What a weird spell. Okay. First of all, I like it. Second of all, it's gross. Third of all, I don't know if it's a second level spell or not. Because on one hand, it's not much. Giant centipedes aren't crazy monsters. What are they? CR 1/4, 1/2, something like that. But the potential of summoning 10 giant centipedes is a lot, which is what this is. I want to know more about the centipede dimension as well. But I think being able to summon 10 giant centipedes is a lot. So I think the question to ask yourself is, does this feel good enough as a 3rd level spell? And if it doesn't, what would you need to add to make it feel good for a 3rd level spell? Because it feels almost like a 3rd level spell to me. I'm not sure what I would add here. Like, maybe them opening their mouth can, like, disrupt what they're doing a little bit. But even then, I don't know if you need that. But I think it needs something else. And I think it could be a 3rd level spell. Or you could lower it to being a 2nd level spell by making it not as impactful a creature that comes out. But it's very funny if it's a giant centipede. So I feel like you should keep it. Yeah, that's the whole point, is that you cast this on a creature. You cast this on a creature within 60 feet of you. That's the whole point. So I cast this spell on you. If I cast this spell on my enemy wizard, whenever they do a spell that requires a verbal component, a giant centipede comes out of their mouth. And we're all the way on the other sides of the battlefield. So it's going to start attacking them. Spell duration and centipede duration do not match up. Yes, that is true. I think it is probably okay, because the intention, I think, here is that the effect of you summoning centipedes is what you're concentrating on, and that the centipedes just last regardless of the concentration. So having that's really the only reason that would be a big deal for the time of the spell to be different than the time of the summoned, is if they needed to be lined up with concentration in the same way that most like creature summoning spells do. I think that this is intended to not do that, but that also might help balance it a little bit too, if you made them only last as long as the spell lasted. That could be a way to make it feel more like a second level spell. But it's not silence. If you look, it actually has 0 impact on you. It doesn't hamper you in casting spells at all. It doesn't stop your counter spells. You don't have to make a saving throw to maybe get your spell in. It still just works. Yeah, I might make the centipedes only last as long as the spell lasts. I think that it's fun to try to think about how to make it stronger, but I feel like that's just easier. It would be a very funny spell to cast on somebody before they had to give a speech. You know? If you see, like, the mayor, and you cast it on the mayor. Especially if you're in a town that's, like, super religious and people believe in, like, signs and stuff. Because that definitely would make them think something about that mayor, you know? Well, the spell only lasts 1 minute. That's why it says up to 1 minute. So you can only ever have a maximum of 10 centipedes, because only 1 can come out of a creature's mouth per round, and there's 10 rounds in a minute. But that's a lot still. Alrighty. Thank you, Baba. Let's give Baba a little round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Sponge. An option for Fey characters that works well in an aquatic campaign. Oh, weird. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a really good spell. That was really fun. Only if they cast spells with verbal components. And they don't get swarmed, they get 1. But yeah, it's a cool spell. I like it. It just got some meat on them bones. All right, this is a naiad. So naiads are like water nymphs, like water fae creatures normally. I'm curious how much you're pulling from the naiad stat block. I guess we'll see. Naiads are aquatically attuned fae, descended from the protectors of the magical springs. They have a culture of aiding those who respect nature and deceiving those who exploit it. Adventurous naiads gravitate towards traveling far and wide. They consider finding new shores to be an accomplishment worth celebrating. A naiad that has seen 7 seas is given a position of high esteem. This is really nice flavor text. It's doing a little bit of potential world building, but in a very open-ended way. It's giving you ideas of, like, what sort of things, like, reasonings for want to go adventuring as one of these guys. Naiads are masters of finding the quickest path through life. They tend to favor simple languages and shorthand phrases. Shortcuts are passed down by families and throughout friends. I might be a little bit clearer on what you mean by shortcuts. Like shorthand language. I might not use the word shortcuts here. But really solid flavor text. Really solid flavor text. Okay, here. Let's see. You're Fae. Your movement speed is 30 feet, and you can swim. You can breathe air and water. Aquatic invisibility. If immersed in water or heavily obscured by rain or fog, you can make yourself invisible as an action. You remain invisible for 1 minute, or until you cast a spell or take the attack action. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, regaining it at a long rest. So there are a bunch of different D&D races that get proficiency bonus times per day special things. Invisibility for a minute feels like too much. Now, I understand it's limited to water, but that doesn't mean it's not too much. It just means it's a feature you will not get any access to, but when you do get access to, you will get too much access to it. So what I would probably do is just make this a once a day feature. Not a proficiency bonus times per day feature. That way, it's kind of okay. Situationally, you're still going to get to use it and feel good using it, but the situation that you are using it, you're not going to be able to, like, take advantage of it. What about Duragar invisibility? Do they get invisibility proficiency bonus times per day? They might. Where's the Duragar race? Duragar. Can you not? You can't. You can. You can be Duragar. Duragar can just cast the invisibility spell once per day. So these guys can be invisible, and they can't do that until they're at level 5. So this thing can be invisible way more starting at level 1. This thing can be invisible once per day starting at level 5. So, yeah, it's a lot too much invisible. We get Tricks of the River. You know the minor illusion cantrip starting at 3rd level, you can cast Fog Cloud without spell components once you do. Okay, cool. So if you're going to be giving us spell casting here, which I think is fine, the special unique thing you give us shouldn't just be another spell. This is just invisibility. You're playing devil's advocate, Devilman, but you're not doing a good job of it, because I already talked about why the conditional nature of this doesn't really affect its power balance. The conditional nature of this means that you are either never using this or you're using this. And in the situations where you are using this, you're getting too many uses of it. So it being conditional just means it's either not a feature or it's a feature that's too powerful. So instead of doing it that way, you should make it not a feature or a feature by toning it down. But the other thing that I'm going to repeat myself and say, we're getting spellcasting. So why should we get special spellcasting here? It's just the invisibility spell. So I would try to come up with something that wasn't just the invisibility spell, or I would give you a spell list that included the invisibility spell. You have advantage on survival checks made to find shortcuts in nature. Again, this is unclear. I don't think that means it's a bad thing. I just think you need to be a little bit more clear about what this means. Yeah, I think it's a neat idea for a monster. I think that your flavor text is really solid. I think that your mechanics need some work. I think that the shortcuts feature is kind of vague, and I could see being fairly exploitable or just unclear. And aquatic invisibility is just too strong, even for a situational feature, because it's not strong because of what it does, it's strong because of its frequency of availability. Those are my thoughts. You might drop the spellcasting since the invisibility feels more core to the creature. I think that's fine, but even then, you have to figure out a different way to manifest invisibility than this, because this is a little bit too powerful, I think, in its current iteration. It's not quite as powerful as the invisibility spell, but it's really not that far off. I'm the Schwa. Thank you for the resub. You're a champion? It's rare when I see a race with mechanics that aren't overtuned at first. Yes, I agree. It's better than most I see. Yeah, it's good. Listen, it's not bad. It just needs some work. No, this isn't overtuned at all. You have very clear intentions, and you are trying to accomplish those intentions. And I think credit where credit is due. I don't know if you wrote your flavor text first, but it certainly feels like you used your flavor text as a guide for the features. Maybe you didn't, but it all feels like it fits, and I owe a lot of it, I think, to the flavor text. Yeah, they're fun monsters in D&D. There's a lot of weird alternative fae creatures in some of the weird books. This book, Mythic Odyssey of Theros, there's a monster that I forget the name of right now, but it has an alternative version of Tree Stride called Corpse Stride, I believe. How Tree Stride works, you can run into one tree and then out of another within 60 feet of you. You can use trees as teleporters. And this fae creature can use dead bodies as teleporters, which I thought was super cool. Alrighty. Thank you very much, Sponge. What's up, Onio? Welcome to the show. Let's give Sponge a big old round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Dankeschön. Dead body teleportation. When I read that monster, it was one of those things where I was like, sometimes D&D comes out with some really clever monsters and really cool monsters. Yeah, I've used that monster a bunch. The teleport between corpses is so evocative. There's a comic book that I really like, and I haven't read in a long time, and I think it's called Irredeemable or Incorruptible or something like that. But the premise of it, it's similar to a lot of other things, but it's older, so there's a lot of comics that sort of took inspiration from it. But the premise of it is, what if Superman went crazy and tried to kill everyone? But it's not in a Superman world, it's an alternative superhero world. It's a little bit like Invincible, but a completely different book, and came out like 10 years before Invincible did. And it's very good, it's very weird, and it's sort of about this book's version of the Justice League trying to deal with this monster. Irredeemable, thank you. Yeah, Irredeemable. And there's a character in it that's like a demon, and the way you summon the demon, and I've used this in D&D games a lot too, the way you summon the demon, like the way this character gets brought into the world, is you like read a thing off of a piece of paper, and then he summons inside of you and like tears his way out of your mouth, and is like standing full size, and you are just crumpled like trash bag of viscera on the ground, all wrinkled up on yourself. But he teleports through bodies. That's what that made me think of. I never finished it, but I did like what I read. There was also a spin-off called Incorruptible or something like that, which was about a villain turning into a good guy, which was kind of the opposite. I read a couple issues of that, but only a couple. Lobo. I started this rogue as a very acrobatic melee build, but it ended up being the roguiest rogue. They often do. So I added in more dance elements. I want this to feel like Ty Lee combined with May from Avatar, and throw in some Brazilian, I don't know how to say that word, and capoeira. Okay. I don't know if I would make a rogue do those things. I feel like these would fit much better on like a monk, because rogues only ever do one attack. And most of those martial arts are about like spinning and being really quick. So I'm hoping you didn't just give this guy a bunch of attacks, but we'll see what happens. Here it is here. I think generally more, not always, but generally more people watch on Twitch, or more people watch on YouTube, and more people talk on Twitch. But it kind of just depends. Oh, I know we got some Brazilians here. You guys live on the same time zone as me for the most part, and you guys like D&D as much as I do, and you're all just like incredibly like good at dancing and attractive. So I feel like you see like a circular man with a circular balding man who looks like he crawled out of the mud, and you're like, I want to watch this creature. What a strange creature this is. I'm going to watch it. I think that's why the Brazilians like me so much. Like an alien to them. They have no idea how right they are. All right, Blade Dancer. That's very similar to Blade Singer, but it's not, but it's very similar. Let's see. It's been a while. It's true, it has. It's been a while. The Dance of Blades is combat and grace freed from stilted movement. Blade Dance, that's a good sentence. Just want to point that out. I like it. It's a cool opening. Blade Dancers are the epitome of artistry in combat. They make it a fluid symphony of movement. You're saying the same thing twice here. You don't need both of these sentences. Pick one. I would take the second one, and then I would take parts of the first one that you like and mush them in here. But you're literally saying they're artistic in how they fight, and then you're saying they're artistic in how they fight. They learn. All Blade Dancers learn the best way to defeat your enemy is to not be where their weapon is. You need to say that phrase in a better way, and not have your blade where they are going. This is the irony here. Is for a subclass that's entirely, the flavor is all around like dancing and fluid movement and rhythm. This is such a uncomfortable sentence. Like, if a Blade Dancer read this sentence, they would get frustrated because of how chonky it is and how clunky it is. I wish I spoke Portuguese. I would speak it so much. I used to know how to say a couple things in it. Though to those trained as Blade Dancers, the blade isn't an extension of the warrior. A warrior's extension of the blade. Honestly, you kind of say this already too. You're very repetitive in the things that you're saying. You need to get a little bit more nuance, I think, and more new ideas. This is like half a new idea, but it also still kind of just feels like these ideas rephrased. And this is an interesting idea, but this sentence is genuine gobbledygook. Yeah, pretty up your prose. Exactly. All right, let's see what we get at third level. We get 2 features at third level: Naturally Lithe, and Blade Dance. While you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, you gain the following benefits. You advantage on performance and acrobatics checks. Your base armor is 10 plus your dex plus your charisma modifier. This is interesting. I don't think we should be innately getting advantage on any sort of checks, because we are also a rogue and we get expertise. This cannot yeah, Gem Jar. Literally, you took the words out of my mouth. This cannot be on all the time. That's just too much. It's overkill. It's overkill and you don't need it. So much of the rogues' core class is about making them a skill monkey. We don't need to become that much more of a skill monkey. I understand maybe getting proficiency in these skills. I understand maybe even getting somewhat of a special bonus to them. Like, maybe you can add your dexterity to your performance checks, or I don't know, things like that. But getting advantage on them is just silly. That's just the Blade Singer's Blade Song with charisma instead of intelligence. It is, and it's also on all the time. Maybe neither of these should be on all the time. Well, let's see what else we get at third level, but I also feel like, yeah, I don't know if this should be on all the time, and this definitely shouldn't be on all the time. The only reason why I think this is a little bit okay compared to the Blade Singer is because Blade Singers normally aren't wearing... Like, there's an implication of armor, I think, with a rogue that there is not always with a Blade Singer. But I see your point. It is a good point. Blade Dance. In battle, you fight with agility and grace. On your turn, you can enter a Blade Dance as a bonus action. Wow, this is too much of the Blade Singer. The Blade Dance lasts for 1 minute. It ends early if you are incapacitated or if you don any armor or shield. This is just the fucking Blade Singer. Or lose concentration. Okay, once per turn when you take the attack action, you can use one of the following. You can impose disadvantage on the first melee attack against you from a creature that you attacked until the start of your next turn. You don't need to say until the start of the next... You can just say the next attack. I think it's fine. You can use sneak attack against any creature within 5 feet of you as long as you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. How does this feel like this? I think the idea of an unarmored defense rogue could work well. I don't think Blade Dance makes any sense. And by it does, like, I don't think it makes sense for us to get this. I don't think of this, like, yeah, man, I don't know. I'm struggling to feel like entering a special mode is going to be what sells this rogue as feeling like a dancer rogue. I would look to stuff like the Drunken Master Monk, who gets things where it's like, when they hit a creature with flurry of blows, they can move 10 feet for free without provoking opportunity attacks. Like, I might lean into that. Like, when you sneak attack a creature, you can get some extra weird movement thing or something like that. But it feels like you took inspiration from the Blade Singer, but I think you took too much inspiration from it. There's just way too much Blade Singer here, and there's not any rogue. The only bit of rogue really is penetrating blades, and that feels like an afterthought, and it's not even interesting. It's just... Basically, Blade Dance comes down to you can enter a special mode for a minute where you can always get your sneak attack. Like, even the... Yeah, it's sort of like what the Inquisitive Rogue gets, but even the Inquisitive Rogue, it makes... There's logic behind how that works. So, the Inquisitive Rogue gets a feature where they can do a contested check against another creature to get sneak attack. And that contested check is insight versus deception. The idea being that you are reading them, okay? The idea being that you are Sherlock Holmes scanning them using your detective brain to find a weak spot. There's not really logic to this in that same way. So, we are now at a moment where I'm going to keep reading, but I'm going to tell you something, which is that, realistically, I'm probably going to take issue with everything in this subclass, assuming that it builds off of these two features. Just so you know. Because I genuinely think that the most important, especially for a rogue, your third level features are so the most important features you get. You don't get another subclass feature as a rogue until you get to level 9. So most of the time, you're not getting other subclass features. You're just getting these. And these don't sell the subclass. Like, I think all of these need to change. Which means that most likely the whole thing needs to change. What are you guys arguing about? Which subclasses are better? Rogue subclasses are great. Swashbuckler is great. Inquisitive is great. There's very few rogue subclasses that I don't think rock. Even the ones that aren't as good, depending on if you're playing with the right dungeon master, they can be really good. Like, the two that probably get the least love are the assassin and the thief. And depending on how you do object interactions and how you do surprise rounds, they can both hit pretty hard. Or how political your campaign is. Mastermind is great too, but it does require... Mastermind requires more intentional teamwork to work well. But it does work really well with intentional teamwork. But it can't be like reaction teamwork. It has to be like you're going in with a plan. Let's see what we get at 9th level. Your nimbleness is unparalleled. When you're prone, you can stand up by spending 5 feet of movement rather than half your speed. You can use dex instead of strength when you jump. You only have to move 5 feet in order to maximize your jump. This feels very similar to the Thief Rogue. It's like Thief Rogue plus mobile feat. Or plus the athlete feat, maybe. One of those two. You can jump vertical. You can jump from vertical surfaces to vertical surface without penalty or falling. Not sure exactly what that means. You fall at the end of your movement unless you are on a horizontal surface. So are you trying to say that you can, like, wall jump? I think that's what you're trying to say. I think you need to look at the language for how monks can travel, because monks don't get spider climb, but they do get the ability to run along walls. But the way this is written, I don't feel like it, that needs to be clear, that you're moving along walls. It's not this is not running a lot across rooftops. This is wall jumping, because vertical is this, horizontal is this. So if you're jumping off vertical surfaces, you're bouncing off walls. So I think you need to maybe mechanically explore what that looks like a little bit more, and be a little bit clearer about the way it functions. Because, yeah, it's just confusing. Like, it's not even confusing, I just, like, also, please use paragraph breaks, man. You got, like, 3 different features here. I think you put a paragraph break here, but it doesn't feel like it. Like, it doesn't create the impact of one that you need. The first half is just part of a feat. The second half is fine. I like it. I like being able to use acrobatics for jumping. That's something that's just going to be a part of the game, I think, in D&D, 1 D&D. This last part is interesting if you can figure out how to explain it in a way that is mechanically sound. At 13th level, we get Mesmeric Display. Your skills with a dance can be almost supernaturally mesmerizing. As a bonus action, you can make a charisma performance check against a number of creatures within 30 feet of you. Each creature you can see that isn't incapacitated has to make a contested wisdom insight check. Realistically, it should not be every creature you can see. It should be every creature that can see you, because you're performing. If you succeed, the creature becomes charmed for the duration. While charmed this way, creature is incapacitated, has a speed of 0. The effect ends... the effect ends for an affected... Just say the effect ends. No, you know, after 1 minute, if it takes any damage, or if someone else uses an action to shake the creature from its daze, you can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. Okay, I think this can work really well if, in order to maintain the daze, you must continue to use your action to dance. And this should be an action, not a bonus action. This should be an action, not a bonus action, and you should have to continue that action and stay in that same space to maintain the effect. Because otherwise, it is hypnotic pattern without concentration, which feels like a little bit much to me. Especially because it's not based on a saving throw, it's based off of a skill check. And you are a rogue. So whenever a feature activates based off of a skill check, you have a lot more power there, because you can do things like expertise. So if I get expertise in performance, that's roughly the same as getting like a +5 to my spell save DC if this was a saving throw. So you have to keep that in mind when you're power balancing that. So for that, and for the power of dazing creatures, I think this needs to, you need to keep your action. You probably need to stay in the same spot too. And I definitely would not make it charisma modifier times per day. I might make it less than that. This is Panache from Sword Swashbuckler. Wait, can they just do that? I mean, yeah, okay. Panache you get at 9th level, but yeah, it's actually way too similar to Panache. Yeah. I think that needs to change. It just feels like area of effect Panache. Although you're not really charming, but it does feel like Panache a lot. It feels a lot like that. And then at 17th level, you get prowess. It feels, I mean, it's structured like Panache, but it's more like hypnotic pattern. Your prowess with the blade with blades allows you to attack your enemies when they least expect it. When in your blade dance and you're missing the word you. When you are in your blade dance and you use Uncanny Dodge. You can make an attack with your offhand weapon. You can apply sneak attack to this attack if you meet the requirements. This... Okay, we're gonna... Who are you? Remind me. Lobo, I love you, and I appreciate you sending me this. There are some nice ideas here, for sure. But the problem is this still is the roguiest rogue. This still is the roguiest rogue. And it's not so much the roguiest rogue in that it's just doing rogue stuff but better. But all of these features are basically features others rogues get but better. Like Quickened Blade is a perfect example. This allows you to get 2 sneak attacks in 1 turn. The Scout Rogue, their 18th, 17th level feature, they can get 2 sneak attacks in 1 turn, but they have to target a second creature with that second attack. So yours is just that whole cloth, but better. It isn't panache at all. I mean, it's panache quite a bit, right? Look, this is... You're making a check contested by another creature's check. And creatures in the area are charmed, and their speed becomes 0. And it lasts a minute. Let's look at what panache does. So it's persuasion instead of performance. And it's 1 creature targeting instead of many creature targeting. And you get to do a thing where creatures have disadvantage on attacks against you for a minute instead of being movement speed 0 for a minute. But then they're also charmed for a minute. It's very similar. It's very similar. This doesn't have enough unique features right now. Most every single thing on this list, in fact, I'm trying to find something that feels like it's a distinct new feature, and everything feels very similar. Like, we have Blade Dance is sort of split up between this and this of the Blade Singer. This is like a little bit of like the athletics feat or the, or this is like a little bit of athlete or mobile. This is very similar to Panache. This is just a whole cloth better than the Scout Rogue feature. I think the effects are different, but I don't know if they're different enough. Maybe they're different enough. Regardless, I mean, to be fair, I do think they're different enough. Probably if you take the steps to balance it. Because I would also say that this is a lot stronger, I think, than Panache. Because Panache is like really nice and situational against 1 creature, but this can shut down a room of people. That's huge. Hypnotic Pattern is a 3rd level spell, you know? So I do think that it's not going to help you do more damage, but it is I mean, maybe it will hitting stunned passive creatures, but it's I think it's stronger, and we're getting too many uses of it. 17 only uses half the dice. Oh, I missed that. I see. It's hidden in the end there. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, I totally missed that, but I also still sort of stick to my guns here. It's not Scout, but better. But it is still too much. It's still too much. Or too much similar. Jumping to your feet is a Drunken Monk feature. Ah, that's where I saw it before. Okay. It's also in a feat somewhere. Yeah. So, you're right. It's not necessarily OP, but it just feels very similar. The Shadow Rogue does that too. Yeah. But the Phantom Rogue does it in a different way, where the Phantom Rogue, like, shoots their extra damage like necrotic energy. It's a cool ability. I just don't think it's enough here. Listen, if the spending 5 feet to get to your feet was sitting amongst a bunch of things that felt very distinct and evocative and sort of unique and new, then I wouldn't really have anything to say about it. But it's just too many things that feel similar to things, at least right now. I'm not sure how maybe this is the wrong feedback to give, but I feel like this might, I think you got to think about it a different way for this to work as a rogue subclass. Like, this feels like you're trying to force this to be a rogue subclass. It feels like it would fit so much more naturally into something like a fighter or a monk. I'm not saying it can't work as a rogue, but I think that you got to think about the fact that it's a rogue. How do you make sure you're making it a rogue? All right. Thank you very much, Lobo. Let's give Lobo a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, great effort. Dude, just because I have a lot to say doesn't mean it's not a great effort. The only times that I really think somebody didn't put in effort, and it makes me like, ugh, is when the formatting and sentence structure is so bad, but it's not because of like an English barrier, it's just because they wrote it quickly or didn't spell check it. That really is like, ugh. But then the other time where it's like, ugh, is if I'm giving the same type of feedback to somebody over and over and over again. So like, for example, when there's a lot of people that are on my stream that I have reviewed at this point, like their pieces like 6 or 7 times. And if I see that somebody consistently is being too wordy and giving a subclass way too many features, not even talking about being too powerful, just giving them too many features, and I give that feedback every time, I genuinely start to get frustrated when I have to keep giving that feedback. But I just try to say it too. Be like, I'm mad at, stop, you're not listening. You know, that sort of thing. But those are really the things that annoy me the most. Frankensteining is an important step in creativity, but it's got to be a step. It can't be too big of a step. If you lean into it too much, Frankenstein starts to feel like everyone else's Frankenstein. My feedback is great. It's okay. If you watch any of my streams, it happened today. If you watch any of my streams, there is always at least one person that is unhappy with my feedback or the way I present my feedback. It's inevitable. It just happens. It's part of the show, I guess. But there's almost always somebody that thinks I'm full of shit. Let's see. Moot is up. This is a punk rock themed bard. Cool. I made to fit in my campaign setting. I have seen a couple punk rock. Well, that's not true. I've seen a couple like heavy metal bards before. The goal is to make a combat melee focused bard that is fast and has its own unique rhythm to how it plays. Would love to hear whether or not you think it accomplishes that, as well as general feedback. Okay, cool. Let's take a look. College of Rebellion. Is punk rock still rebellion? I feel like everybody that know that's like a punk rocker is now like 30 or older. You're in the waiting room? All right, let me grab you. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
2.
To who?
To whom?
I feel like I've fallen for that one before.
Everyone does, and I like the sadness in their voices. Okay, so I read all your things, but tell me a little bit about this before I dive in. What's the goal here? What are you trying to do? What's the vibe?
Yeah. So again, it's part of all of the subclasses I've been doing lately have been for a homebrew campaign setting I've been working on that is Arcanopunk.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is meant to put the punk in Arcanopunk.
Okay, cool.
It's all about fast movement. It's all about loud noise, and it's all about it's a melee focused bard that is sort of trying to have equal focus between buffing its allies and being a formidable threat on the battlefield itself.
Cool. All right, let's dive in. The college, I like that you put college in quotations. That is a very funny little joke. The College of Rebellion is an ironic term given to a new breed of bard, one that abandons the fine frills and flowery language of their peers in favor of volume. Are you squeaking in your chair? Try not to squeak too much.
I am sorry.
It's okay. It makes it hard for me to read out loud when it's happening. One that abandons the fine frills and flowery language of their peers in favor of volume, energy, and speed. Really good flavor text so far. These bards strive to speak out loudly against the injustices of the world, lift the voices of the voiceless, and drown out the sound of all who oppress them. Okay, can I use you as an example for a second?
Hopefully it's a good one, but sure.
This is 3 sentences of flavor text, okay?
Yes.
What you have done is you have accomplished all 3 things that you need to accomplish when writing flavor text, and you just made each sentence do one of those things. And that is, I don't know if that was intentional, but that is such a good way of writing your flavor text.
I'm so glad you noticed.
You've got this is the hook right here. Here's the hook sentence, okay?
Yep.
And then you have the sentence that describes the vibe, what they do in combat, and sort of like the way they're supposed to feel. And then you have the way that they are known in the world and the way they act and the way they... You're hitting... It's like, that's what you want to do. You want to hit intro, vibe, and action are kind of like the 3 big things you want to do. And it feels like you hit all of them very nicely.
I'm very glad you noticed, because you've given me that feedback before, so this is me trying to incorporate it.
Well, I think it works. And then the thing that I will say... Oh, music just got too loud, sorry. The thing that I will say is, if you start doing that enough... What you can learn pretty quickly is that this first sentence can turn into 2 sentences or a paragraph. This second sentence could turn into 2 sentences or a paragraph. Like, this format works if it's 3 sentences, but it also works if it's 3 paragraphs. So getting comfortable with that format is good, and learning it through shorter writing is easier, because you don't want to start getting to that habit where if my goal is to say this thing, then you don't want every sentence in the paragraph to be like repeating itself, which happens a lot, where everything's just trying to, it's like, you're not building towards the goal. Every sentence is just saying it, which is something that happens a lot. Is a really good way to do it. And I do think that if you feel comfortable with this and like you're liking writing it this way, stick to this structure, but give yourself the freedom to expand on it and have each of these sentences act almost more as an intro sentence or its own paragraph as opposed to one paragraph. That would be that would be like the next evolution. I don't like writing long flavor text at all. Like, this is like my ideal flavor text length, but a lot of people do. So if you do ever decide you want to write longer flavor text, or you need longer flavor text, the system works. It's like you just build it up. It's like a vector where it's the same, however big or little you make it, you know?
And I will eventually need to write longer flavor text. I'm doing a whole campaign setting.
Oh, yeah. Well, and we'll talk about it another time. But maybe at some point we'll do a stream where we talk about writing fiction that's a little bit longer form and not mechanical in terms of how you should structure it, which is sort of what campaign writing is almost more writing a story, like writing fiction, than it is writing homebrew. That would be an interesting. I don't know. We'd have to talk. Okay, that would be a weird one.
I've been trying to approach it from the same way that Wizards writes their campaign books.
I mean, that's a really smart way to do it. The best piece of advice I give anybody when Blackwater, what's up? All right, fine. I'll try to get you in there. We'll do something together. If you guys don't know Blackwater D&D, they're very, very, very fun, and they're all really fun. And they do a show. I think they're out of Vancouver, but they have like a studio show, and it's one of the watchable live plays, which is there's not as many of as you'd think. Not to diss everybody. Okay, getting distracted. Okay, sorry. Let's dive into these subclass features. We have pick up the tempo at 3rd level, and we get 2 3rd level features. Cool. So for anybody watching at home, bards get less subclass features than any other subclass. I think maybe there's another one, but I don't think so. They get 3. They get 3rd level, 6th level, 14th level. That's it. So when they get their features at 3rd level, you want to give them at least 2 features, because it's going to be a long time till they get more. And if you give them 2 features at 3rd level, sometimes you do 1 at 6, sometimes you do 2 at 6, but you really want them. Same thing with rogues. Like, you got to give them more features at 3rd because they have that giant break between 3 and 9. The other thing that you want to
Paladins
think
too.
about, yeah, paladins too, but paladins are a little trixier because there's very specific things you kind of have to put at specific levels. Do you know what I mean? But the other thing that I was going to say is that, and I haven't actually read this yet, so I don't even know if you do this, but I'm just going to say it. Every single every single bard gets a unique way to interact with their bardic inspiration. Every single one. And they get it at 3rd level. So whenever you're making a bard, that's a thing you should be thinking about when you're building it. And there's a billion different ways you can make it work. It could be everything from like your bardic inspirations get extra bonuses when people use them. Or it could be you're using your bardic inspiration to summon a psychic dagger. Or there's a billion things. Anyway, let's dive in. Sorry. Little preamble about the bard for anybody that's curious. Pick up the tempo. When you join the College of Rebellion at 3rd level, you feel the rhythm in the chaos of battle, moving to the tempo of the clashing of steel and exchange of blows. I want this to be shorter, but I do like how it feels, and that is my feedback for that sentence.
Okay.
You gain a new resource called Tempo. Cool. Whenever you roll initiative, your tempo points become 3. I'm going to burp.
Sorry.
There it is. You also gain 1 point of tempo whenever a creature uses a bardic inspiration die given to them. You know what you can say? Just say whenever a creature uses one of your bardic inspiration die.
Oh, okay. You're gonna be angry then because I do that every single time.
That's okay. I'm not gonna be angry. You didn't make the mistake again. You made it once. You just made it once a million times. If you kept writing it like that on another piece of homebrew, I'd be annoyed. But that's fine.
Right.
Up to a maximum of 3. Okay, so you get this extra resource. You have 3 of it all the time. When you roll initiative, you get 3 of this resource. Separately from that, whenever a creature uses a bardic inspiration die, you gain a resource. The maximum of this resource that you can always have is 3. So you're not getting
maximum as soon as battle starts.
Yeah, and basically you can recover them in combat by people using your bardic inspiration.
Exactly.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, I like that system. I don't have an immediate solution, but making sure the wording of this is good and clear and simple is a thing to do. I don't think it's quite there yet.
Okay.
Honestly, I would need to go through it with this is the kind of editing work that I'm not going to be super helpful with online because I would need to fine-tooth comb it and try to but post
it's the kind of stuff I'm not getting for free.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, if it was a sentence, I could do it, but it's a whole mechanic. But I do want to say that a lot of people throw weird mechanics out there. Conceptually, I think this mechanic works. I don't think it's overcomplicated. I like the idea that it's like you start combat, you have a 3 of a thing, you can get them back by people using your bardic inspiration. I like that. That's simple. Okay. But I that might be clear here. I might be less clear because I'm reading it out loud as I'm in like 3 modes as I'm reading it, but I just put a little highlighter on it and be like, ask people if they would word this differently. Or ask people if they understand what it means. Because I think I did. You have an extra 5 feet of movement speed for every point of tempo you have. Oh, interesting. You lose all your remaining tempo when you fall unconscious, go 1 full turn without expending any movement, or after 1 minute passes since you last gained tempo. And you're going to spend tempo on other things, too. Okay,
yes.
Okay. Interesting. So you get so basically, another way that I could think about this is if I didn't use this feature could read as, during initiative, you have plus 15 to your movement speed.
Essentially, yes. If you were to not use the next feature, you could read it like that. But also, you have to keep in mind that you have 15 feet of extra movement speed until you fall unconscious or until
you stop moving.
You stop moving. At which point you lose it.
Yeah. Okay.
So the idea is like a momentum thing. You got to when you start moving, you got to keep moving.
Yeah. No, I get it. The ending, the losing it if you don't move, I think, is what sells the fiction of it for me really nicely.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yes,
okay.
Chad, it was a little bit inspired by BG3.
All right, I have a formatting thought, but it's not super important.
Sure.
My formatting thought is I don't know if this should be the second paragraph of this feature or not.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense for it to also be its own thing or for the other things, but it does feel like a unique feature. Like it feels like tempo is the resource mechanic. This is now a feature in the same way that this is now a feature. And I don't know if that matters or not because, like I said, very pedantic. But when you're we can get into the weeds here because you're not doing spelling mistakes and silly stuff.
I played with it a little tiny bit like that. The thing that tripped me up was I didn't like having an entire feature that was just giving you a resource and not letting you do anything with it. So that's why I made them the same feature.
I think that makes sense. There are some, but there are circumstances of that happening though, like the Battle Master.
I think the Battle Master is the only one I can think of, and I don't like that about the Battle Master.
Okay. Then be the change you want to see in the world, my guy. Let's see. Bring the noise. Also, the names are good so far.
Thank you.
Also at 3rd level, your loudly spun tails. Can I say something not to you but to the chat?
Sure.
There's some little things that are happening that Mood is doing that is making this piece legitimately enjoyable to read. And this is one of those things that I think people don't like to hear or get annoyed with me with. But sometimes when I'm reading your homebrew, I get physically exacerbated. I get like tired. I'm like, ugh, because they are hard to get through. What is making this piece easy to get through? There are two big things that are happening here. One, and it's such a minor thing, but it's a thing. The flavor is not only is the flavor really strong immediately, the flavor is seen throughout the piece. Like the titles are really tied to the flavor. Like it's so on the nose. The other thing is that the sentence structure is really solid. Like even this, I'm positive I have seen features that I would be down with as much as I'm down with tempo, but I acted like I really didn't like or understand them because the way they were presented and like the sentence structure of the piece put me in more of a tired headspace, so I didn't even want to have to figure them out. So it's one of those things that I think you got to think about when you are writing your homebrew, especially if you're doing something that requires a lot of words to say. Sentence structure, flavor, the way you present your piece, it has such a big impact on the way it feels to go through it. Like, almost more than anything else. So take that, chat, and listen to it.
This sure makes me feel good after my druid got kind of torn a new one last time.
Well, listen, we're not all the way done yet, but...
fair enough, yeah. And this next one is kind of the one I'm worried about in terms of power.
Well, I also think, at the end of the day, I don't really judge any of you. I'm just judging your piece. So you might feel like it's crazy for me to tear one up and then love the other, but it doesn't for me because they're different creatures.
Oh, I don't feel like it's crazy. It's just,
No, but I mean like emotionally crazy.
I'm happy. I am happy so far with that I'm doing well with this one, and I'm disappointed in myself for doing bad with my last one.
No, don't be disappointed with yourself. Everything is growth. Everything is growth. You fuck up so you could get tough. That's why I used to kill crabs with my bare hands because I really wanted to be able to. I wanted to be able to crush. I liked the idea that somebody would try to swing a sword at me and I would grab it and crush it. And now I can do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen you do it.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at Bring the Noise. At 3rd level, your loudly spun tales of bloody revolution inspire your allies and strike fear into the hearts of your foes. Okay, you can spend 1 point of tempo in order to perform a rebellious feat.
Oh, I typoed that, didn't I?
Maybe? What typo?
I don't think I spelled perform right.
Oh, yeah, you spelled it wrong. You said preform. This is before you have form.
Well, oops.
Is the action economy for the feats listed in the feats?
They are.
Okay, cool.
Some of them are reactions, some of them are actions.
Yeah. That's fine then. When a rebellious feat affects an attack that you make, I would say ignore what I was... When Rebellious Feat affects, I would say, one of your attacks, maybe. It can only affect one attack, or... Oh, okay, that's fine. When it can only affect one of your attacks you make each turn. I would maybe just put that mechanic in there, in the features. Well, I'll see what the features are.
Okay.
But, whenever it would require a creature to make a saving throw, it's your spell save DC. I don't actually know if you need to put that here.
Every other one does.
All right, then do it.
Not
Then do it.
spells.
Then do it.
Yeah.
Whenever it affects any creature, that creature must be able to hear you. Don't say it like that. Say creatures must be able to hear you for... Just make that... Whenever it affects any creature, that literally means whenever anything is anything. That's not a sentence. That's nothing,
Right.
you silly goose.
Okay,
Just
fair enough.
literally just cut all of that out and just say the end. Creatures must be able to hear you.
Okay.
Or some version of that. When you use Rebellious Feat, you cannot use the same one again unless you finish a long rest. So do you know all of them immediately, or do you pick ones
Yes.
that you know?
You know all of them immediately. That's why I put that restriction
1,
there.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you can do it once per long rest.
We can do each one once per long rest.
That's a lot. That's 6 powers. That's too many.
Yes.
That's
Is
too
it?
many.
Okay.
Yeah. Because even if
Yeah,
this
I
was... Think about it like this. If this was one
Mm-hmm.
feature, and you could use that feature once per short rest, and you could use that feature proficiency bonus times per long rest, that's very reasonable. That would be one feature, and you would be getting it twice. So this is essentially the same level of proficiency bonus times per long rest, but when you're level 17.
What if I changed it to, because what I was playing with originally, the way I had it, was, on a short rest, you choose an amount equal to your proficiency bonus to know until your next short rest, basically. And you can change them out each time you take a short rest. The thing I don't want to do is I don't want to restrict them like Battlemaster maneuvers are. I don't want it to be one and done. I want you to be able to cycle through having all of them.
Then I think you probably have too many.
Okay.
Like, that's, if you want to be able to cycle through all of them, then having 3 would be really reasonable.
You don't think that having the amount that I have and then choosing a certain amount on a short rest, but like you can choose different ones each short rest would work?
I feel like that only works if you personally need all of these here. Because to me, that sounds like you are trying to figure out how to make space for all 6 of these. And I think the solution is to have less than 6.
To just have less. But to be fair,
because that's a pretty roundabout system to get to that goal.
To be fair, I do not need all of them. Some of them I was kind of stretching for things to do because I thought that I did a bunch of them. So
all right, let's take a look, not a sick. Okay, so Blitzkrieg Bop. For the next action, your instrument becomes fused with your power. You can use an instrument that you're proficient with as a weapon in combat. Is this an action? You don't say. There's no action economy here.
Oh, it's meant to be an action. It's meant to be a bonus action, rather. My bad.
Okay, so as a bonus action, you can activate one of your weapon, a magic item, or one of your instruments that turns into a weapon. It deals 1d4 bludgeoning damage, plus thunder damage equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration die. You're always considered proficient with this weapon. How long does this last? For a minute?
Yeah, for a minute.
I want to check something. Because I'm pretty sure... Isn't this... It feels similar to what the Whisper Bard gets.
Shoot, does it?
Whisper Bard, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend a bardic inspiration to do 2d6 psychic damage. It's different, but it's different. It's different enough. Okay, start a riot. You can use this rebellious feat as a... I also think you shouldn't call these feats. That's just going to confuse me.
Okay.
You can use this rebellious feat as an action. You can just say as an action. As an action, you allow yourself or another creature of your choice to re-roll their initiative roll, adding or subtracting the result of a roll of your bardic inspiration die. This is another one where I think it's a cool idea, but you're overcomplicating a little bit.
Okay.
I would just cut out the first half. As an action, you or another creature can add or subtract a roll of your bardic inspiration die to their spot in the initiative order.
Okay. I think that works. Yeah, that does work better.
I feel like it's kind of accomplishing the same goal. Like, re-rolling is nice, but it's not adding or subtracting. It's like sort of neutral.
That's so funny, by the way. I'm reading chat right now. That Xmas suggested Rebel Yells as a name instead of Rebellious Feats. That was their name before I changed it.
This becomes the target's new initiative until the next time initiative is rolled. I would just, I think you could just say this becomes this becomes the target's new initiative. I don't think you need to say until initiative is next roll.
Okay, sure.
Rise above. When you are a creature you see within 30 feet of you makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw with disadvantage. You can use your rebellious feat as a reaction to cause them to make the roll without disadvantage instead. Okay, all of these feel pretty reasonable in power so far. Here's the problem. The problem is that they are all completely different. Well, it's also completely different. Like, you essentially are getting a third level feature that is, you get 6 once-a-day spells. That's a lot. Like, even from a mechanics perspective, like, it's almost like, I think this would feel better if some of these features were slightly less hyper specific, like especially ones like Rise Above, and I don't know, less of them and have them be a little bit more broad. Like Blitzkrieg Bop is a good one in that. Like, it's just like pretty straightforward, but it's usable in a bunch of different ways. Like, you just get a magic thunder weapon for a minute.
So if I were to reduce these to like 3, would you mind, after you're done reading all of these, tell me which 3 you think would be the best? When you are a creature you can see within 30 feet of you takes damage, you can use this as a reaction. Just say you can use a reaction to reduce the damage. Okay, so you can do a Bardic Inspiration die to reduce damage. When you deal thunder damage to a creature you can see, you can use this feat to shock their senses. Unless we're getting an innate way to do thunder damage, this is one of the ones to go. No question. Well, the way to do the innate way to do thunder damage is the other.
You said you couldn't have multiple. You said you can have the multiple ones at the same time.
No, you can't do the same one twice until you finish a long rest.
But you can stack them.
But you can stack them. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I would still say this is the one definitely to go.
Okay.
You can use this feature. Action to grant yourself or another creature within 30 feet of you additional bonus action or reaction. These 2 should definitely go. Okay. I think Blitzkrieg Bop fits. I think that Start a Riot fits. Okay. I think if you simplify Rise Above, it could kind of fit. Also, Blitzkrieg Bop is too strong, unfortunately.
Oh, do you think?
Yeah, because that Whisper Bard, they're expending a Bardic Inspiration die to get 1 attack that's doing that damage. This is an infinite resource that is giving you a scaling attack that's not quite as good as that, but is still pretty good all the time. I just feel like it's a little bit... I feel like it's too much if it's infinite in use. I guess if it's only once a day, that's probably fine. But I don't even know if it's good enough to be once... Like, that's probably my problem with this. And this is actually the problem. The problem is I like Blitzkrieg Bop. I like all of these in certain ways. But they feel like they all fit into different spaces. Like, Blitzkrieg Bop, I think, makes a lot of sense if that was, like, your only feature and you got it 3 times a day. Getting it once a day almost feels too specific. Like, it's like... And I sort of feel that way about... I don't know if I feel that way about all of them, but I think that's maybe the problem, is that I don't think... It doesn't make sense for one of them to be a mode that you enter, and for all of the other ones to be an instantaneous effect.
Okay.
So I think you got to think about that a little bit. I feel like you need to decide... Like, there is no Battlemaster maneuver that lasts a minute. They all do a thing. There are certain... classes and subclasses that get features that do really radical stuff. Like the a good example of that is the Rune Knight. The Rune Knight, depending on what giant paths you pick, you get some stuff lasts 10 minutes, some stuff lasts a second. It's all totally different, but you're not getting that many of them, and you're picking them. So it's a completely different build system. One of the only reasons why Battlemaster works is the simplicity of all of the options. Whenever you're giving more than 3 options that you regularly have access to, They need to be simple, and they need to be somewhat symmetrical.
So can I propose then an idea to you?
Sure.
For a rewrite of this. Cull the list down to just three of the three strongest. Well, not strongest mechanically, but strongest like in terms of how cool they are. I guess what I'm trying to say. The three strongest written ones. Cull the list down to 3 of those. You choose one of those 3 every time you finish a short rest, and all of them cost all of your momentum.
I think that could work.
Okay.
I think that could work. I think that all of this is really cool. Like, all the ideas are really solid. I just think it's a matter of, it's like, it's the mechanics that I think need to be a little bit tightened in. And I think that could work really well. Play around with it. That might not be the solution. That might be the solution. I don't think you need to decide immediately what the answer is here. But I think that that is probably going to end up being the most important thing to think about for this subclass, which is if you're going in the direction of you're getting essentially a bunch of different or a handful of different like moves or special modes you can enter, how do you want to incorporate those? And at a certain point, you have to ask yourself the question, do you like the tempo mechanic with them? Because that's also really important. Because the tempo mechanic is very specific in how it's weird and unique. So whatever you turn it into or whatever it evolves into, always in the back of your mind, remember that it needs to pretty fluidly tie into the tempo mechanic.
Yeah, and I like the tempo mechanic, but for it to work, you need to be able to spend your tempo on something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's take a look at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, you learn to attack on the offbeat, weaving lunges and strikes naturally into the gaps of your opponent's defenses. As long as you have at least 1 tempo, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Oh, that's interesting. I would just give you extra attack, probably.
Really? I was trying to do that to sort of offset the balance of the rebellious feats.
Yeah, but you don't need to offset the balance of the rebellious feats if you just balance the rebellious feats.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Also, it's not really offsetting of balance. Like, getting a lot of power at one level and then getting little power at later level, it sort of works, but that's not a healthy balancing system. You want your class to work well at every level that it exists, because you should never assume they're going to get to 6th level. They might never get there.
Yeah.
And a lot of the classes and this is a me thing, but there's a lot of D&D classes that I think that don't do a good job of that, and and it shows in how often some are used over others and that sort of thing.
The thing I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to create a sort of push-pull, like give-take, risk-reward balance between having the momentum for the extra speed and just killing it to do something powerful. That's kind of the balance I'm trying to create.
Yeah. Okay. I just feel like this is already a bard that has a very situational melee attack, and outside of that, it doesn't really have any good melee attacks.
Okay.
So on top of that, you're going to make it... So this is basically a nothing feature 90% of the time, because it's really not a good feature unless you're specifically using the one feature that lets you attack with your instrument. If you're not using that, this is not good.
Well, this works on any attack.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But it doesn't matter. You're a bard. You're like there's almost never a circumstance where it is more advantageous for you to attack than to cast a spell. The only time it is if you are something like a bard that gets better access to better weapons, or a bard that is like the College of Swords bard, where they get like a fighting style, like they're made into a fighter.
I see.
So this gets less of an extra attack than the special bard that also doesn't get any special weapons. It just gets a fighting style. But
yeah,
this is not going to feel like a good feature if you don't have that thing on. It's not going to feel like nothing, but it's not going to feel great.
Because that was what I was sort of trying to keep in mind, was I wanted to make sure it didn't feel as good at fighting and melee as the specially designed melee fighting bard. Then I think I think you gotta be a little. Then the problem then I think comes from this system that you have here, the 3rd level system, because you can't have a 6th level feature that is tied to one of multiple options of a thing. You know what I mean?
That would be like if
Right.
the Battle Master, one of their features only worked if they had lunging attack on.
Okay, fair enough.
So yeah, like this, you could go extra attack here, but you could also do something else. Like, what if instead of extra attack, you got like a mini smite, where you got the ability to sacrifice bardic inspiration or sacrifice tempo, or like, what if it was that? What about that? Like when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can sacrifice up to 3 tempo. For each tempo you sacrifice, you deal an extra 1d3 thunder damage or 1d4 thunder damage or something.
Oh,
you know?
I like that actually. Okay.
Yeah, something like, but like, because there's other ways to make your attacks hit harder, but you want to be, and even that, I don't know if that's the move, just because we can't always hit people with our instrument. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I just think you should always be able to hit people with the instrument, and you should maybe. Okay. Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
What if you can always use your instrument as an improvised weapon, not improvised weapon, and the bonus that you got was the extra thunder damage?
Well, theoretically you can. That's just what an improvised weapon is.
Then why do you even? But are you playing devil's advocate against yourself because you wrote the mechanics here?
Well, the mechanic just gives you the extra thunder damage on top of your improvised weapon.
Yeah, but you're not proficient with it. Like this is.
Okay. Fair enough.
You're arguing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you disagree with that, then literally, why is this fucking sentence here? Why not just
Okay,
say the
no,
weapon
you're right.
deals extra thunder damage equal to a
Yeah,
Borley
yeah.
Bardic Inspiration die?
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
So basically, the feature should be giving you proficiency with it then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you could even go higher, man. Make it a D6. Who cares?
Okay.
A D6 isn't gonna break the bank.
Sure.
What are you using for your attack roll with these weapons?
It's an improvised weapon. I believe you.
Strength?
Oh, shoot, you're right. That's strength.
So
Yeah.
something to think
That
about
should
too.
change.
I mean,
Yeah.
it depends. Do you want it to be strength? It would be a lot stronger if it was charisma. I think if you kept it as strength or dex,
I don't think it should be charisma. I think it
you
should be
could.
dexterity
You know what
with
you
it.
could do? I wouldn't let them pick. I would let them pick.
Yeah.
Because I actually think this type of bard, a lot of people might want to go strength bard for this.
Yeah, that could be cool.
Because you're like a
Yeah,
punk rocker, you're smashing shit.
Yeah. No, I definitely wouldn't do charisma. That's stepping on warlock. That's stepping on hexblade.
Do make it so you pick. Make it so you pick.
Okay. Okay.
And it could be when you whenever you do this with a new instrument, you can pick again or something like that.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
You know what, man? That might be the move. At 3rd level, make one of the features you get like your version of like a packed weapon, but it's one of your instruments. And when you have that instrument as your packed weapon, don't use that language, of course. It does a D6 damage, and you can use it as a weapon you're proficient with, and it can be, and it counts as a finesse weapon you're proficient with. Or you can use dex or strength for it, or some combination like that.
And then just use instead of having the mechanic with the rebellious feats, just drop that entirely and have you use tempo to just modify your damage on that weapon, essentially.
Yeah.
So spending tempo on your quote unquote smites with the thunder damage. Okay, I can see that working. Sad that I get to lose all my funny references to punk rock songs that I put in the names of all of the rebellious feats, but
you could spread them out, man. Like, I mean, also, like, if you like all these things, cut them up and shove them in other places. Like, you have a lot. I'm not going to tell you to change tempo, but that takes up a lot of space. If you changed the way you did this, you could get access to like 2 or 3 of these at 3rd level, 2 or 3 of them at 6th level, 2 or 3 at 4. Like, there's all sorts of ways you could build this out if you want to keep those ideas. You just getting them all at once is a lot.
Oh, Fulcrum just says make the weapons damage your inspiration die. That could be cool.
Well, that was sort of already what you're doing with the thunder damage bonus.
Yeah, no, I think that's instead of making the weapon, I think you would definitely make the quote unquote thunder smite things, the 1d8, or the not 1d8, the bardic inspiration dice.
If you didn't want to lean into you having like an enhanced thunder version of the weapon, and you just wanted it to be a thing that you got at 3rd level, and you didn't want to have to think about it beyond then, you just wanted to know you could hit stuff with an instrument forever, I would lean into the base it off your bardic inspiration.
What if we did the weapon, and what if we did sort of a combination of the two here, where we kept the weapon, and then you could each of the I would rewrite all of the rebellious feats to just be different ways you can modify that weapon.
Oh, that's interesting.
So you're spending tempo, like those thunder quote unquote smite things, as one option, or another option could be blah blah blah, or another option could be blah blah.
That
blah,
could work too. All of that could work.
Right.
And honestly, dude, these you don't need to make. These can work. You just have to either trim them down or move some of them to other places and trim down other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let me look at 14th. At 14th level, Punk Praxis, also a good title. All these titles are very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
At 14th level, your allies can feel get rid of this extra feel. Can feel your rhythm too.
Yeah.
And are inspired to increase their own tempo to match. I would say to match it, not to match yours.
Yours is what I. Okay, sure.
I would say to match it because you're not talking. We're talking about the it. The it is the rhythm. I think it works there.
You're right.
And I only said that because you say "your" already in the sentence, and it's one of my lizard brain things.
Yep.
That's an irrational me thing. I don't know if it actually makes the writing feel better, but I think diversity of words is almost always better.
Diversity of words, I think, yeah, probably.
You can now have tempo points up to a maximum of your charisma modifier, and when they start their turn within 10 feet of you, start with creatures before they. We don't know who they are yet, so say, and when creatures of your choice start their turn within 10 feet of you, they can also gain 5 feet of extra movement. I think this is a little too much. I feel like maybe. Depending on how you decide to change or express the resource of using tempo, allowing you to have more tempo might be enough.
Okay. Do remember that it changes your maximum, but you still only gain 3 on initiative roll. So the other 2.
I would just change that whole thing then. I would just say I would just make all numbers. Like I might not even make it charisma modifier. I might just do the thing where all 3s related to it at first level become 5s.
Oh, you think? Because I did that on purpose, as a balancing thing, where you have to have the bardic inspirations get used in order to increase it above 3.
I think depending on how you change, the 3rd level features, you might not need that balancing. Okay. Like I said, it really depends on how tempo expresses itself mechanically, because right now we don't see totally how it does that.
Right.
But I think that could work. I think that could work. I could also see you doing something where instead of you having more, you gain a tempo when you give a bardic inspiration in addition to when somebody uses it.
Oh, that could be cool.
Something like that might work too.
Yeah.
So it would not impact your max, but you would be able to, like, I can always know I can have one. I can bonus action. I give a bardic inspiration. I have a tempo. You know? Yeah,
that's actually really good, because one of the things that one of the people on my D&D group that's playtesting this stuff, one of the things that they brought up is that they didn't like the idea that they feel like they kind of have to badger and remind the people they gave their bardic inspirations to use them in order for their tempo to work. That was one of the feedback I got from them during playtesting.
I mean, you might even want to switch that to first.
That could fix that.
Yeah. Well, it would fix it at 14th level. If it was an issue way early, you might even want to just consider that earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because I don't think that's. I mean, if I did that, then I might not have you automatically start with 3. I might make you have to spend them to get them, because you could always just get them. But that might be a thing to think about. If you do make it at 14th level, though, I think it's totally reasonable to just make it so you get one when you give one and when they use it. If you move it to 3rd, I might drop the you start with 3.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts, man. It's a very interesting subclass. I think you do a really, like I said, I like the tempo mechanic. I don't love the way the points are being spent, but the actual mechanic, which often ends up, I think, being the harder part, I like quite a bit. And I think the vibe is mostly fun. I do think that there is something that gets lost in the weeds in terms of mechanics matching vibe after 3rd level. I think the 6th level and the 14th level sort of feel like they're not adding anything super new. Like, the 14th level is just 3rd level, but better. And the 6th level is basically just extra attack. So I think that that is something to think about too, is trying to make sure that those features feel like they are still, either they are still selling a part of the fiction, or the thing they're doing is so obviously crucial to sell the fiction that it doesn't have to. Like the sword dancer bard gets extra attack at 6th level, and that just makes sense. Like, you don't need to think about why that happens. There's no need to sell that fiction.
Yeah, and that was why, because the reason that I did the sort of extra attack thing is because all of the melee bards get it, and I was kind of trying to echo the other melee bards, so I'm trying to make this a melee bard.
For sure. And I think that you could do that if you really wanted to. You could just give them extra attack, but there's all sorts of ways you could express doing extra damage. If you decide to not go with them always having a weapon available, though, I don't think they should get extra attack. I think they should get something that they could use whenever.
I think that I will probably have them go with them having the weapon always available, and I'll change instead of extra attack, I'm gonna change it. I think to no, actually, I'm gonna keep it extra attack, but I'm gonna change bring the noise so that instead of having the rebellious feats at all, the ability is make your weapon or your instrument into a weapon with one of the following modifiers of 3 that I write,
If you do that and you only get 1, you could have 6 if you really want. If you really want. I don't think you need 6. I think it will be better if you have 3. I think the more that you add on, the harder it gets to make them all feel good. But if you're like, fuck, I really like all 4 of these or all 5 of these, I think that's still fine. I think that's a win.
Okay.
I only think it's really an issue because you're getting all of them at the same time.
So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to end up doing then. Yeah, so you choose the one per weapon, and it's like an action to create the weapon or something. You can have only one at a time. So that way you still kind of have access to all of them, but you're switching them with an action, basically. I feel like that could kind of be interesting. Yeah,
there's a lot of stuff you could play around with there. And, I mean, if you decide to do that, then I might even pull the flavor a little bit away from Rebellion and more into Rhythm. Because then it sort of becomes just sort of like a rhythm fighter, too,
But the flavor is kind of the most important part here. The whole punk aesthetic is the whole thing I was setting out to do with this class.
Okay. Then ignore what I just said. Take it and throw it out back and shoot it. Cool, man. I think this is a really, really fun idea, and I think that you very interestingly navigated some tricky stuff. There's definitely stuff to work on, but it's a cool fucking idea. And the vibe is strong. The vibe is really strong, especially in these 3rd level features. And it's hard to, don't feel like you're failing by the vibe not feeling awesome on these, because you're being logical. These are both logical extensions of things that we're getting right. Like, it makes sense to features to get better. And a lot of the time, if you look at subclasses, especially bards, a lot of their features are kind of flavorless. So that's not even necessarily something you need to aspire. You don't need to necessarily do if you feel like the mechanics are doing a good job of selling it,
Well, that's kind of why I did it, was because, like I said, the reason that 6th level is the way it is all the melee bards get extra attack. And I kind of feel uncomfortable breaking from established WotC canon with how they design their stuff. But if you think that it would be better for me to do that, then I might feel more comfortable doing that in the future.
Breaking from it in this context is not that ridiculous, because it's not like you're making a fighter not get extra attack, and it's not like you're not making a paladin not get channel divinity, or you're not making a cleric get potent spellcasting or divine strike. It is an unwritten rule for martial bards, and that unwrittenness means if you don't want to follow it, or you don't feel like it's going to help you, you don't have to.
Fair enough.
Cool. Thank you very much, man. Final thoughts, questions? Things you want to shout?
Yeah, just that I really appreciate the work you're doing here, and I love you. And
oh, yeah, fine. I love you, too. Oh, yeah, fuck you. All right, that was Moot, a.k.a. Frank the Tank, which is also a great YouTube name. Let's give him a round of applause. Very fun. Very, very fun. Solid brew all around. Alrighty. Let us... Oh, shit. Where's the window? There it is. Chaos Cinder. Your chaos. Get your shit together. One, two, buckle my shoe. Buggada, 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 ba, buggada bee, buggada boo, buggada bye, buggada ba, ba, buggada, 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 buggada. A ton. Good evening, Velvety. How are you today? This is a paladin subclass focused on control and support. I really wanted to focus on... I wanted to feature the feeling... I really wanted to capture the feeling of being a leader of your people and your land, but without stepping on other players' agency. I thought the 20th level feature was good out-of-the-box way to feel like you can control the land, but I'm a little afraid you'll yell at me. Well, I probably won't yell at you, but I might tell you it doesn't work. I also might tell you you don't need to make it. Because paladins, more than any other subclass, I think, suffer from this. People make vague paladin vibe subclasses, and they don't feel like a subclass. They just feel like a paladin. So that's what I'm looking out for. Because being a leader and leading the people, that's basically just be a paladin. And we already have the devotion paladin and the crown paladin and the ancient paladin. Like, we have so many paladins that basically cover the basics. That it is... You are doing yourself a genuine disservice if you try to make a vague paladin subclass. Like, it's not... You need a gimmick. You need something unique. You need something that really sells the fiction of it. It can't just be an idea. It has to be more than that idea, especially if that idea is a little bit open-ended or vague. Let's see. Oath of Lordship. Like Oath of the Crown. Okay. Oath of Lordship is the Lord is the steward of his land and the people who depend on it. Paladins of this oath embody the feudal system, accepting the privileges and duties it bestows on a lord. They gain the loyalty of their people in exchange for a lord's protection. When the need arises, even the land itself rises to defend its master. That's a cool last sentence. I really like that last sentence. All this flavor text is fine. I still don't... This all just still feels like a character background and not actually like a subclass. Like, this just feels like a noble... Like, this part feels like I took the noble background. Let's see what our tenets are. Protect the people. Give your people strength in times of hardship. Demand fealty. You are a beacon of hope to your armsmen. Lead them to battle, but allow them to protect the symbol of their hope with their lives. Guard the land. The land is the tether between you and your people. Your duty to your people is to tend it. Okay, there's a couple problems here immediately. And I don't know what the solution is exactly, but does this subclass work if your character is playing, like, Descent into Avernus? Your people and your lands. It's very specific. You know? Like, and I don't mean specific in, like, specific type of flavor. Like, specific, like, I don't know how you... I feel like those tenets are... Yes, those tenets would make a lot of sense for a Oath of Lordship Paladin. But would an Oath of Lordship Paladin make sense as an adventurer at all outside of their kingdom? I don't know. But that's what that makes me think. Let's see what spells we get. Entangle, why? Unseen Servant makes sense. Pass Without a Trace, why? Calm Emotions makes sense. Spirit Guardians, why? Erupting Earth, why? Hallucinatory Terrain, why? Private Sanctum makes sense. Wall of Stone, why? Dominate Person, why? Okay, so I think that you need to pull away from the Lord stuff and pull into the land stuff. If you are going to be doing this many land-related spells, which is what a lot of these feel like, that should be a lot more of what this vibe is, and it shouldn't be sort of like the flavorful afterthought, because half this Lord shit just isn't going to work. Or at least it's going to be really hard to implement into games. They said even the land arises. Yeah, databank, but that is not enough in the flavor text, and you know that, you silly goose. Yeah, that's the thing, is like an Oath of Lordship paladin that is doing adventuring is an Oath of Conquest paladin. Keeper of the Land might make more sense. I think that vibe might work better, yeah. Let's see here. What do we get for our channel divinities? We get Forward the Pikes. As an action, you call on ethereal pikemen to continue their service beyond death. You can summon a number of pikemen equal to your proficiency bonus. They appear in unoccupied spaces of your choice within 30 feet of you. Set their pikes against an attack and remain for 1 minute. Each pikeman has fills a 5-foot square. The square becomes difficult terrain. A creature can enter the pikeman's space. A creature that enters the pikeman's space or space for the first time or starts their turn there take 1d8 force damage. I think there probably should be a saving throw here, but I think it's fun. I like it. I like you can make an invisible wall of pikemen. That's kind of fun. But this should probably be a saving throw. You could also make it do more damage as if it's a saving throw. If it's a land paladin, maybe have them form bonds with the land and get spell list based on type of land. I mean, the spell list I don't think you need to dramatically change if you get the land more in it, but the land's just not in it enough right now. 5 feet is short for a pike. That's a good point. It's okay if the flavor doesn't work for every campaign. A punk bard wouldn't work for a classic Lord of the Rings style fantasy campaign. This is also very true. I like this. I think this is a cool one. I like this channel divinity. Put a saving throw on it and make the damage 1d8 plus your charisma modifier. And I think you're good. You think 1d8 no save is fun? Okay, I mean, if you want to keep it 1d8 no save, fine. It is kind of fun. Okay, here, Hearth's Aura. As an action, you conjure up the memory of your castle's hearth, lending a feeling of home and security to your armsmen. For the next 8 hours, any creature within 30 feet of you enjoys the illusion of a warm bed and a stout roof over their head. Creatures that finish a long rest in this illusion gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier plus your paladin level. I feel like... I don't know if this makes sense, man, because we're already getting Private Sanctum, which is basically the same thing. You could just give us Tiny Hut, which is basically the same thing. Like, the real benefit here is after you finish a long rest, you get these temporary hit points. So what I would probably do is completely change this and make it so it's a channel divinity that you can activate at a long rest. But even then, it's like, that's a weird thing to have for a channel divinity. Like, this, to me, would... Literally, it's called Aura. This should be your fucking Aura feature. This feels kind of out of place as a channel divinity. A channel divinity, and then if you happen... This is like... The mechanics of this feel like... You were like, I want this channel divinity to help you people long rest, but getting a long rest is weird. Or channel divinity activating on a long rest is weird, so I'm going to make it so for the next 8 hours this thing is on. But that is like such a convoluted way of doing it. Yeah, I don't think this makes sense as a channel divinity. It makes sense as a feature, but not as channel divinity. So, I think you got to change it. Commanding Presence. 7th level. You can be singled out as a commander of your You can be singled out as a commander of your leaguemen. What is that word? Liegemen? You can be singled out is a little bit weird. I might say like it's a weird sentence. This might be a transliteration thing. This might be a translation into English vibes, or I don't know, but I think you're an English speaker. I don't remember. I have an Aton that is a Middle Eastern person. I don't remember if that is you or not. Yeah, it's a weird sentence. As their leader, you draw the attack of their enemies. This is too much flavor text. If you can combine these two sentences together, it's fine. If a creature within 5 feet of you makes a melee attack against a creature other than you, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on that attack roll. Isn't that just a fighting style? That's just a fighting style. Isn't that just the protective fighting style? Yeah, I would come up with a different thing here. This is just a fighting style. This is a fighting style that you could take as a paladin. This fighting style is available to paladins. So, you need something other than that, because it would be weird if you could get a fighting style as a 7th level aura, because you get it as a fighting style. Just take it as a fighting style. Come up with something else for the aura. Hell, that's perfect. Now you have a new... You could put the hearth up here by the aura, or better, or at 15th level or whatever, and then something new here. Boom, bang, bagada boom. Paladins get interception fighting style, which reduces damage, but they also get protective fighting style, which is literally what this does. It's the exact same feature. Let's see what we get at 15th level. Starting at 15th level, your pikemen arm themselves with crossbows to defend you with range. While your forward with the pikes feature is active, any creature that makes an attack against you takes force damage equal to your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. This is very similar to another paladin feature. I think it's either the Conquest or the Vengeance paladin. They get a thing where if somebody does a melee attack against them, you deal damage to them. So this sort of just feels like a better version of that. And I feel like I would rather come up with something new. Although I do like the idea of doing more stuff with your pikemen. I feel like the pikemen's the coolest part of this subclass. What are you guys arguing about on YouTube? Are you guys being fucking weird? Why are you guys talking about... Why is there a conversation about people... Why is somebody calling people woke? Ben Riley, I don't know who you're arguing with, but... I generally am woke. It is my preferred ideological belief. I believe woke to not be an insult, but to be means you are, you believe in like paying attention to shitty stuff that's happening to people around you. So I don't know what you're talking about, but chill out. If somebody upset because they said the indentured servitude thing, demand fealty, I think that's a reasonable thing to be upset by. I would say I go out of my way to not put shitty politics into my D&D games or things that I don't like in real life too much that I don't want to imagination play. Anyway, let's take a look at the 20th level feature. But I also didn't see any of the conversations, so I didn't mean to call you out. I apologize. I don't know what you guys are arguing about. I just saw random shit. Okay, Awakened Fief. At 20th level, the land comes truly under your control and magically acts as your lair. As an action, you call the land to your service. For the next minute, on initiative count 20, you can take a lair action to cause one of the following effects. Oh, interesting. You can't use the same effect twice in a row. Okay, so Aton. I'm going to read them in a second. The idea here, though, of you essentially getting a lair effect, I think is really, really cool. The problem is you have not earned it. There's not nearly enough that has to do with, like, your presence having a magical impact on the land before 20th level. Like, if you can build into this subclass ways of showing that this thing is magically affecting the land, this vibe of 20th level feature can work really well. It's 7 a.m. You lost your woke hours ago? Dang. I'm gonna be slept later. One of my favorite comedians, he is sometimes called the Slept King. Yeah, I would never... Listen, I'm not here... I don't generally judge people's homebrew based on what its what it's trying to be, because I don't want to, because what you think is cool is different than what I think is cool. But I probably would not put this subclass in my game because I have zero interest in a player being encouraged to live out like a feudal, like an idealistic version of like a feudal lord. Because if in all of my games, the people in charge are the assholes, because that's the story I like to tell. But that doesn't mean it might not work in your game. So I'm not judging it for you wanting to do that. I just probably wouldn't use it. But I will not read things where they're like genuinely offensive or like, you know, things that cross lines for me. Let's see what let's see what it actually does. So is it an action? We activate it. We get access to these. We can't use the same effect 2 rounds in a row. Very similar to layer actions. We get 3 options. Let's see what they are. Protect the people. You rally your forces in defense. Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you can move up to half their speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Okay. Your standard flies proud over the battlefield. 3 creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you become immune to the charmed and frightened conditions until the next initiative count 20. Okay. Guard the land. The ground shakes, rising up against your attackers. Choose a point within 60 feet of you. Creatures within 15 feet of that point must make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. Underpowered, if anything. Not that crazy. How many... Can you only use this feature once per day? Like, once you use this feature, is it done until your next long rest? Or can you always do this? This should be once a day. I'm assuming it's once a day. Assuming it's once a day, these all feel a little underpowered. I guess you know what? I guess it's balanced out by the fact that they're interrupting initiative and it's not taking any action economy to do them. They're just happening. So you know what? That might actually be the balancing there. But dude, you said I don't have any issues with this 20th level feature. I think it's really interesting. I think it's cool. I like it a lot. Oh my god. I'm going to be honest. I need you guys to stop having arguments about woke stuff. Just fucking stop it. Anybody that says, I don't need my D&D to be woke, you're being a little immature, and maybe you've had bad experiences with people that sort of thrust their ideology in your face. But the idea of being woke in D&D, do you know what that means? That means running a game where the people that are playing it are comfortable. That's all. That's what it means. And if you're having a problem with that, what's probably happening is you are bumping up against people who have higher standards of what they need for comfort or, you know, more social consciousness. And that is good or bad or whatever. It just is what it is. But if you have a problem with woke in D&D, that's not you having a problem with woke in D&D. That's a problem that you are having with people talking about their ideology that you disagree with in other settings, or that's you having a problem with making space comfortable for people that you're literally playing D&D with. It's one of those two things. Because either they're complaining about it and you're not playing D&D with them and you shouldn't give a shit, who cares? Or they're complaining about it and you are playing D&D with them and you are genuinely being an insensitive person. It's one of those two. So anybody that has a problem with woke shit in D&D, you are overly sensitive. You are being the snowflake that you need to move past. Because somebody deciding that they're not comfortable with something is fine. You're out? Okay, that's fine. If you decide to come back, we'd love to have you. But if you decide that this space isn't for you because we're comfortable with telling people that it's okay for them to like have boundaries in what they want in their game, then yeah, you could probably go. If that's your limit, listen, I love this show, but if you're going to tell people that it's okay for them to have boundaries, that's it. I'm out. Boundaries? Limits? Not for me. Not for me. I can't stand somebody asking for boundaries. That's fucking insane. Oh my god. whether or not you have feelings about wokeness in real life, there's no argument against it in the context of D&D. Zero. Because it's either not in your game and you shouldn't care, or it is in your game and it's probably stemming from one of your players having feelings that you should care about because they're your friend that you're playing D&D with. You know? Okay. Okay. I am so sorry, Eitan. Sidetrack. Okay, so overall feedback. You are doing some really cool things here, and I think that the way to make this work well is to narrow the story that you're telling. I don't want to tell you exactly what you should do, because I want you to make this whatever you want it to be, but I want to can I make a suggestion? You have this idea of the pikeman, which I think is so cool. And if you take this idea of the oath of lordship and you sort of translate it into not literal lordship over people, but like the spirit of leadership, and translate it more into like you are summoning the knights of old because you manifest leadership so well, and that's where the pikemen come from. I think that vibe could work well. And then I think if you lean into that vibe, you could actually lean more into stuff with the pikemen, and through that vibe, you could express the idea that you're such a good leader that the fucking earth is like, I'm on board. Do you know what I mean? That's the direction that I would go in if I were you. So I would take it away from the, like, I'm a king of people, and I would lead it into, like, I am such a good leader that the universe is giving me ghost minions. You know what I mean? Anyway, I think there's some cool stuff here. I think the Channel Divinity, not Channel Divinity, I don't think you need to do layer actions for the 20th level. Like, it's a very unusual mechanic, and I think it's actually expressed here pretty well. I would want to see it play tested, because I just don't know how that would feel. I also think that, and this is very specific, but you need to clarify, if you're getting this at level 20, you're going to be fighting some really big monsters. So you're going to be in situations where you're fighting a monster that also gets layer actions. Whose layer actions trigger first? Yours or the monsters? I don't really know, but that's actually something that you might need to put in here mechanically. And again, I don't know if you need layer actions to express the ideas that you're doing here, but I think that it's interesting. And I think that if it feels like it works, then I think it's worth leaning into for sure. Are we still arguing about politics in the chat? I feel like I kind of wear my politics on my sleeve. I'm definitely not a conservative. I'm definitely left-leaning. That doesn't mean I love everything that happens on the left either, but I'm a lefty more than I'm a righty. I grew up going to a fucking socialist summer camp, man. I lived in like social communes where I did not have personal belongings with other people for years at a time. I'm very much a lefty. Yeah, I want to say from age 18 to age, like, 21 or 22, I lived in big houses, or big apartments, really, or two apartments next to each other sometimes, with, like, between 8 and 16 people, and we had shared money, and shared food, and shared resources, and shared everything, and it was crazy, and sometimes it worked out really well, sometimes it didn't work out so well. But it was a very, 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 it allowed me to live a life where I genuinely thought almost entirely about my relationships and almost never about money for several pretty formative years. So I'm very grateful for it. But anyway, I'm a lefty. So if you're like, this isn't a lefty space, I mean, it's my channel. It's a little bit of a lefty space. Somebody was throwing a fit? Are people getting... I'm not paying attention. Did somebody just get muted or deleted or something? Oh yeah, somebody got timed out. Thank you, mods. I try to let the mods handle everything because they're smarter than me and they know more than me and they're my heroes and my champions and I appreciate them. Listen, I think you should care about politics as much or as little as you want. That being said, we all have to still be very nice here. What was Doctor? Oh, he was calling people Nazis. Can I be honest with you? If Dr. Hongstein, if you're still here, I probably agree with you fairly a lot politically. And I'm going to be honest with you. The people that I disagree with politically, most of them are Nazis. And most of them, some of them are definitely a little Nazi. But most of them aren't. And when you start calling people Nazis, it turns the conversation into not a conversation. Now, that doesn't say you shouldn't call out a fascist and a Nazi when you see one, because you should. But I also think it is unhealthy for the dialogue to get name-cally and start putting people... It's the same thing as, like you wouldn't want people calling you, I don't know. Like, it's the same thing as, like, people calling liberals, like snowflakes, basically. I mean, it's not exactly, but it's similar. It's just name-calling. Anyway. It be how it be. I'll tell you what. I don't talk about politics at all on my channel because I'm very uninformed. I'm very aware of the fact that I know the world through my own perception and I do very little research and I don't even really watch the news that much. So I don't feel like I am justified in super demanding or yelling anything about politics to you guys, but I still have feelings about them. All right. I'm sorry that took a crazy turn, Aton. I hope that feedback was helpful, and I think that this piece is actually something, it's a weird piece, because I think depending on where you go, it could be a bunch of different things, and I think they could all be interesting. I think if you lean into the land stuff, that's a whole vibe. If you lean into the pikemen stuff, that's a whole vibe, and there could almost be two separate subclasses. So you got a lot of vibes that you could lean into here. I'm curious to see if you keep working on it. I hope you do. I don't remember if we gave you a round of applause, but we're going to do it again just in case, because I don't actually remember. Thank you for sharing. Up. Where's my applause button? I lost it. I need to resummon it. 1 second. Applesauce. All right. Applause. Alrighty. I think they didn't time out Malkov because he just left. They didn't need to time him out. He left. In the future, I'm sure he would have gotten timed out. Anyway. Oh, yeah. I hate talking politics. Because everyone is so dumb, and I am a part of that, too. Anyway, thank you, Aton, for sharing. You're not a mod after all? Are you trying to become a mod, Moot? I think we really need to like a subclass about silly... I think we really need a subclass about silly string. Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't think anything's bad. I think the thing is, I think that what's his name got timed out just because he was also doing that thing where you're sort of like all caps typing. Doesn't matter. Whatever. The mod's fine. Mood, if you want to become a mod in the future, let me know. I'm happy to hook you up. You don't have to apologize, or you do apologize. All right, I missed the whole fucking conversation, guys. I don't know what's going on. Life's so weird. You're all great. I love all of you. Even the people I disagree with, I love you. You have potential for greatness, even if I disagree with you. And if I agree with you, you also have potential for greatness. And if I agree with you too much, you've got to work on it. Because, let's be honest, if you agree with me that much, something's wrong. You know what I'm talking about? Ain't nobody should agree with me that much. How many animals have you guys killed in your life? Bug it up. Don't answer that. Bug it up. Why would I ask that question? Why was I thinking about that? Bug it up. Boosh. Kip. Cinder, you're being fucking weird. I mainly need help with the balance of this one. Okie dokie. I think it depends on what kind of animals. If you count humans, I mean, I can't even keep track. It's easier for me to count animals that I've killed that are, like, smaller than a golf ball. If I have to count animals that are bigger than a golf ball, it's very hard to keep track. This is a soul of pith. What is pith? Is that a word? I'm so dumb. Oops, I didn't even copy paste right. Pith. Spongy white tissue. From the rind of a lemon. Oh, that's pith? I hate pith. Okay, enough politics. I think we can all agree that pith is the worst. Did you make a subclass around pith? I'm sure you didn't. Okay, so who sent me this one? Kip? This was you? Yeah, Kip. Here's the problem. This name implies that this sorcerer is an orange skin sorcerer. And your flavor text is that it's about speed and hasty response. Okay, so when you have that brief flavor, if the mechanics don't sell a story, then you need to build the story before you build the mechanics. Sometimes you can build mechanics really well without having flavor at all, with it being very vague and open-ended. But most of the time, if anything feels like it's not working in the mechanics themselves, it probably is stemming from the vagueness of the flavor. Often is the case. All right, let's take a look at the soul of pith. Soul of the fleshy orange. Like pithy, yes, like that fleshy orange. At first level, we get light-footed and double up. Starting at first level, your movement speed increases by 10 feet. And don't say may, say can. You can move across water without falling in. What happens if you stop moving on top of it? You gain an additional 5 feet of movement at 6, 14, and 18th. Okay? So we're just sort of speedy. Double up. Also at first level, you ignore the rule on the amount of leveled spells you, don't say may, say can cast in a single turn. Don't like that. And whenever you cast a leveled spell that takes an action, you can expend a sorcery point to cast the same spell again as a bonus action, granted you have the spell slot to do so. So normally in D&D, this is an impossible thing. This kind of breaks the game. Dr. Hunkstein, don't even worry about it, dude. You're fine. You're fine. Genuinely, there is nothing wrong with being upset by people being jerks. Don't feel bad about that. Just, you know, be reasonable. Be reasonable. Reyes, if you're going to be mean, I'm going to time you out again. I appreciate you sharing Homebrew and being a part of this channel, but you're pretty regularly a little harsh in the chat to people, and I think you got to tone it down a bit. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, this just doesn't work, man. You can't cast 2 leveled spells in the same turn. This is not Quicken Spell. This is just better Quicken Spell. Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, we get Quicken Spell already. This is a Sorcerer subclass. So it's not like this is another subclass that doesn't get access to This is not even like this is a bard or a wizard who normally wouldn't get Quicken Spell. This is a sorcerer already gets it. The problem with casting multiple leveled spells at the same time is that there is a thing with spells where you can take two spells, and when you put them together, the combination of them is much stronger than either spell individually. The other thing is that spells have huge impact on the game. Fireball, for example, can hit like 10 creatures, and that's a single spell. The reason why we get multi-attack and extra attacks and all these extra attacks is because attacks are only ever affecting one thing at a time. Spells, any AoE spell, they can affect so many things at a time. And beyond that, they can do so many things because the limit of what a spell can do is basically boundless due to the amount of spells and just what they are. Like, this is an unreasonable feature. It just doesn't work. And the reason why I'm talking about it is because I want you to understand that this just doesn't work, and you got to just drop it. It's just not going to work. Okay, I need everybody to shut the fuck up. Okay, who do I time out? I'm timing you out for being annoying. You can come back in 10 minutes. Whom else am I timing out? Anybody? All right, no, we timed both of them out. That's so funny. All right, let's see here. You're only critical of me when when you disagree, but your comment was sarcastic and a bit much. It's a pattern. It's a tonal pattern. I've noticed it. If I'm remembering it as a tonal pattern, it means it's happened enough that I've noticed it. And there's a lot of people talk in the chat, but you do you. Okay, rapid shot. Starting at 6th level, your spells shoot out of your fingers in quick, potent bursts. Whenever you kill a creature with a spell attack, if you dealt more damage than their current HP, you can make another spell attack against a creature within the spell's range, dealing the remaining damage plus an additional 1d8 of that spell's damage. I just don't think these work, man. I'm not seeing, like, the first level feature kind of works if you deal with the floor movement thing. This is, and it's on all the time. Like, maybe this would be okay if it was like, you can spend 3 sorcery points or 2 sorcery points to do this. But it can't just be on cash. You know? It could work without damage. How would it work without damage? Because every spell attack does damage. Are there any spell attacks that don't do damage? I didn't notice, Yaz. What didn't I notice? Once per turn, if you reduce a creature, once per turn, if you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, make another spell attack. Don't add the D8. I guess, yeah, maybe that. I think it still should be somewhat limited in use. I don't know if it should be I don't think it should be infinite usable. I'm just not reading chat anymore, by the way, because all of you are just caught up in stupid conversations. I'm checking it a little bit, but I'm mostly ignoring it. Okay, Dead Sprint, also at 6th level. Whenever you hit a creature, and mods, please, I encourage you to just start timing people out really aggressively. Also at 6th level, whenever you hit a creature with a spell attack, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from that creature until you start your next turn. Oh, that's kind of interesting. That is not how Warcaster works. Is it? No. Warcaster lets you use a spell as an opportunity attack. I think that's pretty cool. I don't think we need dash as a bonus action. We're already getting a bunch of extra movement speed, so I would drop that. I like that, though. I think that's fun. Bildo, people are being really annoying. They're being dicks to me and to each other and getting into stupid political conversations. So I would just be ready to time people out, and I would hit them with the hour timer or the day timer. Okay. Let's see here. Hasty detonation. They weren't really being mean to me. They were just making me frustrated, which I took as a personal offense because I'm a self-centered creature. Hasty detonation. Starting at 14th level, whenever you cast a spell that forces a creature to make a dexterity saving throw, they have disadvantage on the save unless they use their reaction to make a dexterity saving throw. Wait, what? Whenever you cast a spell that forces a creature to make a dexterity saving throw, they have disadvantage on the save unless they use their reaction to make the dexterity saving throw. So what you're saying is creatures have disadvantage on dex save based spells you force them, but if they expend their reaction, then they don't have to make those saves at disadvantage? Huh. Huh. It's an interesting idea. I don't know how I feel about it. I think that it should say they use their reaction to remove the disadvantage. That would make sense. Oh my god, you're such a fucking little shit. Okay. Reyes, you can come back tomorrow. I'm timing you out for 24 hours. Jesus Christ, you can't fucking learn, dude. I feel like you are my first hate watcher. It's so crazy. I've never really had one of those. But you can come back tomorrow. I genuinely don't have patience for your annoyance. And if you keep being annoying, I'm just going to ban you again, and then you're not going to be able to talk in chat. I did it once before. Or one of the mods did it once before. Somebody did it once before. So second time might be the charm. Okay. Instant response. Finally, at 18th level, you learn the spell Haste. If you already know that spell, you may learn a different third level spell. Additionally, whenever the spell ends, the target doesn't lose the ability to move or take actions. I mean, learning Haste makes sense, and I think the idea of getting a special version of Haste where there isn't that downside is cool. I don't know if I would give that at the 18th level, though. Like, what if it was a 6th level feature? And what if it was at 6th level, you learn the spell Haste? When you cast Haste, you can spend 3 sorcery points instead of casting it as normal. When you cast it in this way, you can do so. When you cast it in this way, it loses the negative effect. Sort of like in the same way where the Shadow Sorcerer can spend 2 sorcery points to cast Darkness and to see through it. Do you know what I mean? I think that would, because it's Haste. It's a 3rd level spell. It's not that exciting at 18th level. You know, like, it's very easy to get that earlier. It would maybe be exciting if it was on, like, a fighter or somebody that wouldn't normally have access to it, but because you're a sorcerer, you're going to have access to it anyway. So I think this would make much more sense at, like, 6th level. And tie it into sorcery points. That's another thing. You don't have anything in your subclass that ties to sorcery points. Oh, I guess you do. Double up. But it's not even... You're only spending a sorcery point to cast the spell again. You're not... Oh, we're ignoring that because this feature is just completely broken. So we're not going to worry about that. But I would give us a... Yeah, come up with something else to give us with sorcery points that isn't so silly busted. Let's see here. I think they expected Haste to work with the multiple level spells per turn. Yeah, even then, it's not the move. Greetings. My first and foremost question to the creator would be, what is the through line that binds the theme? What are you trying to say? That's a great question. And I think that what they're trying to say is speedy sorcerer. But I think that speedy sorcerer is kind of vague. And it is not, and unfortunately, it's not really expressing itself in a bunch of sort of new features. I mean, we're getting a couple. I think the movement speed thing is kind of new. The bouncing spells thing is a little bit new, but a lot of the stuff is sort of just speedy stuff that doesn't feel like it's selling a fiction. It's an interesting idea. I do wish it was a little bit more thought out in terms of like, what is this thing supposed to be specifically? And like I said, sometimes you look at a subclass and it doesn't need much flavor text. It just sells itself. But usually those subclasses are like really specific, and really specific to the point that they are like almost a joke subclass, like Pikachu fighter or milkshake paladin or stuff like that. You know, like you don't need to sell the fiction of a dragon barbarian, right? That you can immediately, but you do need to sell that fiction a little bit depending on like how they're interpreting the dragon. But if you're like, I'm a barbarian, I turn into a dragon, it's like, okay, I get it. But I'm fast is very open-ended. It needs a little bit more focus, I think. Alrighty, those be my thoughts. Let us give our round of applause to our dear Kip. Thank you for sharing. Boop. All right. I really do think that guy is turning into a hate watcher of mine, which is crazy. I've never really had one. I'll tell you what. If they're back tomorrow and they do anything that I think is dickish, I'm just going to ban them. And I'm just not going to worry about it anymore. It's really not worth it for me to get annoyed by someone that much. If they want to watch, they can watch, but I'll give them more chances, but that'll be that. Cinder, do you add more people to the wheel today? If yes, can you add me? The last time I'm asking, I'm swear. Yeah, sure. Wait, Yazi, I thought I added you before. Was your name not on it or something? That's weird. I added Brent before you. Wonder why that happened that way. He was being reasonably mean. He wasn't being totally mean. He was being poking the bear. He was intentionally trying to. Malkov, I didn't even see what you were talking about. The argument that you got into with someone I completely missed. You don't worry about it. You're fine. I'm sorry, Yaz. Dr. Honkstein, who are you talking about? Dr. Honkstein said, all right, I tried to keep quiet, but how are you just going to let the right roid back in here and ban me? First of all, I didn't ban you. Is that how you run your channel? I don't know what... Yeah, I guess, because I don't know what you're talking about. Antagonistic to the lefties while calling yourself woke is just lip service. I don't know what fictional universe you live in, but what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, I didn't ban you. I didn't even time you out. Second of all, I didn't ban anybody. The person who I banned was the person who was being mean to me. I timed somebody out because they were being mean to me. I didn't time someone out about politics, but you're acting like a fucking psychopath, regardless of what your politics are. So you need to stop seeing yourself as the center of the universe and acknowledge that I was talking about something that didn't have to do with politics at all when I talked about just banning somebody. I did not ban them because of politics. I banned them because they regularly are kind of mean to me and say haphazard kind of dickish things. They are rude, and I don't like that. You need to shut the fuck up and chill the fuck out because you're talking fucking nonsense. You're fucking talking nonsense. Holy shit, you're talking fucking nonsense. I didn't even see what he said. Holy shit. Dude, you are doing such a bad job of representing the left right now in any way. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at this. Look how mad this guy's getting in the chat. This is fucking crazy. We got timed out for using the N-word? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I'll just ban him then. Is that really what he did? All right, yeah, sure. I guess I'll. I didn't see what he said. All right, here, let me check. I'm gonna go. I'm doing investigating. I'm investigating. He said. He said he's fine with racists in his D&D games. You didn't call anybody at the N-word. What are you guys talking about? You guys are... Okay. All right. I don't know what to tell you, buddies. I think you got to chill the fuck out. Yeah. I think you're all making shit up. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Oh my god. Okay, Bildo, you are very good at this. You can decide who stays and who goes. Oh, Bildo already just decided. Cool. Okay. Oh my god. That was crazy. Oh, what a stupid situation. Ugh. Oh my god. All right, anyway, whatever. I like that person was like aggressively yelling at somebody and then apologized and said he would chill out. And then it was made very clear that it's like, yeah, we're trying to make this like a nice spot. And then he immediately was like, I have to keep talking about it. Oh my god. Holy lay. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Dr. Hornstein said that he was mad because the guy said he left because he couldn't handle being in a woke space. Is that okay? I mean, listen. It might be stupid if somebody can't handle being in a woke space. It speaks to a level of ignorance and dumb, but that doesn't, you know, give him a chance to learn. Can we do another spin of the fucking wheel? Please? Bucket a 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 Milky Boy. Master Artificer. I think I need to start being more intense with the banhammer. As soon as somebody shows a little bit too much emotion, out of here. I want help balancing the infusions and what to do at 9th level. This is my first time submitting a Google Doc. D&D Beyond doesn't like subclasses with non-SRD spells. This is true. They do not. This is the Arbalist. What is an Arbalist? Is that somebody that makes, like, is that bow and arrows? Yes, it is. Oh, that's Arborist. It's Arbalist. These guys. Excuse me. Here it is in the chat if you want to give her a gander. All right. Artificers who specialize as arbalists prefer nothing more than a crossbow. Their trusty arbalist. I don't know if an arbalist is called the same thing as an arbalist, but these words are too similar for them to be an arbalist and their item to be an arbalist. Like, even if that's literally what it is, I think you should change the name of one of these things, probably. Malkov, I know what you said that was offensive. I don't want to talk about it anymore. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at your chat. I'm going to look at chat right now, and I'm going to ban the next person that keeps talking about this. Whoever it is. I'm going to be irrational about it. You're more than welcome to send an unban request. But if you're not done having this conversation, I'm just going to start banning people. Because I'm fucking done. Malkov, people got upset because you said you're okay with slavery and racism. Which is like a pretty insane thing to say to most Americans. My guess is you're European or Canadian. And maybe in those situations it's that. I know that you were referencing it in a game. I know. But I'm saying that's why. Because most people aren't comfortable with that even in a game. And if you don't like that, that's okay. But we need to stop arguing about it. And genuinely, the next time it's mentioned, I'm just going to start banning people. Okay. Masters of tracking and shooting. Many arbalists are employed as snipers or hunters. On the other hand, some arbalists become adventurers, believing that any problem can be solved with enough bolts. Alright, god damn it. I gotta fucking ban Gunnar, because he's not done talking about it. Gunnar, you can send an unban request, but you're getting banned because you won't shut up. Banned. Sorry, I don't even know you. You're new. Didn't listen. Okay. On the other hand, some arbalists are adventurers. You can send an unban request if you want. Believing that any problem can be solved with enough bolts. We get proficiency with woodcarver's tools, and we can use them to spend 10 minutes to carve a pound of wood into 3 crossbow bolts. All right, that's kind of a fun little mechanic. This is one of those things that I don't actually know if you need, but is kind of fun to have. You know? I was going to say, if those are the only 3rd level features, that is not enough. We get Hail of Thorns, Hunter's Mark, Acid Arrow, Cordon of Arrows, Conjure Barrage, Lightning Arrow, Freedom of Movement, Locate Creature, Conjure Volley, Swift Quiver. So we're the Ranger Artificer. So here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that as we move forward, this doesn't feel like a Ranger Artificer. This feels like a distinct new type of Artificer. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. Is this the real world? Most of it is. What is that in reference to? I live in the real world. That's not even true. I don't live in the real world. Okay, let's look at Arcane Arbalist. You created a magical Arcane Arbalist. You choose the form of the Arbalist takes. Hand crossbow, light crossbow, heavy crossbow. It has the following additional properties. You're proficient with it. Counts as magic. You can use it as a spellcasting focus. It gets a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. I don't think we should be getting a base item that's giving us bonus to plus attack and damage rolls. I would not do that. I would not do that. Nothing does that. Nothing does that. If you want to improve it over time, you could look to something like the Battlesmith, who get a puppy, and that puppy gets enhanced over time. You could also look at something like the Artillerist. They can enhance their attacks with wands, but not with attack and damage rolls, just with an extra dice. This isn't selling any flavor. This is just numbers go up. You know? This is, honestly, this is kind of, you're falling into the thing that I wanted you not to fall into, which is, let's see what makes this arcane arbalist artificer different. And so far, kind of nothing. This is just the same as a ranger that has a +1 bow that gets better over time. Try to come up with some things that this thing can do that will make it kind of feel unique or different. Look at the armorer artificer. You're not, you're getting heavy armor or light armor. Those armors aren't giving flat modifier bonuses. It's not like your special stealthy armor gives you, it's a +1 studded leather. The things that it gets are like, you're more maneuverable and you can shoot little lightning blasts. Or the big heavy armor isn't heavy +1 armor, it's just heavy armor, but you get a weird concussive punches and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? I would try to lean into it doing a thing, feeling like it's a thing you're building. So it has contraption-y bits, etc. No, you can still watch if you're banned. Basically, the way that it works is if you get banned, you just can't talk in the chat. I like the idea of getting special infusions for the bolts you make. I see we're getting those, but we're not getting them till like 5th level, maybe? Because I don't see them anywhere here. This final part is a little tedious. Let's see what we get at 5th level. You've learned how to infuse your ammo with magical artifice. When you finish a long rest, you can touch non-magical crossbow bolts and turn them into magical ammunition. Cool. This doesn't really matter because your bolt automatically counts as magical. So you don't actually need this. Bolt infusions... Oh, this is infusions, I see. Bolt infusions last until you finish a long rest, when you can infuse again. You can choose up to 2 different infusions at a time, each of which specify how many bolts can be infused. You can choose any of the following. I think you should, how many are there? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's not so bad. That's just 4. That's fine. Explosive. It can make 3. Each creature within the area has to make a dex saving throw or take little fire damage. Homing. The bolts have advantage on ranged attacks. Oh, can these ones be reused? Okay, no, it's destroyed. Poisoned. If you hit a creature with this bolt, they have to make a con saving throw or they take poison damage. And if you hit a creature with this bolt, the net bursts from the bolt. The target is restrained and can make a strength check against your artificer safeties. All of these are really cool. The poison one is not good. 2d6 poison damage against one target is so much worse than 2d4 poison damage. Or 2d4 fire damage against potentially multiple targets. So I do think that you got to make this apply the poisoned condition. So what I would probably do with this one is make a con saving throw, and then they take poison damage, and they're poisoned also for a minute, and they can retake the save at the end of each of their turns or something. Otherwise, I think it's not strong enough. I like these. I wish we got them earlier. I wish we got them at 3rd level. But I think all of them work fine. They all do fairly different things. I think they're fine. I think they're solid. Yeah. You love my YouTube shorts. I love your YouTube shorts. Yeah, I like them. I just don't know if they make sense at 5th level. I feel like you got to try to squeeze them into 3rd. Honestly, if you drop the +1 and the scaling +1, and you just make it so you can make a number of these a day, I think you could just tie it into the core thing, honestly. I don't think it's that crazy. Because none of them are that strong. Like, they're all balanced. They're all fine. And then at 5th level, you could give us something else. You could maybe give us extra attack. There's all sorts of stuff. You could make it so whenever maybe you have the damage increase. So whatever the damage did before, you add a D8 on top of that. So they just always, your magic bows always hit a little harder. When you get the frightened condition, how do you lose it? It depends on what the feature is. So a lot of the time, if a feature imposes a condition, it'll say, you are frightened for 1 minute, or you're frightened until you succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or you're frightened until you're out of sight of the thing that frightens you. Do you know what I mean? What else is there? How does this piece of art translate its creators experience? That is a good question to ask. Let's take a look at 9th level. Calculated shot. You know how to use advanced calculations to improve your aim. When you make an attack using your arcane Arbalist, you can choose to add your intelligence modifier to the roll. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. It's probably fine. I think it's probably fine. It's essentially... Oops, that's the wrong thing. It's essentially the, like the accurate shot Battlemaster maneuver. You know? So I think it's probably fine. Let's take a look at 15th level. Oh, I just did. No, I didn't. That was 9th. Let's see here. Master Arbalist. At 15th level, you've mastered your bolt infusions. You can now choose up to 4 different bolt infusions at the end of each of your long rests. You only how many options do you have? You only have 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can just make it so you can pick all 4. That's fine. Additionally, whenever you choose your bolt infusions, you can choose from the following infusions as well. Oh, interesting. Okay, we get 2 more. This bolt shot can be shot out to a range of double your crossbow's range. Doesn't have disadvantage. Okay. And then if you hit a creature with this bolt, it takes 5d6 extra force damage and must succeed on a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. Okay, here's what I would do. I would not have it jump from 2 to 4. I would have it jump from 2 to 3. And then I would also give you access to these. So I would make it like every long rest, you can pick 3 of the lower level ones and 1 of the higher level ones. I think that's the move. It's an interesting subclass. I would want to need. I would probably want to play test the infusions to feel like how does that feel to get how are we getting enough out of them? Or like I can't tell if they feel like they're enough or not. Because they are the crux of the subclass, and you're getting a bunch of these, but they all have fairly like low-key features, so I can't tell if it feels like it would feel good or not. I don't know. So I would want to play test it to see how these features feel, and it feels like it's cool to get a lot of these features, or instead of getting like 3 of each type of bolt, would it be more fun to get less bolts, but for them to have like much bigger impacts? I don't really know. That might be a playtest thing. But overall, I think it's all right. I think you need to. I think the infusions are the best part, and I think everything else I'm a little bit meh on. Is sort of how I feel about it. I disagree with the +1, the bonus here. I think the infusions are good, but I don't like them at that level. And I think the 9th and the 15th level features are kind of like, take them or leave them. Those be my thoughts. Thank you, Milky Boy. Let's give them a round of applause. Can it be said that once abstracted game has been perhaps too gamified? I believe the original creators thought often about what particular mechanic would make their players feel viscerally when employed. Is this a question asked often enough in these times? To my eye, the answer is no. I agree. Also, potential. You have a very, very, very memorable way of typing. You write sentences like you are like an old-timey... You write sentences like you're like a old-timey like you're trying to sell me something in the Old West. That's what it sounds like. I like it. But yeah, no, I agree. I think, okay, can I translate what you just said? Because I think it's valuable. What do these features feel like is the question. What does it feel like to use these infusions? What does it feel like to use calculated shot as a person using it at the table? What does that feel like? That is the question that he is asking. And it is a good question to ask. And I think that a lot of the time, that answering that question will lead you to simplifying your game mechanics, but also simplifying them with intentional focus. But the other thing that it'll do sometimes, and this is the thing that makes it a little scary, is sometimes it'll make you realize that you shouldn't be making that subclass at all. And that you should use something that already exists that accomplishes the goal of that feeling. Or the feeling you're trying to create is not possible to create through game mechanics in D&D. So it's a little bit of a scary question to ask because it does sometimes lead to the answer, you don't need to spend your time doing this. Which no one wants to hear. But, you know, can be helpful. All right. Elinette, welcome, buddy. Milky Boy, let's give Milky Boy a round of applause. Like, I think, for me, this Arbalist, I feel like I would lean more towards, like, the Arcane Archer for vibe. And that sort of feels like what it is. It feels like it's an Arcane Archer artillerist. They're not artillerists. It feels like it's an Arcane Archer version of an Artificer Arcane Archer. But the problem is that the infusions kind of feel the same as the magic bolts you're getting with that. And you're just calling them infusions, and you're getting them at a long rest. It's, I don't know, things to think about. You got a lot of space to play if you want. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Yeah, it was cool. It was honestly, whenever I see an artificer, I'm a little bit nervous because my thought process goes, oh boy, gonna have to read a bunch of complicated mechanics that all take us in a big long circle that gets back to a spot that we don't really need to be at. But that one was very straightforward. Very easy to understand and very well organized, which is not always what we get, which is lovely when we do get it. No, it wasn't bad at all. If anything, parts of it felt underpowered. Like, the +1, 2, 3 innate magic weapon I didn't like, but even the infusions, they felt like they weren't super heavy, you know? Potential saboteur. I want you to, I say this from the bottom of my heart, genuinely from the bottom of my heart. People are not going to understand what you're saying when if you push it that hard, straight up. And part of that might be an ignorance on their part, but also part of it is silliness on your part. It's both. Because I would love to read that sentence, but I'm not going to. That's not true. I did read it. I read the whole thing. But, like, you're using the word malign more than once. And you're writing in weird sentence structures. I like reading it. I don't know how many people are going to actually understand it. Artificers always feel like, but mine is more artificer than yours. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they are. Yeah, there's something to be said for being very eloquent with your speech. There is also something to be said for getting an idea across clearly in a way that is understood viscerally. What's going on? Just joined? Welcome. Why are these member streams always the ones that are the craziest roller coasters? Like, I want to read a book where people talk like that. But I feel like most people on Twitch are going to be like, I don't know those words. Skipping them. Dude, I don't... Dude. That's why I said no offense. I like it. I legitimately like it. I just don't want you to feel bad if if you're not getting a lot of responses in the Twitch chat. Like I like books where characters talk like that. You know? For the record, I think that the dice thing helps add chaos to the storytelling that improv can lack. The dice can force an event that a human would hesitate to do. I agree. I roll all my dice in the open because I was realizing I was sort of subconsciously guiding the story too much. So I started switching. I don't know the difference between many words. Don't assume I know the difference between two words. I know so little. So little. Exactly. For you see, I am dumb as bricks. Zeitgeist means like... Zeitgeist is a hard word to explain, but it basically means what's in like the collective consciousness. Something that's on people's minds. That is the direction of the world. What's the social zeitgeist, the political zeitgeist? The zeitgeist is like it's like the banner in the background. Social pulse is a great way of putting it. You got beat up for talking like that because people thought you were insulting their intelligence? First of all, that sucks. I'm sorry that happened to you. Second of all, I think that kind of shit probably happens a lot. Listen, no, they're not lesser than me. I only say that they're dumb because I'm dumber than them. That's the, yeah. What sort of reverential obsession with dice, but why? If the numbers on these dice matter, it's because they steer destinies within our games.
If chat ever does that again, I'm spamming the wheel emoji until I am banned.
All right, fair. I'll tell you what, if chat's being annoying and you start spamming the wheel emoji in protest of chat being annoying, you will not be banned. I will support you. I will start chanting wheel with you. If the number of these dice matter, it's because they steer destinies within our games, acting as the silent arbitrators of chance. They don't perhaps. It's simply our human nature to imbue ordinary objects with profound significance. So what's your take? Do these dice command more than just game outcomes? I would not put dice up on a spiritual pedestal because I feel like the system, I feel like dice are a tool, and that tool leads to organized randomness. It's randomness that isn't totally random. But the thing that is saying it isn't totally random is objectively outside of anyone's control. Like, the fact that it is a die means that I, as the dungeon master, and you as a player, we all must abide by it. But the fact that it's a dice doesn't really matter. Like, it could be anything. You could flip a coin, you know? It's just random number generator is, I think, the thing that matters. That being said, I think there's something to be said for people that do get obsessed over dice, in that I think it's fun. So I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Is that not just organizing chaos? No, it is. But didn't you? I don't know. You were talking you were talking with lots of big words too, so I didn't read all of them. I just was answering the last question. I don't think the dice command more than just game outcomes, because I think the dice don't do anything. It's the random number generator that does stuff. And if I missed the point, I apologize. I was doing what I can. Bucket. You have to remember that I'm kind of dumb. I've also been streaming for like 6 hours. Boom! Dice Admiral. I'm taking a break from horrifying you. Okay, you must. Here's one from a different project. Spells that should already exist. Ooh. Now, this is a piece of homebrew that I think a lot of people don't make that often. Which is a thing that really feels like it should be in the game, but it just isn't for some reason. I do see these every now and then, and I do enjoy them. Let's take a look. This is Kinetic Vault. Oh, I love the art. I'll go to bed soon. You know what? I'm enjoying streaming on the new computer. I'm happy that the setup is working. I don't know if YouTube... Has anyone checked YouTube members, does the member subs go up for YouTube memberships too, or was it just going up for Twitch memberships? I didn't notice. I should have checked that. But I'm happy that everything else is working. I'm happy that all the bits and things are making the little bibbly bops. And at the very least, I want to stream enough to sort of wash the bad taste out of my mouth from the political fucking bullshit. People being stupid earlier, you know? Used the mustache last session and they killed it quickly? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. There's no goal for the sub count? You can't see it because it's a little off camera, but this is a bar. This is a bar. Oops. I misaligned it. So I have them all set as bars, and I was trying to make the whole thing fit on the stream, but it wasn't working. They had to get too little. So I figured as long as you can see the loading bar of them, it's fine. All right, let's take a look. Casting, 1 action. Range, first level. 60 feet. Duration, instance. Effect. Choose a large or smaller creature in range. The target must make a strength saving throw. On a failure, it is pushed 30 feet straight up. If nothing is holding the target aloft, then it immediately falls. A creature can choose to fail this saving throw. Okay, so you cast this spell on somebody, they go boing, and they bounce 30 feet up in the air, and then they fall. This is a first level spell. So if they fall, they take 3d6 bludgeoning damage. So it's a strength saving throw for 3d6 bludgeoning damage. But also they can choose to fail and take advantage of the many different ways that you could take advantage of launching 30 feet straight up in the air. I absolutely love it. I have no notes. I might not start the sentence with choose a larger, smaller creature within range. I feel like choose is not a great sentence starter. But that is me being about as nitpicky as I can be. I think it's really good. What if there's a ceiling? I think you hit the ceiling. You probably... I would say this. This is the way that the way it's written. If there was a ceiling that was below 30 feet, you would hit the ceiling. The ceiling hit would not hurt you, but then you would fall, and then you would still potentially take fall damage if it was more than 10 feet. That's how I would flavor it. But I would also probably flavor it where if you cast it on a person, they could maybe use their reaction to try to hold on to the ceiling, you know? Like if I cast this on the rogue and they shot up in the air, or if my players cast this on the rogue and they shot up in the air, I would definitely let the rogue do something to try to hold on to the chandelier. Yeah, I think it's just good. Here, I don't know if did I post it in the chat here? I think this one, Dice, man, I think this one really just works. I think it just works. I think it really just works. Cool. Yeah, man. I would put this in a game right now. It really does feel like it should have been a spell. Yeah. Listen, there are plenty of people in our community that are learning to write homebrew, and everybody's on a journey. Dice is somebody that does the things in Notion, which gives the things a nice look, but it also really helps them organize them. But also, almost every single piece of homebrew I've looked at of this guy has like a really fine-tooth comb goal. And I notice when it doesn't in the quality of the work, too. I'm not saying that other things you write are shitty, but, like, when there's a clear goal, man, do the pieces shine. Okay, let's give a round of applause. Thank you, Dice. Alrighty. I feel like second level and 40 feet is how I would tune it. but it's doing less damage than other first level spells. Like Burning Hands does 3d6 fire damage to multiple creatures. Inflict Wounds does 3d10. Like, it's just, the damage isn't there. Like, think about it like this. What's the spell? Catapult is a first level spell. That does 3d8 damage and has twice the range of that spell. So I feel like it's okay. I think the damage is fine. I think the utility is cool. If I was gonna make it second level, I probably would go higher than 40 feet. But also, the way it's written right now, you can upcast it at second level, and then it would be 40 feet. You're a caster hater? I'm not a caster hater, but I never play casters. But I have a lot of casters that I play with. But I love casters, but I don't love playing them. Because it kind of makes me it's so weird, because a lot of people say, like, I don't like being martial characters because they're too limiting. But I feel like that's how I feel about spellcasters. Because when I'm a martial character, I have to think about how to use my features in interesting ways. When I'm a spellcaster, I just have my spells. Like, it feels like I am playing a video game when I'm a spellcaster. And I know that probably has more to do with my game experience than it does anything else. But that is just the way that it's been for me. Is that it's always felt like I was more focused on my features and my abilities and, like, my moves when I'm a spellcaster. And when I'm a martial character, I'm, like, way more focused on the game. Which is what I want to do when I'm a player. That's also actually probably part of it, is that I'm a dungeon master most of the time. So when I'm a player, I don't want to have to think about anything other than, like, I want to be really present. I don't want to be, like, in research or looking stuff up mode, because that's dungeon master mode for me. You know? Or it's too similar to it. Oh, I know it's a me thing. I just, you know. I think if I wasn't a dungeon master more than a player, I might feel differently. Oh my god, guys, we're doing a late one tonight. I'm going to do at least one more. Normally, I would have ended like an hour and a half ago. Okay, we're going to do one more. And then we're going to see if I got my closing credits to work. And then we'll raid somebody. It'll be good. All right, I'll try to spin you. You know I don't have power here. It's just the wheel, right? Yeah, but Bildo, you have some weird brain powers that I don't, and you know that. Oh, Data, you were really fucking close, dude. You were so... Oh, man. The wheel was almost hearing you. Almost. And don't worry, guys. Don't forget, we're doing more Homebrew review tomorrow. Smolder is having a review show on Wednesday. God damn it. I wish the people that were being annoying in the chat were here on Wednesday and Smolder could have handled them. That would have been fun. Next time. Matt Thorne. I made a monster called the Deep Mole. I wanted to experiment with different weaknesses, like a specific weak point, but I feel like I may have possibly made it too weak in the process. Monsters can be very weak and still be very good, because they only need to, like, accomplish their purpose, you know? So they don't need to be... Like, a really weak monster can still lead to a really amazing encounter. Here is the info. The sheets, if you want to take a look at them. Deep Mole. Large monstrosity, unaligned, CR4. It is vulnerable to thunder damage. Is that the weakness? I like that weakness. Movement burrow. It's strong. It's Connie. I would give it a higher wisdom than 10. I'd probably give it like a 13. Maybe. Yeah, I'd give it like a 13 wisdom. Maybe 14. It has keen hearing and sense. Yeah, give it a 13 at least. Or make it proficient in perception. Something. Blind sight. Sensitive snout. The mole's snout has an AC of 18. And if it takes 15 or more damage in a single turn, its tremor sense gets turned off. Okay. So here's what you do. You need to rewrite this sentence, but here's what you say. The mole snout has an AC of 18, period. If the snout takes 15 or more damage in a single turn, the mole loses its tremor sense and gains the blinded condition until the end of its next turn, period. That's how you write that. Because the it here is referencing the mole, not the snout. But the last thing that we talked about was the snout, and we referenced the snout as an it. So if the last thing we referenced was the snout as an it, and we now have a new it, the assumption is the new it is the same it. But it's not the same it. It is now the mole. And it'll make it read a little bit more naturally. Listen, Olivia, you can be as you do. Don't be stressed. Realistically, I should have a firmer hand, is what it is. Because let's be real. Almost every single time I've timed someone out where I felt like I needed to time them out for more than a day, it led to them being banned. So I should just be banning people more. Okay. Let's see. Multi-attack. It makes 2 attack. Okay, so is this the thing that you're not sure about? Is the sensitive snout? Here is the tricky part of this. I don't know if this makes it too weak. I might make the AC higher. The thing that I think is hard to figure out is there is no direction to creatures in D&D. Like, there isn't rules for I'm facing this way versus I'm facing this way. And I feel like the nose might imply an element of that, especially because it's large, right? So creatures need to move around this thing. So I don't know how I would express that idea, but I think that that is a tricky thing. Other things deal with like up and down sometimes, because that's a lot easier to navigate, but because there isn't like a turning mechanic or sides of creatures in D&D. Called shots are not a thing in 5e, but this is basically a called shot, which is why I think mechanically it's pretty much fine. Well, anything that's a cone-based effect does that, but it's only things that are cone-based effects, or not just cone-based effects, but like thunder wave and other things. Any of those things where you're sort of picking a direction. I guess you could shoot a thunder wave behind you. Okay, maybe the cone eye is the only thing. Are there other animals or monsters that have a feature where if they're like looking in a direction, something weird happens and they pick which direction? Probably. I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, there should definitely be called shots. I basically use called shots in my home games. I just improvise it. Like a player's like, hey, can I try to like shoot his magical sunglasses off? And I'll be like, yeah, it's gonna be like 3 harder to hit. And they're like, cool. Beholder is what we were just talking about. Beholder is the only thing that I can think of where its eyes... I didn't even think of it. Someone else thought of it. Who thought of it? Who named it? Dean. Dean thought of it. I have a very weird combination of players. I have one player who is very into the crunchiness of the game, where he's like coming up with battle strategies and looking up spells and layering features and stuff like that. I have another player who is basically me as a player, where he like knows the rules really well, is very invested in the game, but doesn't want to have to think that much. He just wants to play, so he's always playing. He's like fighters and stuff. And then I have another player who's very invested in the game, kind of knows the rules. And then I have another player who is medium invested in the game and will never really understand the rules. So I have like a whole different... We've got a lot of angles we have to approach the game from. So the called shots is often less players... The called shots usually comes from one of the players that knows the rules a little bit less, and they just assume it's a thing they can do. which is often why new players are a lot of fun. Okay, so it's doing some damage, and then it has excavation. The mole grabs a 10-foot cube of dirt, clay, or gravel, and instantaneously excavates it, moving it along the ground and depositing it into an adjacent space to itself. That's fun. If a creature is occupying that space, they have to make a DC 15 saving throw, strength save, or they take some bludgeoning damage and are restrained until they or another creature spend their action digging them out of the rubble. This is a really funny feature. I like it quite a bit. It's both very flavorful and pretty straightforward, and will be an interesting game mechanic to deal with. I don't know if Sensitive Snout is too big of a weakness. Because let's think about it like this. How often is this going to happen? It's a CR4 monster. So let's assume, realistically, you have a group of level 3 or level 4 adventurers that are going against this thing, right? 18 AC is very high for a level 3 or level 4 adventurer. And getting 15 damage in a single turn is not easy when you're level 3 or level 4. It's possible. It's going to happen. I mean, there's some people that are going to be better than others, but it's not guaranteed at all. Like, you got to roll well with a... You got to be a barbarian with a great sword, and you got to roll well while you're raging. Or you got to roll really well on... Actually, you can't even... Spells won't affect this. So you have to target it with an attack spell. So it's not going to be affected by any AoE spells. So you got to roll really well as a barbarian that's raging, or you got to roll well as a sneak attacking, what's his name? Rogue. Yeah, like, it's going to be hard to do, man. I think it's fine. Not only do I think it's fine, I think it's going to be so satisfying for the players when it happens. Yeah, I think it's solid, dude. I might... I might lower the saving throw here and up the damage. I might turn this to 3d10. And I don't love that excavation does less damage than one weapon, than one claw attack. I get that it forces movement and restrains a creature, but it's your whole action. So I might up the damage of that and lower the saving throw a little bit. I also feel like DC 15 is not unreasonable for CR4, but it is a little high for CR4. Not unreasonably high. Like, if it fits there, it fits there. But I could very easily see that also being a DC 13 or a DC 14. How does unbearing myself as a player work? The way that it's expressed mechanically here is that it would take your action to do. That being said, it could also be a strength saving throw to get out. And maybe another creature could use their action to get you out. But you have to, like, pass some athletics check or strength saving throw to, like, push the dirt off of you. But other creatures can use their action to pull it off of you without saving throw. Something like that could work too, maybe? I know we're going late. Listen, I had to get out of that dip. That weird dip in the middle. I had to get away from it. I don't like ending stream when I feel like not good, you know? Like, when I don't want to end stream on like a bummer. That's not fun. All right. This is really cool. I think it's a fun monster. Is it a beast? Monstrosity. So it's a monstrosity. So you can push weirder stuff with it too. Like, if you wanted to give it other things, like for example, excavation is cool. You could also do an alternative version of excavation. You could sort of treat it like the mole monsters in Avatar. Like, what if it could like slam its hands into the ground and like push up earth in front of it, creating a barrier? I don't know. But I don't need to add shit on top of it, but that's where my head starts to go if I was going to start building it out and doing more things with it. But you don't even necessarily need to do more things with it. I think one cool move is fine. especially when it has like other unique ways to interact with it. The vulnerability to thunder damage is also nice. Okay, those are my thoughts. I don't have more thoughts. I think it's good. It's a cool monster. All right, let's give a round of applause to Matt Thorne. Thank you for sharing, buddy. You made Nutella pancakes? Dude. All right, friends. Now, I need everybody to do a really big round of applause for everybody that submitted homebrew tonight. Let's do a massive, big old round of applause. Double fisting. Look at all you amazing creatures. Glorious. Thank you guys so much for sharing. What the fuck? Something's not working. Right. Stop. Okay, I'm going to see if this works, okay? We're going to try something now before we leave because I don't know if this works, but I really want it to, and we're going to see if it does, okay? So, ending credit music, ending credit music, ending credit music. This is a closing. Oh, did it work? Wait. It worked! We have ending credits! Thank you! Look at all the new followers! Thank you, new followers! Look at all of you! Wait, there's more to come! There's even more! Wait, we have new subscriptions? Look at these new subscribers! Look at them, they're champions! We have subscribers and resubscribers? And we have more new YouTube members? And we have people that gave cheers? Thank you, everybody! First of all, you're amazing. Second of all, I love you. Third of all, everybody try to be nice to each other. Fourth of all, who should we raid? I think we're going to raid Blackwater. You guys are amazing. I love you. Thank you for being here. Sorry for nonsense earlier. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to join us in the raid, that's where we're going to be. I love you. Have a good night. Get home safe. Goodbye. YouTube, also goodbye.